Hellenic History by George Willis Botsford, Chapter 11. The War with Persia and Carthage, 492 to 479. The underlying cause of the war between Persia and Greece. The fundamental cause of the great war between Greece and the Asiatic Empire lay in the Persian policy of conquest. The chief interest in Oriental empire building had always been predatory, the acquisition of slaves and other booty attending the subjugation of a country, as well as the tributes thereafter permanently imposed. Each king desired, too, to excel his predecessor in the glory of triumphant war, and Darius was himself not only an organizer but conqueror, intent upon pushing his imperial boundary westward as well as in other directions. The subjugation of Asia Minor had been followed by the invasion of Europe and the annexation of the Thracian coast. An attempt had been made on Naxos and the near-lying Aegean islands. Steadily by land and sea the empire was approaching the Greek peninsula. Undoubtedly Darius placed a high value on the Hellenes as mariners, artisans, and artists, and probably overestimated the wealth of the country. These circumstances alone would suffice to explain his invasions of Greece. In the Ionic revolt, moreover, was involved an additional motive. He could never hope to keep his Asiatic Greeks submissive so long as their European kinsmen were free to interfere with encouragement and aid to rebellion. It was not mere anger at the Athenians, then, for having joined in the burning of Sardis, as Herodotus represents, but a well-founded policy which prompted Darius to punish Athens and Eretria for their meddling in his imperial affairs. The expedition of Mardonius, 492. In the year immediately following the suppression of the Ionian revolt, accordingly, Darius sent his son-in-law Mardonius at the head of a large army through Thrace against Greece. It was supported by a fleet, which described a parallel movement along the coast. The avowed purpose was the punishment of Athens and Eretria, but a wider object is proved by the conquest of Thasos and Macedon. While encamped in the latter country, the invading army suffered great loss from an attack by the Thracians, and at nearly the same time the fleet was shattered in an attempt to round Mount Athos. Mardonius, accordingly, led his expedition home in disgrace, and was deposed from his command. The king demands submission, the condition of Hellas. This disaster left a stain upon the king's glory, which had by all means to be wiped off. He began forthwith to prepare a greater armament. At the same time he sent heralds among the Greek states to demand earth and water. Determined upon making himself master of all Hellas, he wished first to separate the willingly submissive from those against whom he should have to apply force. Hopeless of resistance, the islanders yielded, and many of the mainland acted likewise. Among the more independent states which thus Medized were the Thessalian cities, Thebes, doubtless irritated by the aggressions of Athens, and Argos through enmity to Lacedaemon. With the exception of Aegina, the Peloponnesian League, directed by King Cleomenes, stood firmly loyal. It had been joined some years earlier by Athens, and from the archonship of Themistocles we discover a close understanding between his city and Lacedaemon as to the maintenance of a consistent attitude towards Persia. On the complaint of Athens, now at war with Aegina, Cleomenes attempted in vain to punish the leading Medizers of that island. We recognize in this proceeding an acknowledgment of Lacedaemon as the leading state of Hellas, vested with the right and duty of enforcing loyalty. Pessimism in Hellas, desperate measures of Athens and Sparta. In most respects conditions inspired no hope in a successful resistance to the overwhelming Persian power. The loyal states formed but a small fraction of Hellas, and even in them were strong minorities who were willing to yield, to escape what seemed inevitable destruction. Extraordinary measures were taken to nullify their influence. The story was afterward told that at Athens the king's heralds were thrown into the Barathron, at Sparta into a well, with the order to take thence earth and water to their lord. By violating the sacred persons of ambassadors, the authorities aimed to cut off every hope of reconciliation with Darius, and thus to commit their states irrevocably to a life-and-death struggle for freedom. Athenian preparation. Miltiades. The Athenians exerted themselves to the utmost to prepare for the impending invasion. Their most effective measure at this crisis was the election of Miltiades to the board of generals. His uncle of the same name had ruled the Athenian colony of Chersonese under the Peisistratidae. Ultimately, the government of the colony devolved upon the nephew Miltiades, who made himself tyrant, and strengthened his dynasty by a marriage with the daughter of a neighbouring Thracian chief. During the Scythian expedition he had been forced to serve under Darius, but had afterward joined the Ionians in revolt, thus incurring the implacable enmity of Persia. After the collapse of the revolt, he fled for his life to Athens. Scarcely arrived in his native land, in the archonship of Themistocles, he was brought to trial on the capital charge of having usurped the tyranny in Chersonese. His prosecutor must have been one of the republican statesmen in sympathy with Themistocles. Among the arguments which led to his acquittal were most probably his recent acquisition of Lemnos for Athens, his known enmity to Persia, and the hope of his future usefulness as a man well acquainted with the military affairs of the enemy. Athenian commanders and army, 490. It speaks well for the sobriety of the Athenians that they suppressed party feelings to acquit this anti-republican, elect him to the generalship, and provide him with congenial colleagues on the board and in the office of polemarch. Under his guidance the Athenians abandoned the naval programme of Themistocles to devote their whole attention to the heavy infantry. The army of the reborn republic, in the crisis attending the reforms of Cleisthenes, had gallantly overcome a coalition of powerful neighbours. It was efficiently organized and equipped, and though it lacked the professional training of Spartans, no force in the world of that time could compare with it in military spirit. The Persian invasion, capture of Eretria. In the summer of 490 an Asiatic fleet, conveying a land force of infantry and cavalry, moved westward across the Aegean Sea. It was commanded by Datis, a Mede, and Artaphanes, a nephew of Darius. Most of the islanders along their route submitted. The immediate object was to subdue Eretria and Athens, and bring the inhabitants as slaves into the presence of the great king. After a siege of 6 days, Eretria was betrayed by 2 of her people. The city was sacked and the population taken captive. The landing at Marathon, the message to Sparta. From Eretria the Persians, under the guidance of the aged Hippias, crossed over to Marathon, on the coast northeast of Athens. Hearing of this movement, the Athenians dispatched Pheidippides, a professional long-distance runner, to Sparta to ask aid. Reaching Sparta the day after setting out, he said to the magistrates, "Lacedaemonians, the Athenians ask you to come to their aid, and not allow so ancient a Hellenic city to be enslaved by the barbarians. For already Eretria has fallen into slavery, and Hellas has been weakened by the loss of no mean city." The Lacedaemonians, says Herodotus, were eager to give aid, but a religious law forbade their departure before the full moon. The Battle of Marathon, 490. Meanwhile the Athenian army had marched to Marathon, and had encamped in a narrow valley facing the Persians, who were in the plain adjoining the shore. There they were strengthened by a small force from Plataea, their ally. The Athenian commander was Callimachus, the Polemarch, whose council of war comprised the group of 10 generals, including Miltiades. It was decided to give the chief command to the latter because of his great experience and his knowledge of the Persians. The situation was such that should the Persians take the road to Athens, the Athenians could attack them in the flank. After several days of waiting, the invaders moved against their enemy's position. They were furnished with bows and short swords and wore but slight defensive armour, whereas the Athenians were heavy armed and depended upon their long spears for attack. Understanding well the strength and weakness of the opposing force, Miltiades held his men back till the arrows of the enemy began to reach them, whereupon he ordered them to charge at a run. Thus they avoided long exposure to the arrows and came most speedily to close quarters. Wholly unprepared for hand-to-hand fighting, the Persians retreated with great loss to their ships. After a vain attempt to surprise Athens by an attack from Phalerum, the invading armament sailed back to Asia. A force of Lacedaemonians, arriving too late for the fray, could only express their appreciation of the brave work of their allies. Effects of the victory. There were perhaps 10,000 Athenians engaged in this battle, and in numbers the Persians were certainly superior. The moral effect of the victory was tremendous. Up to this time the very name of the Medes was to the Hellenes a terror to hear, but it was now demonstrated that the Greek warrior was superior to the Persian. The westward advance of the Asiatic empire was halted, and the Greeks were inspired with a fair hope of maintaining their freedom. To the Athenians, who almost single-handed had beaten a power thought to be irresistible, this victory served as an incentive to heroism and enwrapped the Marathonian warriors in an unfading glory. The end of Miltiades. During the next few years the history of Athens centres in the conflict of personalities and of parties. For the moment the victory made her people forget all other leading statesmen in their admiration for the general who had won it. Taking advantage of their confidence, Miltiades persuaded them to entrust to him a fleet of 70 ships, saying he would lead his countrymen to a place where they could enrich themselves, but not letting them know definitely his purpose. With this armament he sailed against the Parians, on whom he levied a fine of 100 talents for having joined the enemy in attacking Athens. On their refusal to pay, he besieged the island but failed to capture it, and returned home wounded, to disappoint the hopes of all. Thereupon he was tried for his life before the popular assembly on the charge of having deceived the Athenians. He was condemned, but because of his former services the punishment was mitigated to a fine of 50 talents. The condemned man died of his wound, and the fine was paid by his son Cimon. Miltiades had embarked on a policy of aggrandizing his state by the conquest of the Medizing islanders. Had the undertaking succeeded, the Athenians would undoubtedly have approved the policy, and the conqueror might have made himself tyrant. His failure gave his enemies their opportunity to strike him down. His prosecutor was Xanthippus, a republican statesman, who had allied himself with the Alcmeonidae by his marriage with Agariste, niece of Cleisthenes. The struggle of republicans and tyrannists. The republican leaders must have considered the overthrow of Miltiades a great victory for the constitution. Gradually, however, the tyrannists, who had not long remained in the background, and who had contented themselves during the invasion with secret encouragement to the enemy, began to make themselves again felt in politics, and perhaps about the same time the Athenians learned of preparations by the enemy for another attack. In the spring of 487, accordingly, the republicans turned in great fury upon the tyrannists and ostracized their leader, Hipparchus, a retired archon and kinsman of Hippias. This was the first application of ostracism. A great constitutional change. It is clear, too, that many prominent republicans were now bent on making the constitution more democratic. This wing of the party was represented by Aristides, who had been Archon the year after the Battle of Marathon. Shortly after the ostracism of Hipparchus, these progressives brought about the adoption of a law according to which the Archons, instead of being elected, should be taken by lot from nominees furnished by the demies. The measure had a democratic appearance in that it gave all the qualified an equal chance for the office, whereas in fact it degraded the archonship by filling it with men of mediocre ability. Henceforth no eminent man ever held the office. The 9 archons ceased forthwith to be the chief magistrates, and the polemarch lost his command of the army. The headship of the state passed to the 10 generals. Statesmen who promoted this measure had held the archonship once, and were forbidden by law to repeat it, but the generalship they could hold as often as the people were willing to elect them to it, and perhaps this was the leading motive to the innovation. Conservatives and Democrats. End of the tyrannists. On this issue the Republicans split into 2 parties. Those who favoured the change were thereafter to be known as Democrats. Their opponents were Conservatives. Naturally, the Alcmeonidae wished to preserve the Cleisthenean legislation unchanged, and therefore took the lead of the Conservatives. Megacles, nephew of Cleisthenes, was ostracized in the spring of 486, probably because of his opposition to the reform. His being classed with the friends of the tyrants points to a political deal with that party. But the tyrannists were thoroughly demoralized by the ostracism of another leader, not known by name, in the following year. The faction, accordingly, disappeared from history, its members joining the other 2 parties according to their several inclinations. Undoubtedly the conservatism of Xanthippus led to his ostracism in 484. By means of the slender thread furnished us by Aristotle, we have followed darkly the course of a mighty political battle for the constitution and for progress. When the light of history breaks upon the field, we see athwart the ruin of tyrannists and conservatives the 2 great victors in the struggle, Aristides and Themistocles. The naval and financial questions. Themistocles against Aristides. Again Athenian politics turned on the question of war with Persia, for it was now known that preparations were far advanced for a new and greater expedition. Themistocles again urged the creation of a navy, and advised that the surplus in the treasury from silver mines in Laurium be used for the purpose. Aristides, on the other hand, was content with the army, which had won so great a victory. Down to this time the Athenians seemingly never entertained a thought of devoting any extraordinary gain to the benefit of the state. Whenever Aristides or any of his countrymen ascended the Acropolis, he could see on the left as he entered the gateway a bronze chariot and 4, which some years earlier his people had dedicated from the spoils of a victory gained over neighbours, and more recently from the booty of Marathon they had erected a neat little treasury of the Athenians at Delphi, though it would have been far better to employ these proceeds to a naval fund. The inhabitants of the island of Sipnos had long been accustomed to divide among themselves the revenues from their mines, and probably this was the general practice in early Greece. It would accord perfectly with the later policy of Aristides to assume that he was among those who favoured an equal division of the revenue from the Attic mines among the citizens. When the conflict between the 2 statesmen became bitter, Aristides was ostracized, and went to live in Aegina, then at war with Athens. The naval decree of Themistocles, 482. About the same time the naval decree of Themistocles, providing for the building of 100 triremes, was adopted by the assembly. 47 more were added before the great naval conflict came. The motive of Themistocles was purely patriotic, to defend the freedom of Hellas and to make his own state a great power. The democratic effect could hardly have been foreseen. In fact, so far as one class more than another benefited by the measure, it was the merchants through whose co-operation Themistocles carried his decree. When we consider the obstacles he had to overcome in securing its adoption, as well as the far-reaching results, we can hardly doubt that it was the most splendid individual achievement of statesmanship up to that time known to the world. Xerxes prepares a gigantic invasion. The Battle of Marathon shook the military prestige of the great king and encouraged rebellion within the empire. The conquest of Greece became, accordingly, even more than ever, a question of practical necessity as well as of honour. Preparations for a new invasion, however, were suspended by the revolt of Egypt and the death of Darius, 486. After the reconquest of that country, Xerxes, son and successor of the deceased king, devoted himself to gathering the whole available strength of the empire with a view to overwhelming Greece by the force of numbers. Mardonius was pardoned for his earlier failure. As his route was to be followed, engineers and workmen were soon engaged in bridging the Hellespont with boats, and in cutting a canal through the isthmus of Mount Athos, for the ships were on this occasion to avoid the fatal promontory. As the army could subsist only in small part on the invaded country, great depots of provisions were established along the projected route. The care and pains expended on the provisioning and equipment of the expedition were extraordinary. In the autumn of 481, the nations of the empire were pouring their motley forces into Asia Minor, and ships were preparing in all the Mediterranean harbours subject to Persia. With his great host, Xerxes wintered at Sardis in expectation of setting out in earliest spring. Winter of 481 to 480. Lack of preparation throughout Hellas. Thus far, outside of Athens, the Greek had begun no preparation to resist the invader, and no further progress had been made towards unity. The heralds of Xerxes, as they passed to and fro throughout Hellas during the winter preceding the invasion, found many states ready to purchase safety by the gift of earth and water. The patriot cause could place no reliance on Thessaly, Thebes, or Argos, or on the less progressive states of the centre and west of the peninsula, or on the numerous widely scattered islands. Gelon, tyrant of Syracuse, might have given powerful aid, but had to face a Carthaginian attack. The brunt was to be borne by the Peloponnesian League, Athens, and a few small communities on the peninsula and the neighbouring islands, and even here the prevailing sentiment was nearly akin to despair. The Hellenic Congress at Corinth, autumn of 481. Under these circumstances, deputies from the loyal states met at Corinth to concert measures for defence. The call had been issued by Lacedaemon, but at the suggestion of Athens, undoubtedly on the motion of Themistocles. It was on his initiative, too, that this Congress, when assembled, resolved that all enmities among the states there represented should be reconciled. In pursuance of this resolution, Athens clasped hands with her inveterate enemy, Aegina. Another act provided for dispatching envoys to the unrepresented Hellenic states to invite their adhesion to the cause, and for sending spies to the camp of Xerxes. The embassies accomplished nothing worthy of mention, but the spies, captured by the Persians, were, under order of the king, shown everything in the camp, and dismissed in the expectation that their report of his immense army would induce the Greeks to yield without resistance. It was resolved further by the Hellenic Congress to wage war in common against Persia, and in the event of victory to destroy those Hellenic states which should willingly Medize, divide their property as spoil, and dedicate a tenth to the Delphic Apollo. The Congress conferred the chief command by sea, as well as by land, on Sparta, to whose leadership most of the states had long been accustomed. There can be no doubt that the proceedings of this Congress were directed by the mighty spirit of Themistocles, and that his determination to fight out the issue on the sea was accepted by all concerned. Xerxes crosses the Hellespont, his army and fleet. In the spring of 480, Xerxes led his army across the Hellespont and began his march through Thrace. His numbers continually increased by local reinforcements, while a great fleet accompanied him along the coast. The numbers given by Herodotus, amounting to more than 5 millions, including non-combatants, and on the sea 1,207 warships, is an enormous exaggeration, though modern scholars have not thus far agreed as to actualities. A moderate estimate would be 100,000 fighting men in the land force and about 600 ships of war. The Battle of Thermopylae, 480. Xerxes entered Thessaly unopposed, whereupon the states of this district under the lead of Medizing oligarchs passed over to his side. In accordance with the Themistoclean plan of campaign, the Greek fleet took up its station at Artemisium off northern Euboea to meet the Persian fleet, while a force of about 6,000 Greeks under Leonidas, king of Sparta, occupied the pass of Thermopylae to check the progress of the land army. In that narrow road between the Malian Gulf and the steep mountainside where numbers did not count, the strong armour and long spears of the Greeks might have held the Persian host indefinitely at bay. But after several days of unsuccessful assaulting in front, a traitor led a detachment along an obscure byway over the mountain to the rear of the Hellenic force. The encounter at Artemisium, 480. When the Greek position thus became untenable, Leonidas prudently dismissed all his allies, retaining only the 300 Spartans who were with him, for a law of their country forbade the Spartans to flee from an enemy. Their battle to death was the noblest even in the history of their city. Over the heroes' graves the Amphictyonic Council inscribed this epitaph: Stranger, report this word, we pray, to the Spartans, that lying here in this spot we remain, faithfully keeping their laws. To the rest of the Greeks this heroic example was the most powerful of all commands, to keep their freedom or die in the attempt. Meanwhile, the Hellenes at Artemisium were encouraged by successful engagements with the enemy, and by the damaging of the Persian fleet in a storm. When, however, they learned that Xerxes had forced the pass at Thermopylae, they felt compelled to withdraw, though they had fought no decisive battle. The total result of these conflicts by sea and land was victory to the Persians, and a strengthening of the Greek hope that under more favourable conditions the struggle might yet be successful. The Delphic Oracle. Xerxes was now advancing through Boeotia towards Athens, and the states of central Greece were flocking to his standard. As the Hellenic fleet was retiring to Salamis, Themistocles returned to his city, to find it full of gloom. Earlier in the invasion, when rumours of the irresistible oncoming of the enemy troubled their decision, the Athenians sent to inquire of the Delphic Apollo what hope they might cherish or what course pursue, and the messengers were commanded by dire prophecies of ruin and slaughter, ending in the command: Forth with you, forth from the shrine, and steep your soul in sorrow. Naturally, the prudent men who controlled the oracle could see no result of the war save the utter conquest of Greece. But the messengers returned as suppliants to the temple, declaring they would remain there to death unless a more favourable response were given. Then in the story of Herodotus, the god mercifully offered a ray of hope. Pallas has not been able to soften the lord of Olympus, though she has often prayed him and urged him with excellent counsel. Yet once more I address thee in words than adamant firmer. When the foe shall have taken whatever the limit of Cecrops holds within it, and all that divine Cithaeron shelters, then far-seeing Zeus grants this to the prayers of Athena. Safe shall the wooden wall continue for thee and thy children. Wait not the tramp of the horse, nor the footman mightily moving over the land, but turn your back to the foe, and retire ye. Yet shall a day arrive when ye shall meet him in battle. Holy Salamis, thou shalt destroy the offspring of women, when men scatter the seed, or when they gather the harvest. The Athenians abandon their country. When this oracle was brought to Athens, some were of the opinion that the wooden wall had reference to the palisade around the Acropolis, and accordingly took refuge there. Themistocles, however, declared that it meant the fleet, and so persuaded the Athenians to abandon their homes and trust everything to their ships. The removal of the population and personal property was supervised by the Council of the Areopagus, now filled with patriots and directed by Themistocles and his associates. No one has tried to tell of the pain and heart-burnings, of the sufferings of the sick and the aged, of the energy and the unselfish devotion of the strong attending this evacuation, or has tried to estimate the tremendous moral effect on the community. Some idea of the event we might form by imagining the removal of the population of an entire coast state, with our greater resources, in the face of invading Asiatics. Some of the fugitives remained in Salamis and Aegina, but the greater number were carried over to Troezen. The people of that city voted them an allowance of 2 obols each for their daily support, an additional sum for the education of their children, and for the latter the privilege of picking fruit from any man's tree. The Hellenic fleet in the Bay of Salamis. The Hellenic fleet halted in the Bay of Salamis to cover the Athenian retreat, with the intention, too, of making there a further stand against the enemy. The place was well chosen, for the enemy would be compelled to fight in the strait, where superior numbers would not count. Further retreat would in fact be almost equivalent to abandoning the cause, for it would leave the enemy free to land troops on the coast of Peloponnese in the rear of the Isthmian line of defence then being prepared. Reinforcements more than made good the loss. The Hellenes had above 300 triremes besides smaller vessels. The Athenian contingent was far the largest. Not only was the fleet at the command of Persia, made up of Phoenician, Egyptian, Ionian, and lesser contingents, superior in numbers according to all ancient accounts, but the ships were better built and the crews more experienced. Ancient writers are agreed that the only real advantage on the Hellenic side was in spirit and resolution. Recently, however, it has been suggested with some degree of reason that in the actual battle the Greeks may have outnumbered their enemy. The eve of the battle. Meanwhile Xerxes had reached Athens, having laid waste the country along his route. From Salamis the Greeks could see the city in flames, and their scouts espied the Persian fleet at anchor in the bay of Phaleron. These circumstances tended for the moment to lessen the courage of the Greeks, and to suggest to the admirals the prudence of retiring to the isthmus where they could cooperate with the land forces. Themistocles, however, used all the resources of his reason and eloquence to persuade Eurybiades to remain. He even threatened in case of retreat to withdraw his ships and use them in conveying the Athenians to a new home in Italy. While thus pleading with the admirals, he took measures to bring on a Persian attack as soon as possible. Secretly dispatching a trusty slave to Xerxes, he falsely informed the king that the Greeks, panic-stricken, were about to sail away, and urging him to cut off their retreat. The advice was taken, and the Hellenic fleet was blocked up in the bay. About the same time the army of Xerxes, on its march towards Peloponnesus, had reached the bay of Salamis and encamped on the shore. The story is told that the news of these movements was brought to the Greek headquarters on Salamis by Aristides, who was just returning from Aegina. For early in the spring of that year the Athenians had decreed an amnesty to their exiles. The Battle of Salamis, 480. In their resolution to fight, the Greeks had high hopes of success, for conditions were now more favourable than they had been at Artemisium. The story of the battle is clearly and vividly narrated by the poet Aeschylus, who served among the Athenians. The speaker is a messenger to the king's mother and her counsellors at Susa. And night passed by, yet did the Hellene host essay in no wise any secret flight. But when the day, by white steeds' chariot borne, radiant to see, flooded all earth with light, first from the Hellenes did a clamorous shout ring for a triumphant chant, and wild and high pealed from the island rock the answering cheer of Echo. Thrilled through all our folks' dismay of baffled expectation, for the Greeks, not as for flight that holy paean sang, but straining battleward with heroic hearts, the trumpet's blare set all their lines aflame. Straightway, with chiming dip of dashing oars, they smote the loud brine to the timing cry, and suddenly flushed they all full into view. Foremost their right wing seemly ordered led in fair array, next all their armament battleward swept on. Therewithal was heard a great shout. On, ye sons of Hellas, on! Win for the homeland freedom! Freedom win for sons, wives, temples of ancestral gods and old sires' graves. This day are all at stake. Yea, and from us low thunder of Persian cheers answered. No time it was for dallying. Then straightway galley dashed her beak of bronze on galley. 'Twas a Hellene ship began the onset, and sure all the figurehead from a Phoenician. Captain charged on captain. At first the Persian navy's torrent flood withstood them, but when our vast fleet was cramped in strait space, friend could lend no aid to friend. Then ours by fangs of allies' beaks of bronze were struck, and shattered all their oar array, while with shrewd strategy the Hellene ships swept round and rammed us, and upturned were hulls of ships. No more could one discern the sea, clogged all with wrecks and limbs of slaughtered men. The shores, the rock reefs, were with corpses strewn, then rode each bark in fleeing disarray, yea, every keel of our barbarian host. They with ore fragments and with shards of wrecks smote, hacked, as men smite tunnies, or a draught of fishes, and a moaning, all confused with shrieking, hovered wide o'er that sea brine, till night's dark presence blotted out the horror. That swarm of woes, yea, though for 10 days' space I should rehearse, could I not tell in full. Yet know this well, that never in one day died such a host, such a tale untold of men. Xerxes withdraws from Greece. Too thoroughly crippled to renew the fight, the Persian fleet retired to Asia. Thereupon Themistocles urged the Greeks to sail forthwith to the Hellespont, and by destroying the bridge cut Xerxes off from his base of supplies. The advice was sound, and if taken would probably at once have ended the war, but to the other Greeks the idea seemed too venturesome, and the war continued another year. Xerxes himself returned to Asia, leaving Mardonius with the best part of the army. The plan of campaign for 479. For the campaign of 479 the Greeks so far adopted the plan of Themistocles as to send a fleet of 110 ships across the Aegean with a view to striking Persia in her own territory. The armament was under the chief command of King Leotychidas of Sparta, whereas the Athenian force was led by Xanthippus, who had returned from exile under the amnesty, and had been elected general. Among the Athenians, however, a revulsion of feeling had come in favour of Themistocles' former adversary, Aristides, now also a general. Obedient to their insistent demands, the policy of defence at the Isthmus was abandoned, and a Hellenic army gathered at Plataea for a trial of strength with Mardonius in the open field. The commander was Pausanias, regent for the young son of Leonidas, and the general of the Athenian division was Aristides. The Greeks had altogether perhaps 25,000 to 30,000 heavy infantry in addition to light troops, and the force of the enemy could not have been greatly superior. The Battle of Plataea, 479. The numerous manoeuvres and counter-manoeuvres, the changes of position, The omens and prophecies involved in the complex battle cannot be detailed here. From the confused traditions certain facts stand out boldly. Could the Greeks choose their own ground, they were certain of victory. The only hope of the Persians lay in taking them off their guard or in an unfavourable position. Hence resulted the long postponements of the conflict and the shiftings of position. While affairs were in this condition, the report of the arrival of the Greek fleet at Samos forced Mardonius to battle, that he might return as soon as possible for the protection of Ionia. In the retirement of the Hellenic army to a more tenable position, some distance in the rear, Mardonius saw his opportunity to assail it while in a state of disorder. The main attack was directed against the Peloponnesians. The latter faced about, and as the omens were unfavourable, stood patiently under the shower of arrows from the enemy's horsemen. But when the main body of Persians had drawn up within bowshot behind their fence of wicker shields, at this critical moment the omens changed, the order to charge was given, and the heavy infantry of Peloponnese dashed at a run upon the enemy's line. The Persians resisted bravely. But when Mardonius and the men stationed around him in the strongest part of their line had fallen, the rest turned and gave way before the Lacedaemonians, for their manner of equipment, without defensive armour, was an especial cause of their losses. In fact, they were contending light-armed against hoplites. It is clear that in the complex movements at Plataea, the leading fact is the repetition of the chief tactical feature of Marathon, the double quick charge of the Hellenic phalanx upon the line of light Persian infantry. The result was decisive. The remnant of the Persian army hurriedly retreated, and the Greek peninsula was free from the great king. The Battle of Mycale, 479. The achievement of the Hellenic naval force may be told in fewer words. Meeting no opposing fleet, the Greeks landed on the Ionian coast and assailed the Persians entrenched at Mycale. Asiatic Greeks deserted to their kinsmen, the Persian force was destroyed, and their warships, drawn upon the shore and surrounded by a palisade, were burned. Whereas other battles of the war had been defensive, this victory, pointing the way to the liberation of Asiatic Greece, began a policy of aggression against the Persian Empire. Western Hellas, Economic and Intellectual Condition. In an earlier chapter we touched upon the Hellenic colonization of Italy and Sicily and the growth of the new settlements in that region to a high degree of economic prosperity. This success was due to the superior vitality, quick intelligence and bold enterprise of the settlers, as well as to the fertility of their lands and the great extent of country open to their exploitation. Far, however, from devoting themselves solely to the accumulation of wealth, the colonists for a long time advanced beyond the mother country in cultural development. In the intellectual awakening of Hellas, they had their full share, particularly in the fields of architecture and philosophy, and as the Asiatic Greeks declined under foreign rule, the cultural leadership of Hellas temporarily passed to the Western Greeks. Aristocracy and tyranny. The earliest settlers, dividing the lands among themselves, tended to form themselves into a closed aristocracy. The natives who tilled their fields were serfs, and the fishermen and traders, who collected in every coastal town, constituted the commons, who were citizens with inferior privileges. Class conflicts inevitably led to tyrannies. The result that was before the close of the 6th century nearly every Greek city in Sicily had fallen under despotic rule. Those of Italy were governed either by tyrants or Pythagorean brotherhoods. In the West, as in the East, each community went its own way with little heed to the general Hellenic interest. Enemies of Western Hellas, the Etruscans. This particularism, while acting as a powerful cultural stimulus, wrought little harm so long as the Hellenes had to deal merely with foreign states as small as their own. In time, however, in the West as well as in the East, they had to confront great military powers. Politically, the most important people thus far in Italy were the Etruscans. In origin decadent Minoans, they had received from their mingling with the native Italians a new vitality and an aggressiveness in war which made them formidable to their neighbours. In the beginning of the 5th century, they held not only Etruria and parts of the Po basin further north, but also most of Campania and the coast region to the south nearly to Poseidonia. In the opinion of Cato the Censor, they governed the greater part of Italy. The Phoenicians and the Carthaginian Empire. While the Etruscans were developing this power within the peninsula, the Phoenicians were threatening to take possession of the islands and remaining coasts of the middle and western Mediterranean. For a time they had to yield ground to the Greeks in both Sicily and Spain. In Africa, west of Cyrenaica, however, the Phoenicians were comparatively free to work out their own destiny. On and near the African coast opposite Sicily, there grew up a group of colonies, the most important of which was Carthage. Toward the end of the 7th century this city won the leadership over her near neighbours and began to develop a naval power, the foundation of her future empire. Her ambition was to gather under her leadership and protection all the Phoenician colonies of the Mediterranean and to win as much new territory as possible for the race. In Sicily they gained ground. In Sardinia they won a footing, about 600, though they never succeeded there in occupying more than the coasts. The Phoenician settlements in Spain acknowledged the leadership of Carthage, while the African coast became hers, from Cyrenaica to Lixus on the Atlantic, before 500. Carthaginians and Etruscans combine, the Phocians driven from Corsica 540. Naturally Carthage had entered into close commercial relationship with the Etruscans, a people of similar character. About 550 she had begun to form treaties with the individual coast towns of Etruria for the regulation of trade, and for the defence of their common interests against the Greeks. The first Hellenes to suffer from this alliance were the Phocian colonists in Corsica. In a naval battle between them and the combined fleets of the allies they were overwhelmingly beaten, 540, and were forced in consequence to abandon Corsica. This was the first important loss of territory suffered by the Hellenes in the west. The new war policy of Carthage. At Carthage, toward the end of the same century, the office of general, newly instituted, fell to a certain Mago, who used his position for a thorough reorganization of the army. It was henceforth to consist largely of mercenaries, recruited from the fresh, warlike native races of the western Mediterranean countries. Thereafter few citizens of Carthage served excepting as officers. Their immense financial resources could thus be converted into sinews of war, and a policy of conquest could be inaugurated without disturbance to the money-making pursuits of the great commercial city. Carthaginian invasion of Sicily. The first use made of the system was to be for the conquest of Sicily. While therefore Xerxes was preparing his stupendous expedition against eastern Hellas, the Carthaginians, doubtless in concert with him, were recruiting a great mercenary force for the invasion of Sicily. In 480, Hamilcar, Mago's son, led forth the armament. The numbers given by the ancients are 200 ships of war, 3,000 transports, and 300,000 men. Herein we may discover an attempt of the Sicilian historians to make their glory equal that of the victors at Salamis and Plataea. 200 triremes there may have been, but the other numbers are exaggerated beyond our power to correct. The tyrants. Gelon of Syracuse. It was fortunate that the Western Greeks had made progress toward political unification. Anaxilas, tyrant of Rhegium, 494 to 476, had seized Zancle across the strait, and recolonizing it with a mixed multitude, had named it Messene after his native land. Meanwhile in southern Sicily a succession of powerful tyrants of Gela had extended their city's sway over several neighbouring states. The last and greatest of these despots was Gelon, a young cavalry officer of remarkable genius in war and statecraft. Opportunely, the serfs of Syracuse had risen against the lords and had violently expelled them. Gladly espousing the cause of the exiles, Gelon made himself master of Syracuse, but instead of restoring the city to the landlords, he faithlessly held it for himself, and took up his residence there. With still less moral scruple, he enlarged his new capital by transplanting to it the wealthier citizens of neighbouring towns he conquered, while the poorer class he sold into slavery, merely remarking, "Common men are an undesirable element in a state." Thus it came about that by energy and cunning Gelon had united all Southeast Sicily under his rule. The Battle of Himera, 480. To strengthen himself further he had married Damareta, daughter of Theron, despot of the flourishing city of Acragas. Scarcely less ambitious than his son-in-law, Theron had annexed Himera to his domain, after expelling its tyrant Terillus. The combination of the powerful tyrants of Syracuse and Acragas threatened Phoenician interests in Sicily, and led to the Carthaginian invasion, wherein the exiled Terillus played the part of a Hippias, and Anaxius, kinsman of the former, promised his co-operation. The invaders laid siege to Himera, and the great battle was fought beneath its walls, Gelon and Theron against the Carthaginians, Hellas against Canaan. Survivors of the invading army afterwards reported that all day long, as the battle raged, Hamilcar, in Semitic style, stood apart from his host, bent on winning aid of the gods by offering them the entire bodies of sacrificed victims on a great pyre. And when he saw there was a rout of his own army, he being then, as it chanced, in the act of pouring a libation over the sacrifices, threw himself into the fire, and thus he was burned up and removed from sight. The details are uncertain, the results well known. A great part of the fleet went up in flames, the army was utterly overthrown, vast spoils and countless prisoners, made slaves, enriched the victors. To save her dependencies in Sicily, Carthage bought peace with a heavy war indemnity. The victors were proudly conscious of having done their part in freeing Hellas from the barbarian peril, and in just appreciation Pindar associated Himera on equal terms with Salamis and Plataea. End of chapter 11.
Hellenic History by George Willis Botsford. The Age of the War Heroes. First, political and economic. 479-461. A retrospect of the war. For an appreciation of the Persian War and of its effect on subsequent history, let us first inquire what was at stake in the conflict. What would have resulted had Persia won the battles of Salamis and Plataea? The war would by no means have ended, for there were Greek communities that would have shed their last drop of blood in the fight for freedom. Of that fact, Thermopylae gave evidence. But what if in the end Persia had conquered? A costly undertaking it would have been to hold peninsular Hellas in subjection. The lean tribute, the heavy debit column of the Hellenic satrap, might soon have expelled the conqueror. However that may be, the permanent occupation of Greece would doubtless have been a calamity to civilization. Although Greeks and Persians were alike of Indo-European speech, there could have been no considerable racial element common to the two peoples. Through the influence of environment, the Persians were becoming essentially Oriental. Originally a fresh virile race of mountaineers, they rapidly submitted to the culture of the Tigris-Euphrates valley. It was a question, therefore, whether the Hellenes should be brought more or less directly under Babylonian influence. The half-century of Oriental domination over Ionia has been offered as evidence that Hellenism prospered under such conditions. In answer, it may be said that 50 years are but a brief season in the life of a people, and that in truth the cultural glory of Asiatic Hellas has largely passed away before the Battle of Plataea. The fact remains unshaken that in Hellas the existence of city-states, free in government and unhampered in their mutual friendships and rivalries, was essential to any considerable cultural progress. Shall Orientals or Greeks dominate Europe? While granting that battles are but a part, perhaps the merely superficial manifestation, of a larger conflicts of minds and of economic, social, and political forces, we must maintain that the struggle in its broadest, deepest sense involved the question whether Orientals or Greeks should dominate the civilization of Europe, whether that continent was to pursue an independent development or become a mere appanage of Asia. The result, all decisive and infinitely more far-reaching than the contemporary Hellenists dreamed of, signified that it lay in their hands to determine for the future the cultural progress of the world. Religious effects of the war. The first conscious effect of the unexpected, overwhelming success was religious, the punishment of the invaders for their sacrilege. There awaited them disaster's deepest death, requiring insolence and godless pride, for these, to Hellas coming, did not fear to tear down statues, burn the fanes of gods. Altars had vanished, hurled in ruin heaps, gods' temples from their basements are upheaved. Therefore do these ill doers suffer seals, not less, and some are yet to come, not yet. The dregs of woe are reached, the cup brims still, so huge a slaughter, oozing swath shall load Plataea's soil, reaped by the Dorian spear. Religious effects on art, literature, and thought. The success of a few Hellenists over that vastly superior force could have but one explanation. The might of God is above theirs, and often, in the midst of evils, it raises up the helpless, even when clouds of perplexing distress hang over his eyes. This wave of religious devotion checked for a time the growth of scepticism, and with the spoils of war, gratefully erected to the gods richer and more beautiful temples than Hellas had known before, and adorned them with the sacred sculptures. In literature, the same spirit found no less worthy expression in Aeschylus, whose dramas lift Hellenic religion to a loftier and holier plane, and in Herodotus, who records the great events of the Persian Wars with a profoundly religious awe. Effects on government. The conflict left an effect, too, on government. As freedom had won, it was inevitable that she should grow and thrive for her success. In West and East, tyrannies and oligarchies gave way to democracy, and democratic constitutions took on more popular forms. Victory brought her spell also on Hellenic interstate politics. It was a noble thought, born of the Battle of Plataea, that Hellas should form a grand everlasting federation, at peace with herself and exercising her weapons against none but foreigners. But the common foe was too badly beaten, and Hellenic particularism was too strong for the dream to come true. The consciousness of racial unity grew. Interstate politics, developing beyond its narrow cantonal beginnings, became world politics. The Hellenists took their place as the dominant power in the Mediterranean basin. But after a time, the feuds and rivalries, hushed by the great peril, broke out afresh, and while stimulating cultural activity, gradually sapped the strength of the nation. Heroization of the victors. One of the most obvious effects of the war was the heroize of the victors. what were the deeds of Achaeans round Troy compared with the prowess of Marathon and Salamis and Plataea, where a few patriots, relying on the gods and their own valor, had trampled on the strength of the mightiest of empires? They were demigods who fell at Thermopylae, where, as their epitaph informed the visitor, theirs was a fair famed lot, and envied death, their tomb a shrine. Instead of tears was a remembrance of their deeds, in place of lamentation, glory. Demigods, too, were those who survived, in proud consciousness of their own strength, to work out a nobler destiny for their race. As time elapsed, the memory of their achievements brightened, till the entire conflict radiated a superhuman glory. A patriot of the 4th century wrote, "Methinks the war must have been contrived by some god, in admiration for their bravery, that men of such quality might not remain obscure or end their lives in humble state, but might be deemed worthy of the same rewards as those sons of heaven whom we call demigods. For even their bodies the deity rendered up to the unyielding laws of nature, but immortalized the memory of their valor." The future of the Hellenic League. The immediate problem confronting Greece had to do with the Hellenic Federation formed for the defense against Persia. It was to continue, but under what government and organization? Naturally, the Spartans expected to retain the leadership, for theirs was the strongest military power in Hellas. To their command, a majority of the allies had long been accustomed, and although in the recent war the initiative and the enthusiasm came from Athens, the Peloponnesian League, Sparta's creation, had formed the backbone of resistance to the invader. These circumstances determined that, at least for the immediate future, Lacedaemon should remain at the head of the League. The condition of Lacedaemon. For a long time, however, changes had been taking place in that state which were rendering the Spartans unfit for this great function. It is true that the area of their country was considerably larger, and the population greater than that of any other Greek state. 2/3 of the people, however, were serfs, who, far from rendering appreciable service in war, were so ill-willed as constantly to menace the general safety. The Perieci were still loyal, but dependent on their own hands. For a livelihood, they could give little time to military training, and could serve only in limited numbers, while their inferior status inevitably rendered them less willing for duty. Whereas the number of Helots and Perieci probably remained unimpaired, that of the Spartans steadily shrank. Economic and political decline. Under the crushing economic restraints described in an earlier chapter, many men were so impoverished as to forfeit their civic rights, together with their place in the army. Sooner or later, therefore, the Spartans were destined to lose their military preponderance. Equally fatal to the stability of their leadership was the continued decline in culture and intelligence, while many of their allies were already vastly superior in these respects, and were still rapidly progressing. The question as to the fortification of Athens. It was mainly with a view to centralizing the Lacedaemonian power that the Ephors requested the Athenians, after the return of the population from exile, not to rebuild their walls, but to join rather with the Spartans in raising the fortifications of all Hellenic cities outside Peloponnesus, Should the Persians again invade Greece, they argued, the Isthmian rampart would be the best possible defense. Had Athens and the other extra-Peloponnesian cities thus become dependencies of Sparta, the political unification of Hellas might at this early time have been realized, yet at a tremendous cost to civilization. The crisis was met by the wily Themistocles. While the Athenians were rebuilding their wall in the manner described below, he went as envoy to Sparta, where, by a succession of audacious falsehoods, he delayed the action of the efforts until the substantial completion of the defense. Thus, his promptness snatched the most vital interest of his city even from the hazard of debate in the Hellenic Council. The question of protecting the Asiatic Greeks. Another question, only second in its consequences, which pressed for settlement on the morrow of the victory at Mycale, was the liberation of the Asiatic Greeks from the yoke of Persia. Having failed in their own effort, they now rested their hopes of independence in the mighty federation of the European kin. Spokesmen of the Ionians, coming to the Hellenic headquarters at Samos 479, pleaded for admission into the League, for rescue and protection from Persia. For the maintenance of their freedom, after it should be won, a permanent fleet in the Aegean, and perhaps strong garrisons for the cities, would be required, and the Lacedaemonians lacked both the means and the will for carrying such a burden. They proposed, therefore, to expel from their homes the European Greeks who had Medized, and to transplant the Asiatic Hellenes to the lands thus vacated. To the latter folk, a migration would have been an insupportable hardship, and Xanthippus and his colleagues, the commanders of Athenian force, would not listen to the proposal. These Greeks are our colonists, they protested in substance, and we stand ready to give them the desired protection. The Lacedaemonians gladly shifted the burden to the shoulders of the Athenians, whose commanders thereupon entered into close relations of friendship and alliance with the deputies of the Ionians. This was the small beginning of a union which afterwards developed into the Delian Confederacy. The transfer of the naval leadership from Lacedaemon to Athens, 478. Still clinging to the naval leadership, Lacedaemon, in the following year, sent out a fleet of 50 triremes under the regent Pausanias. 30 of these ships were Athenian, commanded by Aristeides and other generals, and the maritime allies added their squadrons. After a partial conquest of Cyprus, Pausanias sailed to the Hellespont and laid siege to Byzantium, then occupied by a Persian garrison. The fall of the city reopened the strait to the importation of grain from the Pontus. During the siege, Pausanias arrogantly treated the allies as inferior to the Spartans, subjecting them to severe punishments and driving them with whips. Meanwhile, the courtesy and gentleness of Aristeides and his colleagues won their affection, till finally they revolted against the tyrant and placed themselves under Athenian leadership. Pausanias was recalled, and eventually the Lacedaemonians yielded the naval command to Athens early in 477. They saw no advantage to themselves in continuing the war with Persia, nor had they a commander whom they could trust abroad. They felt, too, that Athens was competent to the task and friendly to themselves, so that, while she performed for them a disagreeable but necessary function, they would remain, in fact, leaders of Hellas. fitness of the Athenians for leadership. It was an enterprise which the Athenians were eagerly awaiting. They had been the soul of the Hellenic War of Freedom. Their success had given them self-confidence and ambition. In contrast with the sluggish conservatism of Peloponnese, they now displayed a bold radicalism and a marvelous adaptability to new conditions. Although their territory was far smaller than that of Sparta, the creation of a great fleet had given scope to the naval service of the poorest class, and had rendered the whole male population of military age available for war. Their navy, too, was at hand, ready for the very object which now presented itself. Organization of the Delian Confederacy, 477. As the representative of Athens, Aristides arranged a treaty of offensive and defensive alliance with the maritime Greeks. Casting masses of iron into the sea, they swore to remain faithful to their obligations till this metal should rise and float on the surface. The allies, on their part, agreed to render the money contributions and perform the required services, while the Athenians swore to maintain unimpaired the constitutions of individual communities. The independence of a Greek state consisted essentially in 1. The right to live under whatever government it pleased. 2. The right to enter into relations of war, peace, and alliance with others. A congress of deputies from allies was to meet under Athenian presidency at the sanctuary of the Delian Apollo to deliberate on the welfare of the League. As the seat of an Amphictyony still in existence, Delos was to be the center of the new political union, while the temple of the god was to serve as a repository of the confederate funds. The new union, however, was patterned not so much after the Amphictyony as after the Peloponnesian League. In one respect, it marked a great advance upon the latter institution. Whereas the Peloponnesians, depending mainly upon land forces, had little need of a common treasury, the Confederacy of Delos required a permanent fleet, which necessitated a system of regular taxation. This new element made possible a centralization of power and a consequent efficiency wholly unknown to the Peloponnesian League. The tribute. Aristides was commissioned to apportion the burden. Evidently, he first calculated that a fleet of 200 triremes would have to be maintained during the 7 months of naval campaigning from March to October. As the crew of a trireme numbered about 200, and the pay at this time was evidently 2 obols a day, the total cost of maintaining the armament would be slightly exceed 460 talents. Necessarily, some campaigns would be longer, but on the other hand, the entire force of 200 ships would rarely be required. Shorter and lesser campaigns would leave a balance that could be applied to the building and repair of ships. Aristides, accordingly, set the entire cost of maintaining the fleet at 460 talents, which he apportioned among the allies according to their several capabilities. The larger states, as Athens, Lesbos, Chios, Samos, Naxos, and Thaos, were to bear their share by furnishing ships with their crews. The smaller states in general, finding it inconvenient to build and equip triremes, were permitted to pay money instead. All, however, were equally free and were represented in the Delian Congress. The treasurers, as well as the presidents of the Congress and the chief admirals of the navy, were Athenians. The work of assessment required great labor and trouble, and still more patience, probity, and tact. It was accomplished to the satisfaction of all. For, as the ancients celebrated the age of Kronos, the Athenians' allies held in memory the taxation of Aristides. It seems to have been this achievement which earned for him the title of the Just. Expansion of the Confederacy, 479–468. The work of expanding the Confederacy fell chiefly to Cimon, son of Miltiades. Under his command, it progressed steadily through successive years. After expelling the Persians from their remaining positions on the coasts of the Aegean Sea, in 468, he sailed with 200 ships of war along the Carian Elysian seaboard, bringing the coast people, both Greeks and foreigners, into the Confederacy. At the mouth of the Eurymedon, he met and defeated a great Phoenician fleet. Then, landing, he routed a Persian army and seized its camp. Enormous spoils were the reward of victory. The Persian hope of regaining lost ground, maintained to this time, now vanished. Tacitly, the Athenians were acknowledged masters of the Aegean Sea. Fortification of Athens, 479. Meanwhile, great changes were taking place at Athens. On their return from exile, toward the end of 479, the Athenians had found their walls demolished and the city in ruins. Their first care, as explained above, was the rebuilding of the fortifications, on which their independence rested. The advice of the Spartans to desist they set at naught, and applied themselves, men, women, and children, with feverish haste to the work. The foundations are made up of all sorts of stones, in some places unwrought, and laid just as each worker brought them. There were many columns, too, taken from tombs, and many old stones already cut, inserted in the work. The structure was about 6½ feet in width, and perhaps 16 feet high, strengthened at intervals with towers. It was a modest defense, yet sufficient against the crude siege engines of those times. The entire circuit, of little less than 4 miles, included a larger space than had hitherto been enclosed. The form remained roughly a wheel with the Acropolis for a hub. Thinking that this height would still be used as a citadel, Themistocles began the improvement of its defences. In this work he applied the maple drums of the projected Athena temple to increasing the height and steepness of a part of the northern rim. These fortifications were due to his initiative and cleverness, supported by the patriotic energy of all the citizens. Their leader had incurred the deadly hatred of Sparta, but the freedom of their city was now secure. Homes of gods and men. The Athenians had as yet no resources for rebuilding their temples. For the present, temporary dwellings for the gods had to suffice, while their own homes were mostly small rude cabins of sun-dried bricks, hastily erected on the old sides along the narrow, crooked, unpaved lanes which served as streets. In appearance, this city was that of a numerous but impoverished population, showing little evidence of the vitality, the artistic taste, or the versatile resourcefulness which were soon to place Athens in the forefront of Hellenic politics and civilization. The building and fortification of Piraeus, 478. No sooner had the Athenians resumed their daily life in their new-built homes than Themistocles persuaded them to undertake a still greater work at Piraeus. Nothing there, any more than Athens, had survived the Persian devastation. First of all, dockyards had to be provided for the enormous fleet. These, too, were only provisional. The walls, on the other hand, for the protection of the new city, soon to grow up about the Piraeus harbours, were to be massive and enduring. An account of the work is given by Thucydides. Themistocles also persuaded the Athenians to finish Piraeus, of which he had made a beginning in his year of office as Archon. The situation of the place, which had 3 natural havens, was excellent, and now that the Athenians had become sailors, he thought that a good harbour would greatly contribute to the extension of their power. For he first dared to say that they must make the sea their domain, and he lost no time in laying the foundations of their empire. By his advice, they built the wall of such a width that 2 wagons carrying the stones could meet and pass on the top. This width may still be traced at Piraeus. Inside there was no rubble or mortar, but the whole wall was made up of large stones hewn square, which were clamped on the outer face with iron and lead. The height was not more than half what he had originally intended. He had hoped, by the very dimensions of the wall, to paralyze the designs of an enemy, and he thought that a handful of the least efficient citizens would suffice for its defense, while the rest might man the fleet. His mind was turned in this direction, as I conceive, from observing that the Persians had met with fewer obstacles by sea than by land. Piraeus appeared to him to be of more real consequence than the upper city. He was fond of telling the Athenians that if they were hard-pressed, they should go down to Piraeus and fight the world at sea. The entire circuit following the windings of the shore was about 7 miles. The mouths of the harbours were narrowed by moats surrounded by towers, and could be closed in time of danger. The labourers, a keep of the navy. As there were at this time few slaves and fewer aliens in Athens, most of the work must have been done by Thetis. In 478, the year in which we may place the beginning of the enterprise, only 30 triremes had put to sea, leaving available the greater part of the poorest class. For this labour, too, we may assume a daily compensation of 2 obols. Many who would have sought rural employment must have gathered at the port town, drawn by the opportunity of work, and have built their cabins there. The population, therefore, rapidly increased. To attract metics, Themistocles carried a decree which exempted them from the usual sojourner's tax. Their capital and their skilled hands were needed in the development of industry and in the building of ships. For not satisfied with their already powerful navy, the Athenians, on the motion of Themistocles, resolved to add 20 new triremes a year, not like the existing ones, but of a more recent and improved type. Here, too, we mark the devotion of the citizens to the interest of the state in their willingness to forego the comforts of private life and the pleasures of festivals and of art for the sake of increasing the political power. Part of the money for the purpose came from the mines of Laurium, reopened after the war, and the part was supplied by the sale of booty. Workmen found further employment in the construction of merchant ships for private owners, and in the various industries now beginning. In time, Piraeus, thus founded by Themistocles, became one of the most flourishing centers of industry and commerce in the Mediterranean world. Liturgies. First, Choregia. Second, Gymnasiarchia. Third, Estiesis. In this age, probably in connection with the naval measures above mentioned, the duty of commanding a trireme was placed among the liturgies, expensive public services performed without compensation by those citizens who were financially qualified. Members of the highest property class were liable to the captaincy of a ship, and it was necessary, if required, to serve in alternate years. The state furnished the hull with a few equipments, and expected the captain to pay for the rest and for the training of the crew, and to keep the vessel in good condition. Among the other liturgies, established in earlier time, were the duty, first, of equipping the chorus for dramatic and other festivals which required it. Second, of paying the expenses of torch races at various festivals. Third, of feasting one's tribesmen. Each of these duties passed in a cycle, according to tribes, among those who were liable, and the mark of the public-spirited citizens was to spend far more on his liturgy than the state required. Rural economy and the olive industry. It was not only the building and fortification of the two cities that demanded the attention of the government. The rural districts, too, had suffered from the war. The Persians had burned farmhouses as well as country sanctuaries, and had cut down vines and olive trees. Conquerors, however, are mild compared with envious neighbors, and are disposed to spare a country which is to become their own. Next to the rebuilding of desolate homes, the first thought of Themistocles on the morrow of the Battle of Salamis had been for the restoration of agriculture. Though no record has been left, we may be sure that on his initiative the Council of the Areopagus bent its energies to the restoration of farm buildings, vineyards, and olive groves. We know that this body enforced minute regulations for the preservation of olive trees and even of stumps which readily produced fruit-bearing shoots. The statement of Herodotus that Attica alone produced the olive is doubtless exaggerated, yet we may well believe that she alone exported oil in considerable quantities, and that she attempted a monopoly of the trade. An exhaustless market was Italy, where few olives were grown till long after the period now under consideration. The exportation was but slightly interrupted by the war. Imports. In exchange, Athens imported grain, pork, Sicilian cheese, other food products of various kinds, Etruscan metalwork, and ornamental slippers. From Carthage came tapestries and gaily wrought cushions. Here, too, we discover the hand of Themistocles, busily fostering commerce and political relations with the Hellenic West. With that end in view, he cultivated the friendship of Acarnania and Corcyra, which lay in the trade route to Italy. Under his policy, Athens took the place once occupied by Chalcis and Eretria in this field of commerce, and her coins rapidly crowded out competitors. Alliances with the Hellenic cities of the West were being formed. In his devotion to that part of Hellas, he named one daughter Sybaris and another Italia. Trade was by no means limited to the West. Athens had to import 2/3 of her grain supply. It came from her allies, from Italy, Sicily, Egypt, and Pontus, whereas great quantities of vegetables were supplied by Megara and Boeotia. These imports are mentioned as items of the wide and varied commerce fostered by the policy of Themistocles. Hellenic statesmanship of Themistocles. In every direction we come upon evidence of his broad, far-seeing statesmanship. His high place in Hellenic politics and his reputation for wisdom and integrity are indicated by the fact that in these times Corinth and Corcyra chose him to arbitrate a dispute between them. The case was decided in favor of the latter. At the next Olympic Games, says Plutarch, when Themistocles entered the stadium, the spectators took no further notice of all those who were contesting for the prizes, but spent the whole day in looking at him, pointing him out to strangers, and applauding him by clapping their hands, and other expressions of joy, so that he himself, much gratified, admitted to his friends that he then reaped the fruit of all his labors for the Greeks. Increasing control of Athens over her allies. It was clear not only to Themistocles but to other statesmen that the political and economic greatness of their city was to rest chiefly upon their command of the Delian confederacy. They were determined, therefore, to maintain it at all cost, and to strengthen their control over it. In this field, Aristides and Cimon were especially active. There were in the confederacy, after the battle of Eurymedon, more than 200 city-states, all nominally equal and entitled to representation in the Congress. But they varied immensely in importance, from insignificant towns occupying a few square miles of territory to larger states such as Chios and Naxos, thanks to the vastly greater power of Athens. They spoke various dialects and were widely scattered over islands and coasts. Under these circumstances, and with their slight experience in federal government, actual equality was impossible. Most of the allies, too, were disinclined to military service, and some who had originally furnished ships persuaded the Athenians to accept money contributions instead. Depriving themselves thus of the means of self-defense, they readily fell into the condition of subjects. From time to time they neglected to render the tribute, which in such cases had to be collected by force. For the Athenians were exacting and oppressive, using coercive measures towards men who were neither willing nor accustomed to work hard. When a state revolted, lacking both the training and the equipment for war, it was easily subdued. Revolt of Naxos, 469. More formidable was the revolt of a state which continued to supply a naval force. The first to take this step was Naxos. We may assume that the motives were of a general nature, especially the Greek love of absolute independence for the city-state and the delusion that, as the Persian had been pushed back from the Aegean region, the confederacy had fulfilled its mission and might profitably be dissolved. Athens, however, promptly crushed the revolt by force, dismantled the walls of the rebellious city, confiscated her fleet, imposed an annual tribute, and deprived her of her freedom. It was the duty of Athens, as the executive, to maintain the integrity of the League and to compel every state to bear its obligation. She violated her oath, however, in depriving an ally of freedom. In losing its independence, Naxos was compelled to renounce forever all diplomatic relations with other states and to accept a constitution conformable to Athenians' wishes. The treatment of this ally served as a precedent for future cases of rebellion. Revolt of Thasos, 465–463. A few years afterward, Thasos revolted. This island had long possessed mines on the opposite coast of Thrace, from which it drew a considerable income. The Athenians had lately intruded within its district, and the dispute thus arising led to the rebellion. Cimon besieged the island, and after 2 years the Thasians gave up their claim to the mines on the mainland, surrendered their fleet, dismantled their walls, and accepted the tribute imposed by the Athenians. The crushing of these 2 rebellions proved the hopelessness of resistance to Athens, and the determination of the latter to maintain her control by force. There was injustice in this policy of coercion, yet the employment of some degree of violence was essential to the maintenance of the League. Furthermore, there can be no doubt that the welding of the maritime confederacy into an empire under the rule of Athens was in itself advantageous to the population and to Hellas in general. Treaties with individual states. From the beginning, Athens had taken measures to bind individual states close to herself by treaties which regulated judicial cases arising from their commercial relations. In these agreements, the leading city aimed to bring as many of the judicial cases as possible before her own courts, and this effort was seconded by the Hellenes themselves, who recognized the superiority of Athenian law. In fact, in a group of states like those of the Confederacy, closely united in commerce, it was a great advantage that a uniform system of law be substituted for the endless variety of local usage. Not only rebellious states accepted constitutions at the dictation of Athens. One by one, she persuaded or forced most of the others to make new treaties with her, which provided for democratic governments and required them to send their more important criminal cases for trial. Naturally, too, all offenses against Athens were brought before her courts. As regards mercantile suits, however, the principle seems generally to have prevailed that the case should be heard in the state where the contract was made. There was little uniformity in these treaties, however, but the general tendency was less federative than imperial. Progress of democracy, 479–461. While Athens was thus entering upon an imperial policy, she was engaged in making her own government more democratic. The patriotic and efficient conduct of the Areopagites in supervising the exodus of Xerxes' invasion had given them an ascendancy in public life which they had scarcely known since the time of Solon, but their authority was rapidly undermined by the admission each year of the 9 ex-archons appointed by lot, since 487–486, and hence of mediocre talent, and even more by the general advance of democracy. In the opinion of Aristotle, Aristides was chiefly responsible for this development. Afterwards, as the citizen of the Athenian state had acquired confidence, and a great quantity of money had accumulated, he advised them to lay hold on the leadership and to come in from the country and live in the city, assuring them that there would be a livelihood for all, some serving in the army, others in garrisons, others attending to administrative work, and that thus they would secure the leadership. parallel growth of democracy and imperialism. This passage is evidence that Aristides introduced pay for military service and to some extent for official duty, thus making it possible for any Athenian, however poor, to take part in public affairs. He, more than any other, therefore, was the founder of the radical democracy. The double object was to furnish subsistence to the populace and to gain a more throughout control of the aliens. Imperialism and democracy were in fact correlative, in that the revenue from the empire alone made possible the participation of the Athenian masses in public affairs, and on the other hand, this participation was necessary for the policing and administration of the empire. When circumstances forced the Athenians to govern with a stronger hand, he bade them act as they pleased, for he would take upon himself any guilt of perjury they might incur. The two parties, a clash between Democrats and Conservatives. While there was among the leading statesmen of Athens no difference of opinion as to the treatment of the Confederacy, a sharp line of cleavage was drawn through the group in relation to home politics. Those who favored the popularization of the Constitution were led by Aristides, the Conservatives by Cimon. Inevitably, the latter party clung close to the Peloponnesian League and looked to Sparta as an example and a moral support, whereas the Democrats, understanding the incompatibility of the two states, were ready to break with the Peloponnesian League. Their hands were strengthened by the fact that Sparta gave secret encouragement to rebellion within the Confederacy and stood forth as the champion of particularism, of the complete independence and isolation of the city-states, in opposition to the Athenian efforts at political aggregation. The boldness of Themistocles in opposing Spartan interests at every turn added to envy of a greatness that eclipsed all contemporary politicians, stirred against him a formidable combination headed by Cimon, which forced his ostracism, about 472. Political ferment in Peloponnese. The exiled statesman retired to Argos, whence he travelled through Peloponnese, sowing everywhere the seeds of democracy and of opposition to Sparta. Evidently, he was bent on continuing even in exile his task of weakening Lacedaemon in order to make his own city supreme in Hellas. Shortly before his ostracism, the Arcadians, supported by Argos, had revolted against Sparta, bringing the very existence of the Peloponnesian League into hazard. They were defeated and the Lacedaemonian supremacy was restored. But the general ill will must have encouraged Themistocles to believe that it was still practicable to undermine the power of Sparta. In this frame of mind, he received news of the plottings of Pausanias, who hoped to rise to supreme power through the emancipation of the Helots. Themistocles may have encouraged this ambition, but the accusation that the great statesman ever conspired in thought or act against Athens or Hellas is belied by his entire career. Need of a revolution in Lacedaemon. The revolution attempted by the Spartan regent was precisely what his country needed to bring her abreast of the general political and social progress of Hellas. It would have maintained and even vastly increased her military strength. But though a general of marked ability, Pausanias was wholly lacking in statesmanship. He disgraced his cause, too, by intriguing to bring Hellas into slavery to the Persian king. Fearing arrest, he fled to a shrine of Athena. and was there walled in by his countrymen and starved to death. By this violation of the right of sanctuary, the Spartans brought upon themselves a religious curse. The end of Themistocles. In his fall, Pausanias dragged Themistocles to ruin. The correspondence of the deceased regent proved that the Athenian statesman had knowledge of his schemes, and this circumstance was made a ground for prosecution, brought by the Athenian Alcmeonide. Despairing of justice, Themistocles avoided arrest by flight. He tried one place of refuge after another, but finding no spot in Hellas to shelter him, he finally passed over to the Persian king. Whatever may have been his promise in exchange for protection, we know that he never raised his hand against his country. Thus passed from the stage of history the greatest of the Greeks in obscurity and disgrace. The genius of Themistocles. No better estimate of his genius could be written than that given by Thucydides. Themistocles was a man whose natural force was unmistakable. This was the quality for which he was distinguished above all other men. From his own native acuteness, and without any study, either before or at the time, he was the ablest judge of the course to be pursued in a sudden emergency, and could best divine what was likely to happen in the remotest future. Whatever he had in hand, he had the power of explaining to others, and even where he had no experience, he was quite competent to form a sufficient judgment. No one could foresee with equal clearness the good or evil intent hidden in the future. In a word, Themistocles, by natural power of mind and with the least preparation, was, of all men, the best able to extemporize the right thing to be done. To him, in large measure, were due the liberation of Hellas and the greatness of his own city. Democratic policy of Ephialtes and Pericles, from about 472. Aristides could no long have survived the ostracism of Themistocles, but of his end we have no clear knowledge. Their place was taken by Ephialtes, a clear-sighted, incorruptible statesman, supported by a son of Xanthippus, Pericles, who at this time was entering upon his public career. Ephialtes inherited from Aristides the policy of democratizing the constitution, and from Themistocles the conviction that the duty of Athens to herself was to cut loose from Sparta, in order, unhampered, to make the most of her opportunity in world politics. Simon's opposition. In the intervals between his frequent campaigns, Simon was able, by his personal influence, to hold these tendencies in check. The sailors enthusiastically supported the popular admiral who had often led them to victory. The extensive public improvements which he conducted, and which will be described in the following chapter, secured him the vote of a multitude of workmen, while his liberality won a host of clients. With an estate like that of a tyrant, he not only performed his public services brilliantly, but supported many of his fellow demesmen. It was permitted any who wished of the Lyciadae to come daily to his house and receive moderate provisions. Furthermore, he left all his fields fenceless, that any one who pleased might help himself to the fruit. Evidently, the Areopagites too supported him in his conservative Philo-Laconian policy. By such means he was able, whenever present at Athens, to control an overwhelming majority in the assembly. Revolt of the Helots, a Messenian war. It was on one of these occasions, shortly after the close of the Thasian campaign, that a crisis came in the relations between Athens and Lacedaemon. Sparta had been afflicted by a terrible earthquake, which left but 5 houses standing and destroyed many of her people. It was still more ominous for the state that the Helots, who had looked to Pausanias to deliver them from bondage, and now saw in the earthquake the vengeance of heaven for the Spartan sacrilege committed in connection with his death, revolted and were joined by 2 Periesic towns. As the majority of Helots were Messenians, the rebellion is known as the Messenian War. The insurgents seized Mount Ithom, and as the Lacedaemonians proved unable to reduce the place by assault or siege, they asked aid of their allies, including the Athenians. When the Lacedaemonian ambassador reached Athens with the request, a vehement debate ensued between Cimon and Ephialtes in the assembly as to whether aid should be given in accordance with the existing treaty. The latter strenuously urged his fellow citizens to take advantage of their rivals' misfortune and to let the arrogance of Sparta be crushed and trodden in the dust, whereas Cimon as vigorously favored the motion to send help, that Greece might not be lame of 1 foot or Athens draw her lot without her yoke-mate. Cimon won, and marched to the relief of Sparta with a considerable force of heavy infantry. The departure of these conservatives with their leaders was doubtless welcome to the reformers, who forthwith concentrated their attack upon that stronghold of conservatism, the Council of the Areopagus. Ephialtes and his associates proposed and carried a succession of laws which deprived that body of all political functions, transferring them to the Council of 500, the courts, and the assembly. Quarrel between Athens and Lacedaemon, 462. Meanwhile, the expedition of the Athenians to Ithom led to their first open quarrel with the Lacedaemonians, for the latter, not succeeding in storming the place, took alarm at the bold and original spirit of the Athenians. They reflected that the men of Athens were aliens in race, and feared that if they were allowed to remain, they might be tempted by the Helots to change sides. They dismissed them, while retaining the other allies. Concealing their mistrust, however, they only explained that they no longer had need for their services. The Athenians returned home in great rage at this insult. Cimon at once attempted to undo the political reform accomplished during his absence, but met only with taunts of overfondness of Sparta and for looseness in his private life. As Ephialtes had been assassinated by political enemies, the contest was now between Cimon and Pericles. Early in 461, recourse was had to a vote of ostracism, which resulted in the banishment of Cimon. Sicily and Italy, 480-461. Gelon and Theron. Meanwhile, the Greeks of Sicily and southern Italy were experiencing political and social changes roughly parallel to the development of older Hellas. The great success of Gelon in dispelling the Carthaginian peril added to the prestige and power of his city. All the Greeks of Sicily now acknowledge his war leadership with the exception of Acrogas and her dependencies, whose ruler Theron remained his close friend and ally. Thus, it was that under the hegemony of Syracuse there grew up a Sicilian union comparable with the Hellenic League under Lacedaemonian supremacy. Through respect for its military power, the Carthaginians abstained from molesting the Western Greeks for a period of 70 years, 480-409. Notwithstanding internal strife and wars with other Greeks and with the natives of the interior, Vast advances were made during this era in material prosperity and in civilization. Growth of Syracuse. In far earlier times, the city of Syracuse had outgrown the island of Ortygia and had extended over the neighboring height of Acradina. Gelon greatly increased its population by bringing to it the wealthier inhabitants of neighboring towns, settling most of them in Acradina. This quarter he surrounded with strong walls, considerable stretches of which may still be traced. But the population rapidly outgrew the enclosed space, and flourishing suburbs sprang up to the west of Acradina. Gelon connected the island with the mainland by a mole, and established arsenals and barracks for the mercenaries who upheld its power. Not least among his public works is an aqueduct still in use, which supplied the city with excellent water. There yet stands in good condition in Ortygia a temple of Athena, now used as a Christian church. It was probably built before Gelon. A new era in architecture, however, began with the Battle of Himera. The sale of the vast booty furnished the means, and the victory the inspiration, for the erection of temples and other public works of which we have but slight remains. The tyranny becomes a monarchy. Gelon had shown himself utterly unscrupulous in seizing the tyranny and in maintaining his power. Moreover, he had treated the poorest class of conquered towns with rare harshness. The Battle of Himera, however, turned grumblings to gratitude and exalted the tyrant to a champion of Hellas. Of this change in public opinion, Gelon availed himself for legitimatizing his rule. Appearing in civilian dress in the midst of an unarmed assembly of citizens, he offered to render an account of his administration. Astonished at this confidence in them, and admiring him for the democratic act, the people unanimously hailed him as their king, their benefactor, and the deliverer of their country. Thereafter he and his successors in the dynasty were spoken of as kings. An era of peace and of unwonted prosperity now set in. Since Gelon's temper had grown as mild as his works were magnificent, the people idolized him while living, and when he died, 478, they erected over him a stately tomb, paying him heroic honors as the founder of their city. Growth of Acragas. Meanwhile, Theron, in like manner, was making his city, Acragas, second only to Syracuse in population, strength, and magnificence. In both cities, the public works were erected mostly by slave labor. As spoils of the victory at Himera, the men of Acragas got for their share a great number of captives, with which they enriched their city and the surrounding country. So great was the multitude of their prisoners that many a citizen acquired no less than 500 slaves. Many, too, were retained by the state and employed in cutting stone for the temples of the gods and in constructing aqueducts for the water supply. Theron strongly fortified the city. Along the southern wall he began building a chain of temples, finished after his death. Among the ruins still extensive, the best preserved is the misnamed Temple of Concordia, a graceful little shrine that has not in fact revealed the name of its deity. The buildings of both cities were of limestone, whose exposed surfaces were stuccoed and painted. Necessarily, they wanted the refined beauty of marble, and they fell short of the Attic standards of taste. Yet the two great Sicilian cities had attractions of their own, a richness of material life and a splendor of power that inspired the genius of Pindar. In beauty, Acragas was the eye of Sicily, lover of splendor, most charming among the cities of men, haunt of Persephone. Syracuse was the precinct of warrior Ares, of iron-armed men and steeds, the nursing place divine. Hieron, 478-467, Italy. Gelon was succeeded by his brother Hieron, in whose reign Sicily came into closer relations with Italy. Undismayed by the overthrow of their allies, the Etruscans were now bent upon the complete subjugation of Campania. When Cumae found herself threatened by them on land and sea, she called on Hieron for aid. His fleet came and inflicted a mortal blow on the Etruscan naval power, 474. With good hope could Pindar now pray the son of Cronos to grant that the Phoenician and the Tuscan war cry be hushed at home, since they have beheld the calamity of their ships that befell them before Cumae, even how they were smitten by the captain of the Syracusans, who, from their swift ships, hurled their youth into the sea, to deliver Hellas from the bondage of the oppressor. Henceforth, the Etruscan power, which had menaced all Italy, declined. The Latins, and especially Rome, their chief city, were friendly toward the Hellenes, and were adopting from them many elements of culture. With the Sabellian peoples, too, of the interior, the Greeks were long at peace, and these conditions made possible the accumulation of wealth in the Hellenic states, to the advantage of the useful and fine arts, philosophy, and the comforts and pleasures of life. Some of the states, as Cumae and Rhegium, were under tyrannies like those of Sicily. Locri and Tarentum were aristocratic, whereas most of the Achaean cities were ruled by Pythagorean fraternities. From tyranny to republic. The spirit of liberty and equality, which was working its spell upon the minds of older Hellas, lived, too, among the Western Greeks. The ability and beneficence of the great rulers of Acragas and Syracuse guaranteed the survival of monarchy in Sicily during their lives. In fact, this form of government received a new luster from Hieron's court, which had become the most splendid center of culture in Hellas, the gathering place of her most gifted poets, philosophers, and artists. It is clear, however, that both he and Theron had their troubles with discontented subjects. After their deaths, their successors, men of base character and mean ability, were swept from their thrones by the rising tide of liberty. Before the end of 466, all the Sicilian states were free and had adopted governments more or less democratic. Under the new regime, the cities tended to political isolation, yet acknowledged the moral leadership of Syracuse. About the same time, a democratic wave swept over Italy, converting tyrannies and aristocracies into more popular form of government. The Pythagoreans, however, maintained themselves for some years longer. Troubles of the Republics, 463-461. In the new republics, great confusion arose over the respective rights of the old citizens and those admitted by the tyrants. The trouble was complicated by the fact that the tyrants had arbitrarily transferred much valuable real estate from the former to the latter class. Civil war raged over all Sicily between these conflicting parties. The old citizens triumphed, and in 461 a general Sicilian Congress, meeting at Syracuse, settled the agrarian controversy. The old citizens were restored to their properties, and the others were compensated by lands to be granted them as colonists in the interior of the island. The republics were now firmly established, and though now wholly free from internal conflicts, Sicily entered upon a new and greater prosperity. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13. Age of the War Heroes. 2. Society and Culture. 479 to 461. Eastern and Western Hellas compared. In the generation that defended Hellas against the assaults of Persia and Carthage, social conditions in the western colonies and in the mother country, though outwardly presenting certain contrasts, were at basis similar. The same poets and philosophers ministered to the intellectual needs of both regions, and the temples of Acragas and Syracuse were not inferior in beauty to those of Aegina and Olympia. In contrast with the material wealth and splendor of Sicily and Italy, we may place the steadier and more substantial character of Spartans and Athenians. The brief view of life and thought offered in this chapter aims to represent the Hellenes in general, and more particularly the Athenians, whose social life has for us a deeper interest as the precursor of the splendid age of Pericles. The aristocratic spirit of Athenian society. In spite of the democratic reforms of Cleisthenes, Athenian society remained aristocratic. Political leadership was still the exclusive prize to be striven for by a few great families. It is true that some of the most powerful gentes had either been totally destroyed or brought to the verge of ruin. The Pisistratidii were in perpetual exile as men accursed of heaven. The condemnation of Miltiades had been a terrible blow to the Phyllidae, and it required all the prestige of his son Simon, won through brilliant victories, magnificent generosity, and personal charm, to rehabilitate the family. A greater disgrace had fallen upon the Alcmeonidae, the gens of Cleisthenes, through their association with the tyrannists in the political struggles which intervened between the battles of Marathon and Salamis. They had paid the penalty in the ostracism of their representative Megacles, nephew of the famous lawgiver, and still more in the suspicion now hanging over them of having plotted with the enemy during the Marathonian campaign. These circumstances had tarnished the glory of their achievements in building a temple to Apollo at Delphi, in victories at the great national games, and in restoring the democracy at Athens. Yet they propped up their house by fortunate marriages. The hand of Agariste, sister of Megacles, had been taken by Xanthippus, the Athenian admiral at Mycale, and an undoubted patriot. Years afterward, Isodice, another daughter of the house, was given in marriage to Simon. It was left to a son of the former marriage, Pericles, to shed an eternal lustre of his mother's family, which during the "period of the war heroes" had no enviable part in public life. Aristides, son of Lysimachus, was likewise a Eupatrid, and married into the wealthy gens of Callias. On the question of his poverty, it may be granted as possible that in later life he lost his property through misfortune, yet he certainly had an estate, evidently a farm near Phalerum, sufficiently great to qualify him for the archonship. Apparently his rival Themistocles, as has been explained, had common interests with the commercial class, but his membership in the gens of the Lycomidae, who were priests at the shrine of initiation at Phyla, their deme, proves him to be of Eupatrid blood. Aeschylus, 524 to 456. In the same class with these men of action may be placed one who desired above all things to be considered a loyal citizen who had done good service for his country at Marathon, the poet Aeschylus. In his days the man of deeds was greater than the artist, and it is almost in spite of himself that we describe him as a literary man, most creative of ancient dramatists. In his hands the action had greater scope, though still secondary to the chorus. Not merely the intense productivity of his genius, but the splendid qualities of his 7 surviving dramas place him among the world's greatest poets. Pindar, about 520 to 441. Contemporary with Aeschylus lived Pindar, a Boeotian, the most famous of lyrists. Like Aeschylus, he was nobly born, but he was also a priest by family right. We know him chiefly through his choral songs in honor of victors at the great national games. Of other poems we have a few precious fragments. A younger contemporary was Bacchylides of Chios, a lyric poet like Pindar, though inferior in genius. The discovery, 1896, of a papyrus containing several entire odes of this poet, in addition to fragments, make him a useful source for the cultural history of the period. On Aeschylus, Pindar, and Bacchylides, we have to depend largely for knowledge of the best thought and sentiment of Athens and Hellas in the age of Hieron, Themistocles, and Cimon. Divine virtues of the aristocracy. In a small class of Athenian nobles, and in wider circles within less progressive states, there survived an intensely aristocratic spirit, which found brilliant expression in Pindar. For the glory of his class, he has transmuted into excellence certain blemishes of the older mythology. In the loves of gods for mortal women, he sees the working of a beneficent purpose for grafting divine virtues on the human race. From such unions sprang the heroes of old, patterns of manly virtue. Their natures were the heritage of the families which they founded, and which formed the nobility of every Hellenic state. Fortunate is the city ruled by such a stock. Quote, "Happy is Lacedaemon, blessed is Thessaly. In both reigneth a race sprung from one sire, from Heracles, bravest in the fight." End quote. While the youthful scion of such a family wins the Pythian and the Olympic victories which Pindar celebrates in song, his elders apply themselves to politics. Quote, "His noble brethren also will we praise, because they exalt and make great the Thessalians' commonwealth, for in the hands of good men lieth the good piloting of the cities wherein their fathers ruled." End quote. Natural endowment versus acquired learning. In this aristocratic philosophy of life, a large place is inevitably held by natural endowment, as contrasted with acquired skill. Yet nothing can be achieved without toil. Quote, "By inborn worth doth one prevail mightily, yet whoso hath but precepts is a vain man, and is fain now for this thing and now again for that. Yet a sure step planneth he not at any time, but handleth countless enterprises with a purpose that achieveth not." End quote. Quote, "If one be born with excellent gifts, then may another who sharpeneth his natural edge speed him, God helping, to an exceeding weight of glory. Without toil there have triumphed a very few." End quote. Quote, "Each hath his several art, but in straight paths it behoveth him to walk, and to strive hard wherein his nature setteth him. Thus worketh strength in act, and mind in counsels." End quote. The noble youth. Even in youth is made manifest the righteous mind of the ideal Lord. Quote, "For he was a boy with boys, yet in counsels an old man of 100 years. The evil tongue he rubbeth of its loud voice, and hath learned to abhor the insolent. Neither will he make strife against the good, nor tarry when he hath a deed in hand. A brief span hath opportunity for man, but of him it is known surely when it cometh, and he waiteth thereon, a servant, but no slave. End quote. The nobility in war. Such men of noble heritage and athletic training stood ready in need to endure the brunt of battle for their country. And when bronze-shielded Ares has given one over to death, quote, "Yet there remaineth for the valiant a recompense of renown. For let whoso amid the cloud of war from his beloved country wardeth off the bloody shower, and worketh havoc in the enemy's host, know assuredly that for the race of his fellow citizens he maketh their renown wax mightily, yea, when he is dead, even as while he was yet alive." End quote. Public and social service. Constant too is he in worship, quote, "at all festivals of the gods, devoted with guileless soul to peace and to the welfare of his state," end quote, employing his wealth for the public good, in patronage of the arts cultivated by his class, and in hospitality. Quote, "Sweet is his spirit toward the company of his guests, yea, sweeter than the honeycomb, the toil of bees." End quote. A social gathering. We catch interesting glimpses of the social life in the banquets of men. Ion, a poet of Chios, tells of such a social gathering which he attended at Athens when a boy. After the libation of wine to the gods, the guests asked Simon to sing, and he complied with such success as to win the warm applause of the company. Here was a man who had never studied music, but who, to amuse his fellow guests, was willing to sing, probably a rollicking sailor song. Afterward, he told the company the cleverest thing he had done in his life, how in the division of spoils he had outwitted the wily Ionians under his command. But the joy of one of these banquets, and the dreams stimulated by wine, Bacchylides has well described. Quote, "When, as the cups go swiftly round, a sweet subduing power warms the heart, and blending with the gifts of Dionysus, a presage of the Cyprian goddess flutters the mind. That power sends a man's thought scaring. Straightway he is stripping cities of their diadem of towers. He dreams that he shall be monarch of the world. His halls gleam with gold and ivory. Over the sunlit sea his sweet ships bring wealth untold from Egypt. Such are the raptures of the reveler's soul." End quote. Simon, youth, and man. As a young man, Simon had acquired an unenviable reputation for disorderly habits and excesses in drink. Handsome enough with his tall stature and thick curly locks, he displayed but a dull wit and won no better nickname than Simpleton. Yet in later years he developed a noble character, able in command by land or sea, incorruptible, public-spirited, social, and generous. Any demesman was at liberty uninvited to pluck his fruit or sit at his table. And whenever he went through the streets, he was accompanied by servants who distributed clothes and money among the needy citizens. The social side of Themistocles. Themistocles, on the other hand, a man of superior dignity and of vastly greater mental power, lacked the faculty of unbending at social gatherings. Delighting in hospitality, he gave sumptuous banquets, and though he did not venture to sing to his guests, he kept in his home a famous lyrist for their entertainment. His social field, however, was the marketplace and the Nyx. There he met the citizens and saluted each one by name, and they, pleased with this individual attention, thought there was no man in the world like Themistocles. They readily brought him their disputes for arbitration, and in such cases he always showed himself a just judge. Again, when as general he was asked to break the law for the benefit of his friend Simonides, he replied, quote, You would be no good poet if you composed contrary to metrical rules, and I no good magistrate if I should grant a favor in violation of the laws." End quote. It was this reputation, rather than that given him by enemies, which caused Hellenic states to choose him arbitrator of their disputes. Democratic tendency of society, Aeschylus. In Athens, thought and custom gravitated irresistibly toward democracy. The great representative of the tendency was Aristides, whose whole heart was in the work of social and political equalization, whereas Themistocles, a man of aristocratic taste, championed the cause as a means to the aggrandizement of his state. In literature, Aeschylus, though a Eupatrid, glows with a passion for freedom and gives his sympathy without reserve to the lowly. Against the aristocratic tradition which made the Eupatrid good and God-beloved, and the poor base and vicious, Aeschylus upholds a more rational view of right and wrong and of their reward and punishment. Quote, "Wealth is no protection for a man who in full-fed insolence kicks into annihilation the mighty altar of justice. But the resistless child of 80 tempts him on. To his prayer no god lends an ear, but destroys the unjust man." End quote. In the poor, no less than in rich, live virtues. Quote, "Justice shines in smoke-grimed homes and honors the life that is righteous. With averted eyes she leaves the gold-bespangled palaces by polluted hands defiled, and goes to the abode that is holy, not reverencing the power of wealth sealed with spurious renown, and all things she guides to their appointed end." End quote. He makes us understand the feelings of a woman who has been taken captive in war, enslaved, and subjected to injustice and brutality. Quote, "And I, the gods have crushed me in the fall of my far-off, war-leaguered home, have haled me from my father's house a thrall unto an evil doom, and I must brook the brutal recklessness. My life is not mine to control, which calls injustice justice, must suppress the loathing of my soul." End quote. Such sentiments had their effect upon his audience. Perhaps his greatest social interest was in woman, whose traditional standing in society was now suffering impairment. The social standing of women, their social power. We have seen the great families of Athens connecting themselves closely with one another by intermarriage. It was still no uncommon thing, too, for a noble to take a wife from abroad. In fact, the number of great men descended from non-Athenian mothers in the period before and immediately after the Persian War is remarkable. They include Cleisthenes, Miltiades, Cimon, and Themistocles. However these foreign women may have been received in society, they certainly brought no disgrace or political handicap upon their illustrious sons. The story that because of the foreign extraction of his mother, Themistocles was base-born is an idle tale, invented probably by some ignorant rhetorician. He was as thoroughly a citizen as Cleisthenes and Cimon, and had the same right to hold office. It was in full accord, too, with prevailing custom that he gave his daughter Italia in marriage to a citizen of Chios. The women who were thus taken and given in marriage were not mere pawns on the political chessboard. Whether at Athens or among her neighbors, high-born ladies were freer and wielded greater social influence in this aristocratic period than did those of the Periclean age and after. This fact is noticeable in the pages of Herodotus, who, having breathed the same aristocratic atmosphere, has been able to appreciate the power of woman in the earlier history of his race. We find the same condition reflected in the poetry of the age. In the opinion of Bacchylides, Aegine could have no greater praise than the patriotic songs of her girls. Quote, Yea, and thy glory is a theme for the high vaunt of some maiden, as oft with her white feet she moved o'er thy sacred soil, bounding lightly as a joyous fawn toward the flowery hills with her glorious neighbors and companions. And when they have crowned themselves with wreaths of young flowers and of reeds, in the festive fashion of their isle, they hymn thy power, O Queen of the thrice hospitable land. On domestic women. The lyrics of Pindar now extant are not such as to light up for us the family circle, but here and there we discover in them a gleam of life within the household. Of undomestic women the Greeks had examples among the goddesses, especially military Athena and huntress Artemis. Naturally, they reappear in myths, and the type seems familiar to the poet. Such was Cyrene, who, quote, loved not the pacings to and fro before the loom, nor the delights of feasting with her fellows within the house, but with bronze javelins and a sword she fought against and slew wild beasts of prey, yea, and much peace and surety she gave thereby to her father's herds. More frequent were the girls whose young minds were entranced by the beauty and the prowess of the youthful athlete. Not seldom in song was the bride a prize in foot or chariot race. The social freedom of her sex was such as to admit of a, quote, wedlock in which hearts are wedded, graced with marriage tables and the sound of many voices in hymeneal song, such as the bride's girl mates are wont to sing at eventide with merry minstrelsy. The ideal woman is the mother of warriors and athletes, the mistress of a household, wherein, quote, abideth love steadfastly. This ideal may well have been realized in the life of Cimon and his wife Isadice, of whom he was passionately fond, and whose death left him inconsolable. A poet friend tried in elegies to moderate his grief. The fact that poetry could be devoted to such a purpose may be placed among the indications of a higher social regard for woman than can be proved for the following generation. Similarly, the wife of Themistocles had her own way with her husband, if indeed there be a grain of truth in the anecdote which represents Themistocles as speaking thus to his young son, quote, you have more power than anyone else in Greece, for the Athenians command the rest of the Greeks, I command the Athenians, your mother commands me, and you command your mother. The emancipated woman. Elpinice, the social freedom of young women. An example of the quote-unquote emancipated woman, strong of character and a power in politics, yet doubtless personally winsome, was Elpinice, sister of Cimon. Callias the wealthy, falling in love with her, obtained her hand in marriage. She charmed the famous painter Polygnotus, who introduced her portrait among the Trojan matrons in one of his great mural scenes. As an example of her political influence, we may cite the fact that she successfully intervened with Pericles in favor of her brother when he was prosecuted. A woman who thus freely walked in public could not escape the vile tongues of slander. We may feel confident, however, that her freedom wrought her no actual harm. It is significant, too, that there remains even in this age at least occasional love-making and courtship preliminary to marriage. This was true not only of Elpinice, but of Themistocles' daughter. Of two rivals the father favored the man of worth, rather than the one who was wealthy, explaining that he preferred a man without riches to riches without a man. The presence of daughters at banquets given by their father is reflected in a drama by Aeschylus. Quote, often and often had her sire's halls thrilled to the glad outpouring of her songs by the table banquet laden, when the wine drops were spilled, and the pure-voiced maiden called down heaven's blessings in chants adoring. Under these circumstances, A girl, while willing to submit to the inevitable, might hope for a congenial mate and for happiness in marriage. Quote, "Ah, hush! What thing fate meanest to bring, even that and none other must needs betide. The purpose designed of the mighty mind of Zeus none crosseth nor turneth aside. Yet, oh that my fate, that my wedded state might now at the last be peace and bliss, such as many a woman had known ere this." End quote. They should have a voice, therefore, in choosing their husbands. The idea of brutally comparing girls to marry men they abhor, whom to escape they would gladly die, is denounced in the strongest terms by Aeschylus. This poet must have had an opportunity to study women, only possible on the assumption that they mingled socially with men, and he must have found excellent material for his dramatic portraits. His strongest human character is a woman, Queen Clytemnestra, who possessed great intellectual strength and a quote, "man's way planning hoping heart." End quote. In killing her husband, she but served as a link in the resistless chain of blood revenge. Social forces for the seclusion of women. But the honorable and relatively free place of woman in society was not assured. There were forces at work for her seclusion, which likewise find a mouthpiece in one of the characters of Aeschylus. Quote, "Never, either in trouble or in dear prosperity, may I have to dwell with womankind. For if they have the upper hand, their effrontery is such that one cannot keep their company, and if they are in fear, they are a yet greater nuisance to the state. Matters out of doors are the care of the men. Let not a woman have a voice in them. Keep you at home, and thus cause no further mischief." End quote. An objection to her having a hand in affairs was found in certain alleged defects of her character. Quote, "It is natural to the impulsive character of woman to assent to what is pleasing in preference to what is certainly known. Too credulous the boundaries of her mind, and encroached on by swift inroads, and a report spread by her perishes by a quick fate." End quote. Dawn of a masculine age. After these restrictions on her activity, the next step was to rob woman of her motherhood. Contrary to the principle of Attic law, that the son could be alienated from the mother by no legal process whatsoever, the Apollo of this generation declares the son to be of no kin with the mother, the father to be the only parent. At hand was the hard masculine age of Pericles, whose political intensity reduced woman and home life to a minimum. In keeping is the strongly masculine character of Athena. As president of the tribunal that voted the acquittal of Orestes for the murder of his mother, she renders her opinion in the following words. Quote, "With me it rests to give my sentence last. I to Orestes' cause shall add this vote. For mother is there none that gave me birth. I am holy, save for marriage, with the male with all my soul. I take the father's side. Of so much less account I hold the death of her who slew her lord, the household's head." End quote. The family. The hereditary curse. In spite of tendencies detrimental to woman, the family remained a sacred institution, whose religious object was the worship of the dead and of the other household gods. It is meet that men grieve for the ills of their house, love their kin, and honor their parents next to God. Quote, "Even as the father's soul warmeth for his lawful son, and he prayeth that his children's children preserve and with acquired glory amplify the honors of the family." End quote. Any disturbance of this harmony is monstrous. Quote, "If there be enmity between kin, the fates stand aside and would fain hide the shame." End quote. Most heinous is the shedding of kindred blood. Axion, the Cain of Hellenic legend, the first to commit this awful sin, chained in punishment to a winged wheel, writhes in everlasting agony. Far from being pardonable, this crime grows and produces other more terrible crimes. The house of Cadmus, founder of Thebes, is doomed to misfortune because it has offended the gods in various ways. Oedipus, heir to the power and the woes of this stock, is driven unwittingly to the commission of a dreadful sin. He suffers unspeakable agony of mind, and his children inherit the curse. His daughter Antigone is buried alive. His 2 sons kill each other in civil war. The whole family sinks to ruin. In this case, the guilt, growing from generation to generation, brings its legitimate punishment. Salvation through suffering. But the gods are merciful, and have provided a way of escape from sin. This principle is illustrated in the house of Agamemnon. His father had committed an enormous crime, and he had inherited the curse. By it he was driven madly to more serious offenses. He sacrificed his own daughter, Iphigenia, before sailing to Troy, and after capturing the city, he violated the temples and altars of its gods. When, therefore, he returned home, he reaped his reward, stabbed to death by his wife Clytemnestra. Next, their sons Orestes, as the avenger of his father, murdered his mother. The guilt he had inherited brought forth this monstrous fruit. Then the furies of his mother pursued him, tormenting him with the most intense suffering. But this agonizing experience brought him knowledge of the law of righteousness and of his duty to it. Suffering taught him obedience. Thereupon he was purified by Apollo at Delphi, and acquitted by the council of the Areopagus, sitting under the presidency of Athena. In this way the family was ultimately saved from the consequences of its guilt. Quote, Zeus has placed mortals in the path to wisdom, and has ordained that suffering bring instruction. For even in sleep the painful memory of woe, presenting itself to the heart, instills obedience, which comes thus to the unwilling, and surely this is a mercy of the gods, who sit on their awful thrones with power to compel. End quote. By these means, with God's aid, a family works out its own redemption in suffering. But for future tranquility, there is need of resignation. Quote, We shall know our fate clearly with the morning dawn. End quote. The growing love of peace. The tempering of justice with mercy described above is in keeping with a growing spirit of kindliness which expresses itself in diverse forms. In truth, we are surprised to discover in this martial age so much humanity, so strong yearnings for peace. In the poets there is less of the glory of war than of its cruelty and suffering. Aeschylus details the soldier's hardships. Quote, Of travail might I tell, bleak bivouac, of iron-bound coasts, hard lying, groans on groans, who knows how many, through the straitened days. Then came new ills on land to vex us more. Hard by our foes' walls, through the nights we lay, and dews from heaven, and reek of marshy mead, down drizzled, clammy cleaving, rotting vest, and making man's hair like a wild beast's fell. But oh, to tell of winters that slew birds, by snows of Ida made intolerable, of heats when on his mid-noon couch the sea unrippled sank and slept, and no breath stirred. End quote. Inconceivably horrible is the sacking of a city. Quote, Pitiable it is to thrust down to Hades this venerable city, captive of the savage spear, shamefully wasted in crumbling dust by the Achaean chief. Alas, that maids and matrons, their vesture rent, be dragged away by the hair as horses by the mane, while the people with mingled wailings meet their doom, and in their midst the rifled city cries aloud, I dread your evil fate. Sad that tender girls unwed should exchange the shelter of their homes for the bitter path of slavery. Shall I not count the dead in better plight than they? Many are the ills a conquered city suffers. This man drags one captive, another he murders, that quarter he sets in flames. The whole town is sullied with smoke, and Ares, raving wild, fans the flame violating religion. The poet grieves, too, with those at home for the dear ones lost in battle. Alas and alas for thy tale of these, dear friends sea-whelmed, tossed to and fro, dead forms that sway with the tumbling seas in their endless ebb and flow. They are mangled in dread sea-whirl pits wild, and the flesh that we loved is torn by the dumb-lipped child of the undefiled. For its lord doth the void home mourn, and the childless fathers cry in a passion of agony, as the stroke that has fallen from on high now first to their ears is borne. The chafing of the people under miseries caused by needless wars, their hatred of the magistrates who were responsible for these sufferings, made for peace, whose coming appears, even as after the wintry gloom, in the flowery months, the earth blossometh with red roses. Consistently the poet prays God to defer unto the uttermost an impending trial of valor against foreign spears, and to grant unto the sons of the men of Aetna for a long time a portion in good laws, and to make their people to dwell among the glories that the citizens have won. Yea, and peace, mighty goddess, brings forth wealth for mortals, and the flowers of honeyed song. Her gift it is that thigh flesh of oxen and of fleecy sheep is burnt to the gods in yellow flame on carven altars, and that youths disport themselves with bodily feats, and with flutes and revels. The webs of red-brown spiders are on the iron-bound handles of shields. Sharp-pointed spears and two-edged swords are a prey to rust. No blast of bronze trumpet is heard. Sleep of gentle spirit, that comforts the heart at dawn, is not stolen from the eyelids. Joyous feasting abounds in the streets, and songs in praise of youth flame forth. O kindly peace, daughter of righteousness, exclaims Pindar, thou that makest cities great and holdest the supreme keys of councils and of wars, thou knowest how alike to give and take gentleness in due season. Thou also, if any have moved thy heart unto relentless wrath, doth terribly confront the enemy's might, and sinkest insolence in the sea. Religion, one supreme being. Not only the growing kindliness of the age, but also its religious spirit found their clearest expression in the poets, especially in Pindar and Aeschylus. The former was more conservative, the latter more progressive, yet both hold to the hereditary faith of their race, exalted and purified by splendid intelligence and brilliant imagination. In touch with the best thought of the age, they can only conceive of God as supreme above a host of celestial spirits. Hear, thou whose thoughts are from times eternal, Zeus, blesser and blessed, creator supernal, thou art throned where the lordship of none thou obeyest, beneath no stronger thy sceptre thou swayest. What purpose soever thy spirit conceiveth, the deed as the word thine hand achieveth. His knowledge is equally unlimited. If a man thinketh that in doing aught he shall be hidden from God, he erreth. Apollo, beside his unerring father, giveth heed to his own wisdom, his mind that knoweth all things, in lies it hath no part, neither in act nor in thought may God or man deceive him. At the everlasting centre stone of deep murmuring earth, thou foretellest the future, and what shall come to pass, and whence it shall be, thou discernest perfectly. The gods are pure. The stories of the shameful doings of the heavenly powers are false tales cunningly devised. Such is the story that the gods once feasted on the shoulder of a boy, served up to them by the father. But to me it is impossible to call one of the blessed gods cannibal. Similar fictions are the stories of their wars with one another. O my mouth, fling this tale from thee, for to speak evil of gods is hateful wisdom, and loud and unmeasured words strike a note that trembleth upon madness. Of such things talk thou not, leave war of immortals and all strife aside. God is not only pure, but the author of all good. From thee, O Zeus, cometh to mortals all high excellence. Longer liveth their bliss who have thee in honor. From gods come all means of mortal valor. Hereby come bards and men of mighty hand and eloquent speech. The happiness that is planted by the favor of the gods is most abiding among men. It behoveth thee, therefore, even in the midst of triumph, to pray that the favor of God be unfailing toward the fortune of thee and thine. The poetry and thought of Pindar and Aeschylus. Pindar and Aeschylus combine in the highest degree power, splendor, and sublimity. Both walk on a high plane of religious and moral purity. But the Pindaric glitter reflects the glory of earth and of the gods who lived no higher than Olympus, whereas the words of Aeschylus spring from a loftier spiritual and moral inspiration, yet mark the modesty of one in contrast with the almost pompous pride of the other. Aeschylus, as his epitaph teaches, wished to be remembered not by his splendid dramas, but by his part in the battle of Marathon. This tomb the dust of Aeschylus doth hide, Euphorion's son, and fruitful Gela's pride. How famed his valor Marathon may tell, and long-haired Medes, who knew it all too well. In Pindar's mind, the glory of the games is equalled only by the poet's art. His own calling he esteems above the statuary's skill. No sculptor I, that I should fashion images to rest idly on their pedestals. His words are things of winged life and fleet motion, now honey-bees flitting from tail to tail, now bronze-tipped javelins hurled from the hand, or darts shot from the muse's far-delivering bow, now rushing waves, or a gale of glorious song. His finished poem he aptly compares to a majestic palace, whose marbles glitter in the sunlight. Golden pillars will I set up in the porch of the house of my song, as in a stately palace hall. For it beseemeth that in the forefront of the work the entablature shoot far its splendor. A minstrel of inborn genius, he is like the swift eagle who loves the lone bosom of the cold ether, while far below flock his rivals, men of acquired cleverness merely. Strong in the multitude of words, they are but crows that chatter vainly in strife against the divine bird of Zeus. Fine arts. Importance of the age in art. The age was as notable for the fine arts as for lyric and dramatic poetry. In the history of art, it is designated as a quote-unquote transition from the archaic style to the perfection of the Periclean age. All stages of growth, however, are transitions, and the art of the war generation had as positive merits as any other. In our political study of the Athens of this generation, we have noticed the fortification of the city as a political necessity, leaving its adornment for consideration as an element of culture. The dwellings of the citizens, even of the wealthy, remained modest in size and simple in adornment. Quote, "In private life they practiced so great moderation that even if any of you knew which was the house of Aristides or Miltiades or any of the famous men of old, you would find it no more portentous than any of its neighbors." End quote. This quotation from Demosthenes epitomizes the character of the great men of the Marathonian generation who merged their personality in the citizen body. The most liberal patrons of art were Themistocles and Cimon. The former, with his own means, built near his residence a shrine to quote-unquote best counseling, Artemis, and began preparing the summit of the Acropolis to serve as the sacred precinct of Athena's temples. Then, from the sale of spoil and captives taken at Eurymedon, Cimon built the huge retaining wall along the south edge, which gives the hill its present steepness on that side, and greatly enlarges the area of the summit. Under his supervision, too, was erected, from the spoils of the conflict with Persia, a colossal bronze statue of Athena on the Acropolis, to the west of the old Athena temple, which the Persians had left in ruins. The goddess stood erect, clad in full armor. Her spear, grasped in hand, rested upright on the ground. The visitor to Athens, sailing to Piraeus past Sunium, was made aware of this Athena by the gleam of the sun on her first known work of Phidias, the most celebrated sculptor of all time. Marketplace, Agora. In the lower city, Cimon devoted most of his attention to the marketplace, which lay north of the Areopagus. Here, in his age, and probably under his administration, the Athenians erected their council hall for the sessions of the 500, the rotunda for the Prytanis, and other public buildings. Farther to the north, probably bordering the market on the west, was placed the king's porch, and opposite it, on the east side, the painted porch. The former may have survived the Persian devastation. The latter was erected by a kinsman of Cimon. In the former, the king held office, and the council of the Areopagus met in special sessions. The plan of these early porches is not known. If, as has been reasonably conjectured, the Roman basilica, name and form, was derived from the royal porch, Basileos, Basilike, at Athens, we must assume for the Athenian model an oblong building with an interior colonnade, and possibly, in addition, a portico on the side that faced the market. Illustrations: barber cutting hair and shoe shop from the Boston Museum of Fine Arts. Polygnotus, Battle of Marathon. Part of the interior mural space was occupied by frescoes, and the work of the painted porch was done by Polygnotus of Thasus, whom Cimon had invited to Athens, and with whom other artists collaborated. The most famous of these pictures was the Battle of Marathon, which included among the combatants portraits of the Polemarch Callimachus, of Miltiades, and Aeschylus. Polygnotus was the first great Hellenic painter. No copy of any of his works has survived, and in truth we have little knowledge of his technique, or, apart from vase decoration, of Greek painting in general. Undoubtedly he introduced the art of frescoing from Ionia, where it may have survived even from Minoan times. For the social condition of artists in that age, it is significant that he was a man of noble birth and of ample fortune, who wrought for the love of art and for the honor of the city he helped adorn. His art, so far as we can judge, was simple, with but a faint suggestion of perspective, yet dignified and noble, like the sculptures and dramas of the period. Shade trees, booths, and shops. Other buildings in and about the marketplace need not detain us here. The plane trees planted by Simon in the open space, quite as much as the porticos, afforded a welcome protection from the heat and glare of the sun. The southern part of the area served chiefly political uses, the northern, trade. Dealers in bread, cheese, garlic, fish, wine, and other foodstuffs, in pots and pitchers, in oils, perfumes, and books, had their several wicker booths closely crowded here, and the noises of hawkers and customers, as they bartered and jangled, were like unto the uproar of the pandemonium. In the afternoon, trade yielded to lounging, social talk, and philosophic discussion. Nearby were the shops of barbers, perfumers, shoemakers, and other tradesmen, and to them the Athenians resorted in the evening for meeting friends and making new acquaintances. Theseus and the Theseum. Another building erected in the lower city in this period deserves consideration. When Simon had conquered Cyrus, he brought home from that island what purported to be the bones of the hero Theseus, after they had rested there 400 years. In pursuance of a Delphic oracle, he built, east of the marketplace, a shrine to Theseus, in which these relics were deposited. Quote, "His tomb is a place of refuge for slaves and for all the poor and oppressed, because Theseus in life was the champion and the avenger of the poor, and always kindly hearkened to their prayers." End quote. It was in keeping with the humane spirit of that age, described above, that the Athenians transformed this mythical hero into a sympathetic protector of the lowly. The same process of thought made him the creator of his country's liberty, the founder of democracy. The Academy. Lastly, among Simon's works may be mentioned his improvement of the Academy, a precinct of Athena on the banks of the Sisyphus, northwest of Athens. A gymnasium had stood there from the age of the tyrants, but the spot was dry and unsheltered. Simon converted it into a public garden, well watered and shaded with planes, elms, and other trees, under which there were pleasant walks. There the Athenian boy was wont, quote, "to run races beneath the sacred olives along with some modest aged fellow, crowned with white olives, redolent of yew and careless ease, and of leaf-shedding white poplar, rejoicing in the season of spring, when the plane tree whispers to the elm." End quote. Temples and sculpture. While in our study of this age our interest has centered in Athens, we must bear in mind that equal or even greater public improvements were being made throughout Hellas, that thus far Athens received much more from the rest of Hellas than she gave, that she had neither temples nor works of utility that could compare with those of Acragas and Syracuse already mentioned. Aegina, too, had a beautiful temple, apparently to a local goddess Aphaea, built about the time of the Battle of Salamis, and a quarter of a century later was finished the great temple to Zeus at Olympia. All these shrines had their decorative sculptures, often symbolical of the recent struggle for freedom. Great gains were made in the representation of the human form. The anatomy of the body was now vastly better known, and the fixedness of attitude and expression yielded to mobility and life. Monotony of posture gave way to variety. Miron. The greatest artistic achievement of the age is to be credited to Miron of Athens, the most famous of athletic sculptors. We know him best from his Discobolus, a bronze statue, several marble copies of which are extant. As a piece of sculpture can represent but a single attitude, it must tell its story by suggestion. This problem Miron was the first to solve. His Discobolus stands, quote, "at the top of the swing," and, quote, "with every muscle at its utmost tension, the body wonderfully contorted, yet pleasing in its naturalness and harmony." We read in the momentary attitude the entire story of the quote-unquote record-breaking throw. A defect to be made good by later artists is the calmness of the face, wholly out of keeping with the violent tension of the body. The Charioteer of Delphi. With this piece we may contrast another work of the age by an unknown non-Athenian artist, the bronze statue of the Charioteer of Delphi. Associated with it originally were a chariot and four. The quiet dignity of bearing and the intelligent face, full of character and reserved strength, indicate no ordinary jockey, but a man fit to take part in the councils of state. For in this age, even kings did not despise the role of charioteer. It is undoubtedly the most excellent bronze Greek statue in existence. Illustration: Charioteer at Delphi. The spirit of the age. The last two works mentioned represent contrasting aspects of the same great age: tremendous force, kept well in hand, and austere dignity. These heroic qualities, subordinating prettiness, characterized the Marathonian warriors who dominated the generation. Back of their loud utterance and stiff stride is the stout heart and the high purpose. If a law of development has brought about this harmonious relation of fine arts to human character, that fact can only be taken as evidence of the spontaneous and organic growth of Hellenic civilization. End of Chapter 13.
Chapter 14, The Age of Pericles. 1. Imperialism. 1. Political and military. 461 to 445. Athens, now independent of Sparta, builds up a new alliance. 462 to 1. The Spartan insult to Athenian arms had paralysed the Laconian faction within Athens, and had brought to the front the party of Themistocles and Ephialtes, which was bent on making for their city an independent career in Hellenic politics. Having lived under a monarchy till after the Persian War, the Argives adopted a democratic constitution patterned after the Athenian, and this reform prepared the way to a close alliance. Thessaly, too, whose cities were generally governed by the old nobility, joined the new league. Alliance with Megara, control of the Corinthian Gulf, 459. Soon afterward, the Democratic Party in Megara got the upper hand and sought of Athens protection from her more powerful neighbour Corinth, who was attempting forcibly to annex the little state. Athens welcomed the proposal, and by extending her protectorate over Megaris, acquired a commercial position on the Corinthian Gulf. The arrangement secured for the new ally her independence and easy access to the Athenian markets, in which her people sold their garden products and their manufactured wares. In the following year, when the Helots at Mount Ithome surrendered with the privilege of withdrawing from Peloponnese, Athens settled them at Naupactus, near the mouth of the Corinthian Gulf. She was ambitious to gain over this water the control which she already exercised over the Saronic Gulf. Her principal motive to this policy was the further development of commerce with Italy and Sicily. War between Athens and the Peloponnesians, 458 to 449. The aggression of Athens in these and other quarters, however, stirred her rivals Corinth and Aegina to war. These two states, which had once enjoyed a commercial and naval superiority over Athens, now found their trade choked by the rise of Piraeus and their very existence threatened by Athenian ambition. Although most of her forces were engaged elsewhere, Athens was able to overwhelm the combined navies of the army, to besiege Aegina, and to defeat a Corinthian army which had invaded Megaris. At this time, the fear of a general war with Peloponnese determined Athens to enter vigorously upon the construction of long walls, begun by Cimon to connect the city with Piraeus. They ran parallel about 4.5 miles in length and 550 feet apart, thus enclosing a broad, strongly fortified road from Athens to her chief source of supplies. After this completion, the city could never be effectively besieged so long as her fleet held the sea. The enemy might invade Attica and destroy property, but could not hope to carry the walls by assault. Meanwhile, the Athenians, dwelling in security, could subsist indefinitely on imported food. Battle of Tanagra and of Enophyta, 457. Alliance with Boeotia, Phocis and Locris. This measure brought home to the neighbours of Athens, more forcibly than ever, the warlike intentions of the democratic city. The contagion of her aggressive spirit spread to her friends in Boeotia and Phocis, but moved her rivals to more energetic opposition. The Peloponnesian League introduced an army into Boeotia to encourage the aristocrats of that country in their resistance to Athens, and especially to restore the Boeotian League under the supremacy of Thebes, who through Medism had lost her former leadership. The Athenians marched out to meet this army, and a fierce battle ensued at Tanagra. Having won the victory, the Peloponnesians returned home, leaving Thebes to defend her own supremacy. 2 months later, the Athenians again took the field, overthrew a Boeotian army at Enophyta, and made themselves masters of all Boeotia. Although in most towns they set up popular governments, it seems clear that in some cases they recognised and agreed to support existing oligarchies. Phocis was already an ally. The Locrians were coerced into the league and compelled to give hostages. New Athenian alliances in Peloponnese, fall of Aegina, 457-6. About the same time, Athens conquered some territory from Corinth and won most of Achaea to her alliance. Already Troezen, in which from of old Ionian blood mingled with Dorian, had cast her lot with the kindred city that seemed destined to sweep all eastern Hellas within the sphere of her hegemony. After a siege of 2 years, Aegina surrendered, dismantled her walls, and entered the Delian Confederacy, paying a tribute of 30 talents a year. Height of Athenian power on land, 456. The long walls were now completed, and Athens was secure from every attack by land and sea. The imperial ambition of Pericles seemed to be wholly justified. In a period of 5 years, Athens had built up a continental federation, including parts of Peloponnese, extending continuously from the Isthmus to Thermopylae, and embracing intermittently the inconstant Thessalians. Time for organising this alliance bade fair to create a power on land superior to the Peloponnesian League. The Egyptian expedition, 459-4. The ambition of Athens, however, exceeded her strength. While in need of all her forces at home, she had dared to continue on a large scale her operations against Persia. In 465, Xerxes closed his inglorious reign, murdered by his Grand Vizier, and was succeeded by a son, Artaxerxes, who was too good-natured and too feeble to maintain peace throughout the empire. His chief peril lay in the revolt of Egypt. Having previously sent a fleet of 200 ships against Cyprus, Athens diverted a squadron of it to the support of the rebellion, in the hope of striking the king at the weakest point in his defence and of gaining control of the rich Nile Valley. After several years of campaigning with various fortune in the neighbourhood of Memphis, the armament was destroyed, and few of the crews ever returned to their homes. An additional force of 50 triremes coming too late to their relief suffered the same fate. At the smallest estimate, this expedition entailed a loss of 90 ships with most of their crews. It was a terrible blow to Athens, and yet she could not rest till she had attempted to retrieve the disaster. Chimon's expedition to Cyprus, 449, his death. After the Battle of Tanagra, in which 100 companions of Cimon had proved their loyalty and his by heroism unto death, the great admiral was recalled from exile. In 450 he negotiated a 5 years' truce with Sparta, and the next year led a fleet of 200 ships to attempt once more the liberation of Cyprus. He died during the siege of Citium, but afterwards his troops won a victory by land and sea. It was the last battle in the 40 Years' War between Hellas and Persia. The fleet returned home, however, without gaining any permanent advantage. The death of Cimon was an irreparable loss. He had won more naval battles than any other Greek. Under his command, the Athenians attained to their widest dominion and to the height of their political efficiency. Peace with Persia, 448. It was his greatest praise that after his death, Athens began negotiations with the Persian king for peace. The 2 great expeditions recently sent to the eastern Mediterranean had brought only loss, and there seemed no hope of accomplishing anything by further effort. No one could take Cimon's place, and no great advocate of offensive war against Persia remained. Evidently, too, Pericles began to recognise the limitations on the capacity of Athens, and preferred to husband her resources for the more immediate and narrow objects of his Aegean and peninsular policies. Before his state could vie successfully with Persia for dominion in the eastern Mediterranean, it was necessary for her to build up a broader and stronger empire at the expense of her near neighbours. The Athenians, accordingly, dispatched Callias, once the husband of Elpenice, to Susa to make peace. The proud king refused to acknowledge formally the cession of his Greek provinces in Asia Minor to Athens. He consented, however, to leave them undisturbed by land and sea. Athens, on her part, agreed to cease her attacks upon the possessions of the great king. Though dissatisfied with the slight concession, the Athenians could only accept the terms. True, they were no longer free to indulge in lucrative wars of plunder and imperacy upon the Persian domain, but henceforth they had unrestricted opportunity for commerce with Asia and Egypt, which had once enriched the Asiatic Greeks, and now promised larger returns than aggressive wars and buccaneering. Battle of Coronea, 447. Fall of the Athenian Continental League. While a certain advantage came to Athens from these eastern arrangements, she was unfortunate in the continental alliance recently formed. The Boeotian oligarchs whom Athens had expelled from their cities returned in force and defeated a small detachment of Athenians, taking most of them prisoners. To secure their release, Athens agreed to evacuate Boeotia. This action entailed the loss of Locris and Phocis. Soon afterward, Euboea and Megara revolted, and a Peloponnesian army invaded Attica. Only the energy and diplomacy of Pericles snatched his city from this extreme peril. The Spartan king withdrew, perhaps was bribed. Megara returned to the Peloponnesian League, and the Euboic revolt was crushed. The 30 Years' Peace, 446-5. Pericles and his colleagues saw clearly the exhaustion of their state. The disaster in Egypt, the substantial failure of the great expedition to Cyprus, the heavy loss in men from the domestic wars, and the vast expense of all these undertakings had overstrained the ability of Athens and had necessitated a breathing time. In 445, accordingly, after the Euboic campaign, the Athenians agreed with the Peloponnesians to a 30 years' peace on the basis of the status quo. Athens gave up all her recently acquired continental allies, retaining only Plataea and Naupactus. On the other hand, she received an acknowledgement of her maritime empire. Neither party was to interfere with the allies of the other, but each remained free to make treaties with neutral states. The principle of the open door was established for their commercial relations, and it was agreed that disputes should be settled by arbitration. The lack of a clear understanding as to the means and method of arbitration, however, rendered the last-mentioned article inoperative. However faulty the terms, both parties to the treaty, freed from the heavy burden of the conflict, rejoiced in the advantages of mutual commerce, of internal recuperation, and improvement promised them by the truce. 2. The Athenian Empire. Completion of the change from confederacy to empire, about 454. As the grand scheme of aggrandisement at the expense of Persia and of Hellenic neighbours had for the time being failed, Pericles could now cherish no other political ambition than the more thorough consolidation of the maritime alliance and the strengthening of the city with a view to future efficiency. The policy of converting it into an empire, outlined by Aristides and developed by Cimon, was now brought to completion. One by one the states had been reduced to subjection, till only Lesbos, Chios, and Samos remained free. They paid no tribute, but furnished naval forces for the wars waged under Athenian leadership. It was to their immediate interest to maintain the supremacy of Athens. Hence they willingly stood guard for her over the empire, and even favoured the strengthening of her power. Thus it was on the proposition of the Samians that the treasury was transferred from Delos to Athens. The failure of the Egyptian expedition and the existence of war with the Peloponnesians made this change a measure of precaution for the safety of the fund. But the event so increased the preponderance of Athens as to mark, better than any other, the end of the transformation from confederacy to empire. The General Congress, which had long been insignificant, now wholly disappeared. Athens became the centre of the system, and Athena took the place of Apollo as its guardian deity. Use of the imperial funds, the tribute districts. It was the intention of Pericles to fulfil the duty of Athens towards the Confederacy by policing the Aegean Sea, and to use the remainder of the tributes for purely Athenian objects, including the payment of the citizens for civil as well as for military service and the erection of public works at the capital. For the more effective collection of tributes, he divided the empire into 5 districts: Ionia, the Hellespont, Thrace, Caria, and the islands. The levies were reapportioned every 4 years by Athenian officials. In case an allied state felt itself unjustly assessed, it could only petition for a reconsideration. New treaties with individual states. Generally, new treaties were made one by one with the individual states, imposed by the Athenian government and formally accepted by the allies. In Erythrae, for example, a garrison was established, whose commander was virtually governor of the city. Under him was a council of 120, taken annually by lot from the citizens above 30 years of age. All the Erythraeans swore to be faithful to Athens, and the annual council took oath not to revolt or to encourage rebellion. The courts of the city retained jurisdiction in ordinary capital cases as well as in lesser crimes. The city was to send sacrificial victims to the Panathenea, and any Erythraean who chanced to be present at the festival was to have a share of the offering. The relations were to be not merely political, but religious and social. The treatment of Chalcis was somewhat more severe. The Euboeans had brought Athens into great danger by revolting at a critical moment, and had wantonly massacred the crew of an Athenian ship. The worst offenders, including the knightly class in Chalcis, were expelled and their lands occupied by Athenian colonists. The Chalcidians were treated nearly the same as the Erythraeans. They were deprived, however, of the right to try capital cases involving disfranchisement, exile, or death. Such offences had to be brought before the Athenian courts. Other states were still more restricted in their jurisdiction. The Athenian colony planted in Histia had to send to the mother city all cases involving more than 10 drachmas. Extent of the imperial jurisdiction. Ground has been taken by some modern scholars that these restrictions applied not only to crimes, but also to civil suits between the members of the allied community. So much, however, cannot be proved by the sources. Such a requirement, too, would seem an intolerable incubus upon business, altogether inconsonant with the Athenian aim to foster prosperity throughout her empire. Opponents of the Periclean policy naturally exaggerated the interference. Even on the most favourable interpretation, however, the number of cases brought to Athens was great. Any citizen of an allied state was liable to appear before an Athenian court as plaintiff or defendant, and this circumstance tended to foster in him a cringing spirit. He is compelled to behave as a suppliant in the courts of justice, and to grasp the hands of the jurymen as they come in. For this reason, the allies find themselves more and more in the position of slaves to the Athenians. When no great interest of their own was at stake, the Athenian jurors were impartial. Conscious of their high calling as imperial judges, they loved and followed justice for its own sake. On the common ground of Attic law, they met the allies as their equals. In the case of a community against an Athenian official, their sympathies gravitated inevitably towards the former. Thus it was that the majority received better justice from Athens than formerly they had from their own local courts. The masses were assured protection from their oligarchs. The masters of the empire were strict in collecting tribute, and severe in punishment of rebellion, but gentle in their treatment of the loyal. To maintain our rights against equals, to be politic with superiors, and moderate towards inferiors, is the way of safety. Imperial weights, measures, and coins. For commercial reasons, and quite as much through pride in their imperial rule, the Athenians forced their money as well as their weights and measures upon the allies, whose local mints were restricted to small denominations. For Athens and the islands, the standard was still silver, and the denomination most in use was the 4 drachma piece, about 73 cents, with its archaic head of Athena and the owl, an honest though inartistic coin, as acceptable throughout the civilized world as French or British gold is today. In the Anatolian cities, the standard was the electrum stata, usually worth 25 silver drachmas, for coins of this metal were essential to trade with the interior and the Pontic region. The extension of Attic weights, measures, and coins, along with the Attic language and laws, pointed to the ultimate consolidation of the empire in a single state. This end, however, could only have been reached through the long continuance of the empire. Lack of representation in the government of the empire. Citizenship in the leading city no ally demanded, so far as we know, and had it been offered, few perhaps would have accepted. In far later time, the wholesale extension of the Roman franchise to the Mediterranean world did not prove an unmixed good. The fundamental defect in the Athenian imperial system, however, is sufficiently obvious to us. The allies were given no hope of ever acquiring representation in the central government. but were convinced that Athens was bent on forever maintaining her place, not as president, but as master. Hence the political leaders of the Allied states, with scarcely an exception, seized every opportunity to revolt. It was this weakness, accordingly, that made the system short-lived. As was formerly noticed, however, the concentration of political power in the leading city was due to the Allies even more than to the Athenians. Colonisation of the empire. The policy of colonising vacant lands of the empire with Athenians, begun by Cimon, continued under Pericles. Particularly, the authors of rebellion were expelled and their lands occupied by Athenians. Colonies were established in Naxos, Andros, and Sinope on the Black Sea and elsewhere. The earlier settlement in Chersonese, Pericles enlarged and fortified. By these means he relieved the state of numerous idle agitators, assisted the needy, and overawed the Allies by placing his colonists near them to watch their behaviour. Under his administration, at least 6,000 Athenians were thus disposed of. The members of the colony, remaining Athenian, formed a self-governing community. Relieved of service in the army, they performed garrison duty. The Allies regarded these colonies as an encroachment upon their territory and a menace to such freedom as they still retained. Though a temporary grievance, the colonial policy tended to Atticise the Allies, and had time allowed, would have served as a powerful factor in consolidating the empire into a single state. Material advantages brought by the empire. Athens brought to these subjects the blessings of peace and protection. Under the aegis of a powerful navy, the ships of her humblest ally could safely plough the sea to Egypt and Tyre, to Pontus, or to the Pillars of Heracles. Through importations, the luxuries of other lands became common comforts. The choice products of Italy and Sicily, of Cyprus and Egypt and Lydia, of Pontus and Peloponnese, or wherever else it may be, are all swept into one centre through the sole means of the maritime empire. During a period of 67 years, the profound quiet was disturbed by no invader, and in most states by no domestic war. Skilled industry flourished, farms were well stocked, and fields well tilled. In no period of the world's history has this region developed so great a prosperity. The feelings of the Allies. Under these circumstances, the feelings of the Allies towards Athens mingled good with ill. It was a grievance to carry their cases to Athens and cringe like suppliants before the common men who composed the juries, a hardship to pay the annual tribute, although that was far less than would have been the cost of defending themselves, however ineffectively. They felt sorely, too, the presence of Athenian garrisons, and they cherished the genuine Hellenic love of sovereign independence for their cities. Yet positive antipathy was limited to the old families, whom the empire had robbed of their political ascendancy, and the scheming marketplace politicians who saw in revolt their way to leadership in their states. The manufacturers and merchants, who paid the bulk of the tribute, must have been satisfied with the economic advantages assured them by Athenian rule, and the multitude in every state were loyal. "At present," said a speaker in the Athenian assembly, "the popular party are everywhere our friends. They either do not join with the oligarchs, or if compelled to do so, they are always ready to turn against the authors of the revolt. Hence, in going to war with a rebellious state, you have the multitude on your side." Paradoxical as at first view it may seem, the empire, if we reckon by majorities, was a more voluntary system than had been the confederacy. It had become an organisation, not only for protection from foreign enemies, but for the maintenance of democracy. The anti-imperialists, little Athenians. The imperial aims of Pericles roused opposition at Athens. The banishment of Cimon had disorganised the conservatives, but after the peace with Persia, his kinsman Thucydides, son of Melesias, gathered up the remnants of the party with a view to checking the schemes of Pericles. He did not allow the notables to mix themselves up with the people in the public assembly, as they had been wont to do, so that their dignity was lost in the masses, but he collected them into a separate body, and by thus concentrating their strength, was able to use it to counterbalance that of the other party. Though undistinguished in war, he was a better orator than Cimon, and a far more expert politician. He charged against Pericles the negotiations with Persia as traitorous to Hellas, the tyranny over the allies, the transfer of the treasury to Athens, and its use in decking out the city like a vain woman. His party began to call Pericles a new Pisistratus, and to denounce him as a real tyrant. One of the comic poets asserted that the Athenians delivered into his hands the tribute from the towns themselves, the city walls to build or destroy, the right of making either peace or war, and all the wealth and produce of the land. When, however, the conservatives appealed to ostracism, they were rebuked by the banishment of their leader, and again were utterly disorganised. Pericles was therefore left unimpeded in his management of the empire. The revolt of Samos, 440–39. It was still no easy task to hold the empire together. Shortly after this ostracism, trouble came from Samos, the state which had been among the first to enter the confederacy, and which had most strenuously upheld the Athenian power. It had gone to war with Miletus over the possession of Priene, a remarkable circumstance in view of the fact that Miletus was dependent. The latter complained to Athens, and Samos refused arbitration, but revolted under the instigation of the oligarchs. The Persians offered the aid of a Phoenician fleet. Byzantium revolted in sympathy. The existence of the empire came into extreme peril, but the Athenians met the crisis with extraordinary promptness. Pericles besieged the island, bringing newly invented siege engines to bear upon the walls. After 9 months it surrendered, and received the punishment formerly meted out to Naxos and Tharsos. The empire emerged from the crisis more strongly cemented than before. The slain were given a magnificent funeral, and as Pericles descended from the speaker's stand after delivering the eulogy on the dead, the women of Athens crowned him with wreaths and ribbons like a victorious athlete. So highly did they value his service in that momentous campaign. The Black Sea region. The happy issue of this trouble left Pericles free to extend the prestige and power of Athens to the coasts of the Pontus. Sailing thither with a large, splendidly equipped fleet, he awakened in the native princes a feeling of respect for Athens, and won to her the allegiance of several Greek cities in that region, whose names appear thereafter in the lists of contributory states. On the south shore he planted Athenian colonies. Doubtless, however, the chief object was to promote closer relations with a region on which Athens depended more and more for supplies, for wheat and fish, for ship timber, metals, dyes, hides, slaves, and other commodities. Not merely the products of the sea and its coasts were thus brought to Athens and her neighbours, but also those of the distant interior. For from Olbia on the northern Pontic shore extended a great caravan route northeastward to the Ural Mountains, and thence toward the rising sun through Central Asia to the borders of China. From these regions were imported furs, drugs and gold. The founding of Thurii, 446. Still earlier, Pericles, following the path marked out by Themistocles and adding political to commercial relations with the West, had begun to contract alliances with the states of Sicily and Magna Graecia. Great expectations centred in the colony of Thurii, sent out by him to the territory of Sybaris, a city which had been totally destroyed by the men of Croton. The country was marvellously fertile, and Pericles may well have hoped to make the new city the great commercial depot of Athens in the west. In composition, however, Thurii was a pan-Hellenic foundation, to which the Peloponnesian states, as well as those of the Athenian Empire, contributed settlers. Here, in fact, was a scheme of Pericles by which he hoped to coin Hellenic acknowledgement of the leadership of Athens. A model city. Thurii was to be in every sense a modern city. Hippodamus, a famous civil engineer from Miletus, laid it out in broad, straight streets, crossing one another at right angles. Its laws were compiled by the sage Protagoras, who collected what was best in those of ancient Locri, of the various Chalcidian cities, of the cities of Peloponnese and Crete, and finally of Athens. Among these laws was a most enlightened provision for the compulsory education of children in schools supported by the state. So far as we know, this was the first body of law that rested upon a basis broader than the customs and ideas of a single state. This character made it the germ of the law of nations, and of the natural law afterward developed by the Romans. The cultural significance of the colony, therefore, was extraordinary. The non-Athenian element, however, dominated, and as the antipathy between Peloponnese and Athens, between Dorians and Ionians, grew bitter, the colony was not only lost to its mother city, but suffered grievously from civil strife. Furthermore, the political complications of Athens with the West led ultimately to her interference in Sicilian affairs, and to a disaster of which the Periclean Hellenes could not have even dreamed. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. The Age of Pericles. 2. The Athenian Democracy. Democracy, the correlate of imperialism. A necessary correlate of the foreign and imperial policy of Athens during this age was that her government should continue its progress towards absolute democracy, for it was the masses who were chiefly interested in the plunder of conquest, the extension of the empire, and the concentration of jurisdiction in the hands of the popular courts, the popular assembly, ecclesia. The essential institution of government was the popular assembly, embracing theoretically and potentially all adult male citizens, practically all with the leisure and inclination to attend. The government did not as yet pay for attendance, hence the masses were present, but rarely, on occasions of special interest or excitement. During the Peloponnesian War, the number seldom reached 5,000, and must usually have been far smaller, though the patriot considered it his duty to be present and to take an interest in public affairs. One complains, "Never in my lifetime, man or boy, was I so vexed as at this present moment, to see the Nix at this time of the morning quite empty, when the assembly should be full." Functions of the assembly. From the time of Pericles there were 4 stated meetings every prytany, besides extraordinary sessions. Certain stated meetings were for special purposes. The first assembly in each prytany reviewed the conduct of magistrates, suspending from office anyone accused of malversation and handing him over to a popular court for trial. This was an extreme use of the principle of the recall. In case of acquittal, he resumed his office. Under these circumstances, the magistrates, deprived of all independence, were limited strictly to executing the will of the assembly. The same meeting considered the grain supply and the defence of the country. The second assembly of the Prytani is assigned to suppliants, and at this meeting anyone is free, on depositing the suppliant's olive branch, to speak to the people on any matter, public or private. The two other meetings are occupied with the remaining subjects, and the laws require them to deal with 3 questions connected with religion, 3 relating to heralds and embassies, and 3 on secular subjects. Restricted by the laws and by the 500, experience and self-restraint. The principle was accepted that not the people, but the laws governed. Under the statutes of the fathers, the assembly deliberated on the question proposed, and all had a right to speak, whether officers or private persons. The measures were initiated by the 500, generally on the advice of a leading statesman, and the people decided. If few of us are originators, says Pericles, we are all sound judges of a policy. Aristotle explains, any member of the assembly taken separately is certainly inferior to the wise man. The state, however, is made up of many individuals, and as a feast to which all the guests contribute is better than a banquet furnished by one man, so the multitude is a better judge of many things than an individual. Excepting when the people were violently moved by fear, hatred, or other like passion, the principle here enunciated undoubtedly held true, especially in a body of men more experienced in public affairs and more appreciative of their responsibility than could be any equally large gathering of citizens in a modern state, the Council of 500. The theory that, under the laws, the people themselves were sovereign, that the whole folk year by year in parity of service is our king, could not be put into strict practice. The actual administration had to be trusted mainly to a smaller, more wieldy body. The Council of 500 organised in 10 groups of foremen, as previously explained. These groups served in rotation as committees for governmental control and for initiating decrees affecting the administration. Much of the supervisory power, formerly wielded by the Areopagites, was transferred to this council, 462. It examined, accordingly, the fitness of candidates for office, arranged for their election or sortition, and cooperated with them in most of their duties. It kept a strict watch over them, especially over those who handled money, permitting no money to be received or disbursed apart from its supervision. For a time it had full power to punish for misuse of office. Furthermore, the council superintended the construction, repair and preservation of triremes or other vessels of war, and of public buildings, inspected the horses belonging to the state, revised the list of the cavalry, and attended to a great multitude of other duties. The most noteworthy of its administrative functions, inherited from the Council of the Areopagus, was its guardianship of the Constitution, involving the right of exercising in crises the power of life and death over both officials and private citizens. Far from giving rein to licence and lawlessness, the Periclean democracy sternly enforced the moral discipline to which the people had grown accustomed under aristocratic rule. The popular Supreme Court, Heliaia. On one side, the assembly was checked by the 500, as it was limited to the programme drawn up by the Prytaneus. On another side, its action was as effectually controlled by the Heliaia, popular court. The germ of this institution had existed from the time of Solon, but the absence of pay for service reinforcing the general aristocratic spirit of the constitution, had established the well-to-do in virtual control. Originally, it was a court of appeal from the decisions of the archons, who were men of experience and ability, chosen for their special fitness from the two wealthiest classes. The decline of the archonship, especially through the introduction of sortition fulfilling the office, together with the general progress of democracy, continually increased the importance of the jurors. The age of Pericles further democratized the archonship by opening it to the zeugitai. Henceforth, any respectable citizen, above the thetic census, however mean his ability, was eligible. Because of their lack of knowledge of the law and their general mediocrity, the archons could no longer act as judges, but became mere clerks with the routine duty of preparing cases for trial and with a nominal presidency of the jury, as will be explained below. Democratization of the law courts, dikasteria. Meanwhile, with the gathering of the people into the city, the attendance on the juries naturally increased. Finally, after the overthrow of the Council of the Areopagus in 462, in the same year Pericles carried a measure for the payment of jurors, probably at the rate of 2 obols a day. This act completely democratized the institution, as it enabled the poorest to attend regularly and in large numbers. The introduction of pay should not be too hastily branded as an encouragement to idleness, for the able-bodied generally preferred more remunerative and less confining employment. The typical juror was an old man whose days of manual labour were past. He had served the state as a hoplite or oarsman, and was now drawing his juror's fee in lieu of a pension, for which, however, he had to sit judging day by day from early morn till night. Many had country homes near Athens, and in a comedy of Aristophanes we see them before daybreak, trudging, lantern in hand, along the road to the city, to be at court on time. Organisation of the courts, reasons for the large juries. There were now 6,000 jurors, drawn annually by lot, 600 from each tribe. Applicants for the service had to be Athenians, in the full exercise of their rights, and at least 30 years of age. At the beginning of the year they were put under oath to give their decisions according to law, and in the absence of a statute covering the case, according to their best judgment and conscience. Normally they were divided into juries of 501, although we occasionally hear of smaller and larger panels. As the decision was by majority vote, the odd number was to prevent a tie. The most obvious ground for the large jury was to make bribery difficult. Nevertheless, towards the end of the century, the mischief crept in, whereupon the Athenians devised a complicated system of choosing jurors and of assigning them to the several cases, with the result that a man could not ascertain on what case he was to sit till he had entered the courtroom. This precaution substantially eliminated bribery. The large number, furthermore, was to provide against intimidation. The great nobles felt themselves above the laws and would have ridden roughshod over a jury of the modern type, but dared not contemn so numerous an assembly of citizens. The Athenians felt, too, that no smaller number could adequately represent the wishes and interests of the whole people, who, if democracy was to be more than a pretence, must needs exercise judicial as well as legislative and executive functions. Pleaders addressed the jurors as citizens and democrats, and in truth the courts were the stronghold of popular government. To these considerations of the Athenians themselves, we may add the fact, important in cultural history, that these large gatherings of men of inherent artistic temperament, who in the assembly, the theatre, and the public festivals had nursed their taste in beautiful prose and verse, made possible the development of a judicial oratory of universal and eternal literary values. These positive advantages were counterbalanced by defects. A large audience is more subject to passion than a small group of men. An Athenian jury was often moved by political feeling, and especially when the accused was known to entertain anti-popular sentiments, he was less certain to obtain justice. This defect, however, was but relative. The courts as constituted undoubtedly dispensed fair judgments to a far larger proportion of the citizens than would have been possible under any other arrangement. From the juristic point of view, the system was defective in that it admitted neither of judges nor of a lawyer class. The court was a jury without a judge, under a mere chairman who possessed neither the knowledge nor the right to interpret the law or to guide the proceedings. Every man had to plead his own case. He might in need have recourse to a professional rhetorician who had a smattering of legal knowledge and who for a fee would write his speech for him. Under these circumstances there was no such thing as case law or precedent, hence there could be no consistency in the decisions. Attic law was simpler than is that of any modern state, and it was assumed that every citizen was sufficiently acquainted with the code, but in vain. The jurors were disposed to pay little heed to the letter of the law, and to estimate instead the character of the accused and his value to the state. Has he served the community well, they asked, and if acquitted, will he continue to render good service? However childish it may seem to us, this attitude of mind had its advantages in a small community in which the jurors were personally acquainted with the litigants. It has been urged, too, by modern critics that the system fostered in the Athenians a litigious spirit and a quarrelsomeness which shows itself even in the drama. However that may be, it was an institution well suited to the Athenian temperament, and the typical old juror was thoroughly in love with his work. In Aristophanes' Wasps, when a certain grown-up son had confined his father at home behind bolts and bars, a slave of the household gives the following reason for this severe discipline. "He is a law court lover, no man like him. Judging is what he dotes on, and he weeps unless he sits on the front bench of all. At night he gets no sleep, no, not one grain, or if he doze the tiniest speck, his soul flutters in dreams about the water clock. The cock which crew from eventide, he said, was tampered with, he knew, to call him late, bribed by officials whose accounts were due. Supper scarce done, he clamours for his shoes, hurries ere daybreak to the court, and sleeps, stuck like a limpet to the doorpost there. Such is his frenzy, and the more you chide him, the more he judges. So with bolts and bars we guard him straitly, that he stir not out." The process of legislation. In the time of Pericles, laws were commonly drawn up by special committees appointed by the assembly. The draft of such a law was reported to the 500, who brought it before the assembly for confirmation. Shortly after Pericles, the following process was adopted. In the first prytany of every year, the thesmothetae brought the laws under review before the assembly. First those relating to the 500, then the general statutes, next those dealing with the 9 archons, and lastly with the other magistrates. On this occasion, any citizen could propose a new law and the repeal of the corresponding old one. Sufficient notice was given of such proposals by repeated readings in assembly and by posting near the marketplace. In the 4th session of the same prytany, the assembly provided for the pay of a special body of jurors, termed nomothetae, legislators, who were to pass upon the bills brought before them. The number of nomothetae varied according to circumstances. The proceedings before their body took the form of a trial, in which the proposer of the new measure prosecuted the existing law which he wished to repeal. It was defended by advocates appointed by the Assembly. Then, without taking part in the debate, the nomothetæ proceeded to vote. In case of a majority in favour of the bill, it became thereby a law. Safeguards of the process. Laws contrasted with decrees. It is to be noted that legislation was possible but once a year, and was surrounded with most careful safeguards. By committing it to a limited number of mature citizens bound by oath, the Athenians kept it from the storms of politics. It is a remarkable fact, too, that the initiative only was vested in the Assembly, whereas the deliberation and the vote belonged to a jury. That, in other words, the legislative function was not differentiated from the judicial. The acts here under consideration were strictly laws, nomoi, dealing with the fundamental and permanent things of government. They are to be distinguished from decrees, sephismata, which had to do with the current administration. A decree of the council alone held good for the official year, but if approved by the people, it was valid till repealed. The writ against illegality. Graphe paranomon. Another function of the courts was the protection of the constitution. The downfall of the Council of the Areopagus removed the last conservative check upon the government. In the judgment of Ephialtes, the people were no longer children in politics, but had reached a maturity of experience that made them capable of protecting their own government without the aid of any form of paternalism. The definite instrument in their hand for this purpose was the writ against illegality. Under this procedure, any citizen could stop deliberation on any subject in the Assembly by declaring under oath his intention to test the legality of the proposal before a popular court. It was incumbent upon him, accordingly, to prosecute the proposer of the decree or law. If convicted, the accused was liable to a heavy fine, to disenfranchisement, or even to death. The prosecutor, on the other hand, who failed to obtain a fifth part of the votes, was punishable with a fine of 1,000 drachmas and disqualified from bringing further prosecutions. This precaution was taken against ill-founded or malicious accusations. Originally, the writ was applied only to actual illegality, but in time politicians began to use it against any proposals which they could represent as detrimental to the community. Statesmen then found in it a weapon for assailing one another. As a milder and less dangerous instrument of political warfare, it superseded ostracism. Ordinary cases at law. The great majority of cases before the courts, however, were of the ordinary civil and criminal types. Jurisdiction in homicide still remained with the Areopagites and the Aphetæ. The archon, according to the nature of the suit, prepared the case for trial, writing out and placing under seal the statements of plaintiff and defendant and the testimonies of witnesses. The same authority presided over the court that tried the case. The witnesses were present, not to be cross-questioned, but merely to acknowledge their testimony. The jurors, not the chairman, had a right to interrupt a speaker if he digressed or spoke obscurely, and each party to the trial could interrogate the other and require an answer. After the proceedings and testimonies were given, the jurors, without deliberation, proceeded to vote by secret ballot. A condemned man was executed without delay. The judicial system applied to the allies. The extension of Athenian jurisdiction over the allies greatly increased the amount of judicial business at Athens and necessitated a multiplication of the courts. Although many juries were engaged simultaneously in hearing suits throughout the year, except on assembly days and festivals, cases awaiting trial accumulated, to the injury of the parties concerned. While grumbling at delays, the allies made no complaint of corruption or favouritism. Though far from ideal, the system secured to the masses a large degree of justice and contributed to civilization a treasure of eloquence. The magistrates. The spirit of democracy found expression, too, in the multiplication of officials till the number became enormous. Aristotle reckons 700 at home, and a number unknown to us but doubtless large for the empire. They usually served in boards, normally of 10. Most of them were filled annually by lot, without the privilege of reappointment, on the theory that all citizens above the Thetes were competent to the ordinary duties of administration and were equally entitled to a share in it. Officers requiring special qualifications, particularly military posts, were elective and could be indefinitely repeated. The generals, Stratija. Since the great Constitutional Act of 487-6, the generals were the highest magistrates. They not only commanded the army and navy, but embraced most of the functions falling in a modern state to the ministry or cabinet. They kept informed on foreign affairs, conducted negotiations not otherwise provided for, and requested the Prytaneus to call special sessions of the Assembly in order to introduce foreign ambassadors. They attended to the defences of the country and the preparations for war. The Assembly could leave all equal, or confer the absolute command upon one, or appoint one or more of the board to special duties. Like other officials, the generals were subject to deposition and trial for maladministration. The board had to keep in touch with the Assembly, and the member who excelled as orator and statesman inevitably took the lead of his colleagues. It was through this position that Pericles governed during a great part of his administration. Any Athenian, whether an officer or a private citizen, who undertook to guide the policy of the state, had to bear a heavier weight of responsibility than has been necessary in any less democratic form of government. The masses who constituted the Assembly, fullers, cobblers, coppersmiths, stonemasons, hucksters, and farmers, could not be expected to have the same acquaintance with the details of policy, especially in foreign relations, that might be presupposed in a select body of public men, such, for instance, as the Roman Senate or a modern parliament. The democracy, accordingly, had to place greater trust in its advisers and require of them expert knowledge. The statesman recognised this condition and ran his risk. If his enterprise failed, he was liable to severe punishment for having deceived the people. Where great interests are at stake, explains an orator in the Assembly, we who advise ought to look further and weigh our words more carefully than you whose vision is limited. And you should remember that we are accountable to nobody. If he who gave and he who followed evil counsel suffered equally, you would be more reasonable in your ideas. But now, whenever you meet with a reverse, led away by the passion of the moment, you punish the individual adviser for his error of judgment, but your own error you condone. The speaker recognised the necessity of the condition, though he wished it might be different. He knew well that the situation had its bright side. If a statesman succeeded, his glory was all the more splendid. The democracy was far more inclined than the earlier aristocracy to heroise its great men. In evidence, we may adduce the almost unvarying loyalty with which the commons supported Pericles during his long career. End of section 15, The Age of Pericles, the Athenian Democracy. Chapter 16, The Age of Pericles, 3, Society and Public Works. 1. Society and Economy. Conservative Eupatrids. In this democratic world, many of the old nobility found themselves totally out of place. Their bitter complaints were given voice in pamphlets issued by one of their number shortly after the death of Pericles, the earliest extant political treatise in any language. Unknown by name, the author has aptly been styled old oligarch. Characteristically, he laments the decline of those arts in which his class took chief pride. Citizens giving their time to gymnastics and music are not to be found at Athens. The commons have abolished them, not from disbelief in the beauty and honour of such training, but recognising the cultivation of these arts to be beyond their powers. Formerly, rich men alone enjoyed such luxuries, but now the people have built at public cost a number of palestras, dressing rooms, and bathing establishments for their own use, and the mob, rather than the few choice and well-to-do people, get the chief benefit of them. It is equally a shame that in dramatic festivals the rich man trains the chorus and the people reap the enjoyment. He laments even more the growth of the naval power with its sailor crowd at the expense of the heavy infantry, composed of respectable middle-class citizens, the tyrannical treatment of the allies, the oppression of the wealthy throughout the empire by the levy of taxes and by favouritism towards the poor, evils he has greatly exaggerated. The fact that everywhere more consideration is shown to the base, the poor, and the common folk than to persons of good quality, far from being a matter of surprise, is evidently the keystone of the democracy. All this is natural, he argues, when you consider the character of the ruling class in the imperial city. Within the ranks of the people will be found the utmost ignorance, disorderliness, and rascality, traceable chiefly to poverty. He reaches the very heart of the class conflict when he says, "The people do not want the city to be well governed and themselves in slavery. They desire to be free and to be masters. It is these poor people, this common folk, this riffraff, whose prosperity and increasing numbers enhance democracy, whereas the shifting of fortune to the wealthy and the better class would bring into control a strong party opposed to popular rule. If you want good legislation, you will see the most intelligent members of the community making laws for the rest, and then the better class will curb and chastise the lower orders. The better class will sit in council in behalf of the state, and not suffer crack-brained fellows to belong to the council or to speak in the assembly. But under the weight of such blessings, the people will shortly fall into slavery." These hard words reveal the existence of a class of men, strong in wealth, social standing, and intelligence, who were watching their opportunity to usurp the government and enslave the populace, who would hesitate at no violence or treason to gain their ends. Under Pericles, they could only indulge in mutual grumblings or in indirect attacks upon the leading statesmen. After time was to see examples of their political methods. The Eupatrids maintain their leadership. Notwithstanding such men, the commons still cherish profound respect for the nobility. In fact, Athenian culture thus far was chiefly their creation, and Eupatrids, not men from the masses, had taken the lead in democratising the government. Although considerations of birth had long disappeared from the constitution, the archonships were still monopolised by the good old families, and no one but a noble could command the votes necessary for an election to the generalship. This social group formed a small minority of the population. There were in the first and second property classes about 2,500 men above 18 years of age, or, including women and children, 3 times that number. The Thetes, their social and economic condition. The poor, whom the oligarchs so despised, were not paupers, but the smallest land proprietors, shepherds, shopkeepers, artisans, day labourers, and sailors, in general, the Thetes. Of the 60,000 men, women, and children belonging to the lowest property class, the great majority were absolutely self-sustaining. The growing complexity of economic conditions, however, created by the development of commerce and industry, and making greater and greater demands upon the intelligence, produced an increasing number of persons who were incompetent to earn a living for themselves. Under an aristocracy, they would have died of want or have fallen into slavery. The broader and more humane democracy, however, faced the problem of lifting this submerged class to the plane of respectable citizenship. Thousands were placed in comfortable circumstances through colonisation, and thousands more were engaged in the military and civil service. The great public works, too, furnished employment to a vast number of skilled and unskilled labourers. The children of patriots who fell in battle were maintained at public expense. This is the substantial prize with which, as with a garland, Athens crowns her sons, living and dead. Disabled persons received a small pension, and that all might be able to attend the religious festivals, the state furnished the needy with food on such occasions. For a time, these efforts of the government, reinforced by unusual prosperity, eliminated poverty from Athens. The state benevolence which provided thus carefully for the poor, although far broader than any aristocratic conception of humanity, limited itself strictly to citizens. The Zeugitae, people of moderate property. Higher than the Thetes, and altogether beyond the need or the desire of state aid, were the Zeugitae, who constituted the heavy infantry. This class now comprised about 33,000 of military age, including the colonists, or with the old men, women and children, 100,000 souls. The majority were freeholders of little farms, tilling their fields with the help of the family, or at best of a slave or two. On the stony mountain slopes they cultivated olives and pastured their sheep and goats. In the plain, too, they had their orchards, but these lands gave a double return, for grain and vegetables grew among the trees. As they were still ignorant of the rotation of crops, they had to allow the land to lie fallow in alternate years. Probably not more than 12% of the total area of Attica was thus available in any year for grain and vegetables, but these small patches of arable soil were intensely worked. The increasing population of Athens and Piraeus, and the inflow of money from the empire to its capital, guaranteed rising prices for rural products and brought the farming class to its highest reach of prosperity. The estates were well stocked, and the dwellings and barns were better than in any other Hellenic country. Reasons for the conservatism of the Zeugitae. These people of middle station, whose material happiness was now greater than in earlier ages, constituted the element of stability, the chief conservative force in the state. This character, however, was due to no passing condition, but fundamentally to the narrow limitations upon the hopes and ambitions of the farmer of moderate wealth in every age and every part of Hellas. The slight scope afforded to enterprise and inventiveness, the necessity of waiting upon nature for her favours, gave him patience and resignation. Then, too, the small total area of arable land in Greece, and the force of public opinion against the accumulation of great estates, kept far from him the thought of self-aggrandisement at the expense of neighbours. Generally, therefore, he was content to support his family well above the condition of want and misery, and to perform his military duty. Against all radicalism in politics and public economy, against wars with neighbours and peace with Persia, he was firmly set. Herein his sympathies were with the old landed aristocracy, in opposition to the city population, industrialism, and absolute democracy. To this class, accordingly, was due the steadiness and the conservatism of Athens, amid the forces that made powerfully for innovation. Metics, alien residents. However strong in numbers and in purpose, this class could not greatly retard the upbuilding of a city economy with its concomitant inflow of aliens and slaves. From the time of Solon, Athens had attracted artisans from other Greek lands by giving them easy access to the citizenship, and Cleisthenes had enrolled in the tribes a great number of metics. In this liberality, Athens sought a cure for the poverty that had long cramped her life. The growth of manufacturing gave remunerative work to an increasing number of hands, and the exchange of wares for foreign grain made possible an indefinite increase in the population. After Cleisthenes, Athens rarely admitted strangers to citizenship, yet Themistocles encouraged their coming by exempting them from the sojourner's tax. This favour was temporary, but the attraction was too great for them to resist, and they were heartily welcome. As a typical case may be mentioned the invitation given by Pericles to Cephalus of Syracuse, an armourer, to come to Attica and set up his establishment in Piraeus. Although there were now in Attica about 40,000 alien residents, including women and children, they were not given direct aid by the government, but were protected equally with the citizens and stood on a social level with them. A contemporary writes, "We have established an equality between metics and citizens because the city stands in need of her resident aliens to meet the requirements of so many arts and of the navy." Of the attitude of the state towards the various classes of immigrants, Isocrates could say, "She ordered her administration in such a spirit of welcome to strangers, and of friendliness to all, as to suit both those who were in want of money and those who desired to enjoy the wealth they possessed. And she failed in serving neither the prosperous nor those who were unfortunate in their own states, but so acted that each of these classes finds with us a delightful sojourn and a safe refuge." Slaves. Whereas to the alien residents the democracy brought great gain, the burden of the new development rested more and more heavily upon the slaves. In pre-Persian Athens, when her economy was chiefly rural, free hands performed nearly all labour, apart from domestic service in the homes of the rich. After the war, as Athens entered upon her industrial career, the number of slaves rapidly increased. The conditions found in Miletus, in Chalcis, in Aegina, and in other centres of industry in the 7th and 6th centuries were now repeated on a larger scale in Athens. Men were eager to invest their capital, small or great, in slaves, whom they employed in productive labour, in the fields, shops, on the public works, and especially in the mines. Nicias, the general, who was the wealthiest Athenian of his time, owned 1,000 slaves engaged in mining. They were under a manager, who paid to the master an obol a day for each slave, making an annual income of 10 talents. Most slaves at Athens in this age were non-Greeks, obtained by war, kidnapping, and purchase. The stronger and more intractable were sent to the mines, where they rapidly died from the unhealthful conditions. The docile, generally the younger men, were trained to field labour and industry. For increasing their efficiency to the highest point, the masters found it wise to treat them kindly and keep them happy. Sometimes we find a group so attached to a shop as to be bought and sold with it. Others were rented out, but the more reliable were left free to make their own engagements on condition of paying their masters periodically a specified sum. With energy and thrift, such a person might in time save enough to purchase his freedom. Other slaves were the trusty managers of their master's business. There were state slaves. 300 purchased Scythian archers constituted the police force of the city. Unfree clerks and stewards occupied responsible positions. All the better class of slaves, public and private, were encouraged to usefulness and loyalty by the hope or the promise of freedom. Legal provision was made for their protection. A mistreated slave could take refuge at the shrine of Theseus or of the Furies and demand to be sold to a more humane master. In complaining of their good treatment as an evil of the times, the old oligarch pays an unintentional compliment to the democracy. Another point is the extraordinary liberty allowed to slaves and metics at Athens, where a blow is illegal, and a slave will not step aside and let you pass him in the street. The reason is, if it were legal for a slave, metic, or freedman to be beaten by a citizen, it would often happen that an Athenian might be mistaken for a slave or metic and suffer a flogging, seeing that the Athenians are not better clothed than slaves or superior in personal appearance. Slavery at Athens relatively estimated. In Periclean Athens, slavery as well as industrialism was still in its infancy, the number in servitude constituting undoubtedly a minority of the population. At least outside the mines, they were treated with more kindness and consideration than have been accorded even to common citizens under oligarchies, or, we may safely say, to modern factory hands and the denizens of sweatshops by modern employers. The civilization of Athens was due to the labour of men who were free, or at least who worked in the hope of freedom. These conditions were the fruit of liberal ideas. By directing their activity to manufacturing and commerce, democracy, revealing to the Greeks their destiny, provided them with a moderate degree of material wealth and opened a field for the full development of their genius. At the same time, it endowed them with a broader sympathy and a larger conception of human duty than the world had known before. The shops. There was no organisation of industry at Athens. The largest establishment known to us was the armoury of Cephalus, manned by 120 slaves. From a modern point of view, business was on a diminutive scale. There were no factories, but shops merely. Often a part of the dwelling was used for the purpose. The proprietor worked with his own hands, initiating his sons, and perhaps the sons of neighbours, into the mysteries of his trade, and with the expansion of his business, rented or purchased slaves as further aids. Women too kept shop as bakers, dyers, and dealers in ribbons or flowers. Many craftsmen lacked the capital for accumulating a stock of products, but manufactured articles merely as they were wanted by neighbours, whereas the larger shops produced wares for exportation. A marked feature of the 5th century shop was the spirit of equality between employer and employed, between freemen and slaves. This happy atmosphere belonged to the shop as an outgrowth from the family, and was an essential condition to the production of work of high merit. The skilled labourer was proud of his profession. All craftsmen, slave and free alike, wrought not for mere subsistence or gain, but in a true artistic spirit for the creation of the beautiful. In other words, the Greek mechanic was an artist. Hence it is that the extant products of his craft, from grave reliefs to pots and pitchers, are all works of genuine art. A thing inseparable from true art is individuality, and in our modern age of mechanical production, it is difficult for us to appreciate this fact, that the Greek apprentice, slave or free, aimed not at a servile imitation of the pattern, but at the creation of something new, something with a character and a beauty of its own. Significantly, the thousands of Greek vases still extant express in their endless variety the free, versatile spirit of Hellas. Organisation and pay of labour on public works. The Greek love of individual liberty prevented the formation of large industrial companies. Hence, when the state projected a great public work, like the Parthenon, its committee of supervisors elected in assembly had to divide the entire labour into a multitude of diminutive parts, and let out the several parts by contract to the masters of the shops or stoneyards above described. The contractor agreed in writing to bring with him a specified number of labourers to do work of a quality satisfactory to the committee and to be responsible for damages to the material. In the grant of the same daily wage to slave, metic and freeman, to underling and contractor and architect, may be found further evidence of the lack of distinction between artist and artisan, and a further expression of the democratic spirit. 2. Public works and art. The Greek idea of beauty. The spirit of the age found its highest expression in the creation of the beautiful, as the Greeks themselves understood it. Beauty in the perfectly rounded physical and moral development of the individual, and in the order and harmony of a well-regulated government and social life, as well as in artistic public buildings and sculptures, in systematic thought, and in historical and dramatic literature. A symmetrical city. The idea of a symmetrical city with broad, straight avenues crossing each other at right angles was first conceived by Hippodamus of Miletus, a philosopher and practical scientist, and applied to the reconstruction of Piraeus. The provisional character of the private houses and the absence of traditional associations in the port town made this work possible. About the same time, the temporary dockyards erected by Themistocles were replaced, at a cost of 1,000 talents, by substantial buildings, greatly enlarged for the accommodation of the growing navy. Relatively to the financial means of the Athenians, this outlay was enormous. Planned for the restoration of Hellenic temples about 456. Thus far, little had been done in Greece to restore the shrines demolished by the Persians. After the Battle of Enophyta, which seemed to Pericles to assure to his city a place in central Greece like that of Sparta in Peloponnesus, it occurred to him that the moment was opportune for calling a general Hellenic Congress at Athens for the purpose of taking united action in restoring such temples, of paying to the gods the honours vowed in that crisis, and of adopting measures for the security of commerce on the seas. At the same time, his own city set aside a fund for the building of temples. This magnificent plan of uniting Hellas on a basis of common interest and religious sympathy was foiled by the Lacedaemonians, and the work of Pericles in temple building had to be limited to Attica. The Odeum, music hall about 445. Among his earliest buildings was the Odeum, intended for the musical contests of the Panathenaea, and serving, therefore, a religious purpose. It was situated on the declivity of the Acropolis, immediately to the east of the theatre. Constructed mainly of wood, only with interior columns of stone, it was given a conical roof in imitation of Xerxes' tent. As judge of the Panathenaic contests, Pericles laid down the rules for the competitions in singing and in playing on the pipe and lyre. Since the building was completed no long time before the banishment of Thucydides, Cratinus, the comic poet, could present a caricature of Pericles proudly wearing on his head the music hall in token of his political victory. Our Zeus with lofty skull appears, the odium on his head he wears, because he fears the Ostracan no more. Temple of Hephaestus. Near the close of his administration, he began the misnamed Theseum, which still stands northwest of the Acropolis on a slight elevation overlooking the marketplace. It is a curious fact that the best preserved of all Greek temples cannot with certainty be identified. Probably it belonged to Hephaestus, whose shrine stood in this vicinity looking down upon the metal market, and in that case it was dedicated in 421. The Metope sculptures represent the exploits of Heracles and of Theseus, whom the growing pride of Athens had elevated to a place beside the older hero. The temple is built of Pentelic marble in the Doric style, modified by strong Ionic influence. Traces of colour still remaining afford a conception of the general principles of painting employed in architecture. The great spaces, as the columns and architrave, were left plain, whereas the detailed work was painted, generally red and blue. If this were the only classical building remaining in Athens, it would undoubtedly impress us as a model of beauty. But in fact it is overshadowed by the presence, on the Acropolis, of a temple of grander and more harmonious proportions, and of far more skilful execution. An appreciation of other architecture is made difficult by a view of the Parthenon. The Parthenon, its builders. The great temple to Athena, which the Athenians had been planning but continually deferring since the time of Cleisthenes, was left to Pericles to take definitely in hand and bring to completion. The work began in the year 447-6, probably before the disaster at Coronea, at a time when Athens was at peace with her neighbours and seemingly in assured control of her continental alliance. A commission of supervisors was elected to engage the artists and labourers and to oversee the work. Pericles was a member of the commission. The architects were Callicrates, who had built one of the long walls, and Ictinus, evidently a younger man, to whose originality the new features of the temple seem to have been largely due. Pericles' chief adviser for the decorative sculptures was Phidias. The two men were friends and social equals, for in that age the artist was not thought unfit for refined society. 9 years later, 438-7, the cellar walls and roof were sufficiently complete to protect the statue of Athena, at that time set on its pedestal, but the work continued to the year before the outbreak of the Peloponnesian War. The rooms and their uses. The temple comprised 2 rooms. The smaller on the west served as a store chamber for the goddess, and was named Parthenon, Maiden's Chamber, for what reason we are not informed. It was not till after the age of Demosthenes that the name Parthenon extended to the entire building. The larger room, named Hekatompedos, 100-foot chamber, on the east, the cellar in the narrower sense, contained the statue of the deity and served therefore as her dwelling place. Within the cellar, a colonnade supported a higher series of columns reaching to the panelled wooden ceiling. In the storeroom there was a similar arrangement of 4 supporting columns. The columns, curved lines. The temple was amphiprostyle. The door at each end opened upon a porch supported by a row of 6 columns. The building was also peripteral, as it was entirely surrounded by columns, 8 on each end and 17 to the side, counting those on the corners twice. The columns, which contribute to the temple its chief elements of beauty, are in themselves a perfect blend of strength and grace. They taper from stylobate to capital in a harmonious outward curve barely perceptible to the eye, and incline slightly toward the cellar. There is the same gentle swell in the echinus. In fact, we find no long straight lines in any part of the temple. The stylobate is slightly convex, and other parts show deviation from rigidly straight or plumb lines. The curves were probably not computed mathematically, but instinctively adopted as most expressive at once of symmetry and variety. The use of curves was not only to correct an error of vision, as in the stylobate an appearance of sagging, but especially to present to the eye, in place of a stiff mechanical structure, a delicate harmony of lines and a pleasing combination of strength with elasticity. The metopes. Among the sculptures of the Parthenon, The metopes claim our first attention because they seem to have been finished before the rest, and especially because they embody a more primitive and elemental idea than any of the other groups. They represent physical contests and show, even to exaggeration, the liveliest interest in athletic forms and attitudes and in the tension and play of muscles. They lead our thought immediately back to Myron, who died too early to have a hand in the work, whose genius, however, had revolutionised athletic sculpture along the lines followed by the artists of these metopes. The stupendous improvement in Hellenic art within a period of about 150 years may well be appreciated by comparing a Parthenon metope with one from the earliest temple at Selinus. In the latter group we find not a mere succession of figures, but an organic whole whose lines are graceful curves, whose human and animal forms are in a high degree natural and living. The subjects of the individual metopes and their relative location must have been determined by a supervising artist or by the commission, whereupon their construction was let out severally to the masters of stoneyards mentioned early in this chapter. Hence we find great individuality and a wide range of merit in their treatment. Interpretation of the sculptures. In our review of the Parthenon sculptures, we shall attempt to discover the meaning of the several groups. First, it is to be noted that all have reference to Athena. They symbolise epochs, so to speak, in the history of her connection with Athens. The metopes represent conflicts, 1. between Lapiths and Centaurs, 2. between Greeks and Amazons, 3. between gods and giants, in general, between the powers of order and the forces of chaos. It is the first chapter in the religious history of Athens, the period anterior to Athena's present orderly rule. The pediments. The second chapter is filled with the birth of Athena from the head of her father Zeus. An event of primary importance in Athenian religious history, it occupies the most conspicuous place. The east pediment, above the cellar door, and facing the rising sun. The goddess stands full-grown and armed by the throne of Zeus in the midst of a group of deities. In the third chapter, presented by the west pediment, Athena strives with Poseidon for supremacy over Athens. The sea god strikes the earth with his trident, thus causing a spring to bubble forth. Athena, however, by creating the olive tree, wins the victory in the presence of a group of gods who fill the pediment. She becomes, accordingly, queen of the city and firstborn of the citizens. The general design of the pedimental groups must have been due to a single master artist, probably Phidias. The individual figures were undoubtedly the creation of separate artists, who, according to their genius, wrought in the Phidian spirit. Many of the figures have perished. Those which survive, though badly mutilated, are unrivalled among sculpture in the round. They show a nobility of form and attitude, a quiet majesty, a perfect naturalness, free from every exaggeration and affectation, a delicacy combined with truth in the rendering of flesh and muscle and of the different textures of drapery, an absolute mastery of the material, and an unerring sense of simple, dignified beauty, matchless in the realm of art. The Ionic frieze. The fourth and final chapter is filled by the Ionic frieze, a continuous band of low relief extending around the temple walls within the colonnade. The band divides naturally into groups of persons. The subject of the whole is the Pan-Athenaic festival held in July in honour of the goddess. To avoid the monotony of a procession, the master artist has arranged the groups not uniformly in actual march, but often in various preparations for it. We see, for example, magistrates and priests in their official attire, men leading animals for the sacrifice, youths bringing jars of water, girls carrying baskets of other necessities for the religious services, knights with their spirited horses, and groups of deities seated, inspecting the changing scene. Though the parts vary in artistic merit, the frieze as a whole has no rival among reliefs. The sculptors alike of pediment and frieze did not aim to produce in any popular sense the utmost grace or physical loveliness. In these qualities they were surpassed by later artists. Their object was a beauty that it would appeal to the highest intellectual and moral perception of the age, that would make the spectators think of pure and noble things. Prime requisites were dignity, sobriety, and self-restraint. These were the qualities of a people who were not to revel in the luxuries of peace and wealth, or yield to individualistic self-indulgence, but were to practice submission to strict discipline in peace as well as in war, to apply themselves to the noble task of ruling an empire in wisdom and justice, and to making their city a pattern for Hellas. Their art expressed and fostered these aspirations. Athena Parthenos. The statue of Athena Parthenos for the temple was the work of Phidias. The unclad parts were of ivory, the garments of gold, covering a wooden frame. It was a colossus 30 feet in height, on a pedestal of 8 feet. The goddess wore a chiton of Doric style, draped in heavy folds, which hid the details of the person. As compared with the other sculptures above mentioned, this work seems to us archaic. Quality, however, which adds to the strength and dignity of its character. The room was lighted only through the double door, and except for a brief time after sunrise, it must have remained throughout the day in constant twilight. In this semi-darkness, the soft gleam of the ivory and gold, the colossal grandeur of the statue, its quiet, dignified attitude, the simplicity and sobriety of dress, all worthily became the goddess, who from this home of the beautiful ruled in might and in glory over an earnest, ambitious race of men. Architecture is a true expression of character of a nation, race, or age. Thus, the Doric order is typical of the sturdy growth of the peninsular Greek temperament, as contrasted with the lighter Ionic style which belongs to Asia Minor. So too the Hellenic temple contrasts with the Gothic cathedral, as pagan with Christian, as the ancients with the moderns. The simplicity and symmetry of the Greek temple have their counterpart in Greek intellect and character, and the Hellenic shrine nestles close to earth, as if perfectly content with this goodly world. But the vastness and the complexity of the Gothic cathedral are equally typical of modern life, while its spires lift the devout thought to the treasures of heaven, where neither moth nor rust corrupt. Notable is the antithesis between worldly, intellectual beauty and spiritual aspiration. End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17, Age of Pericles. 4. Thought, Culture and Character. Part 1, Science and Philosophy. Scientific progress, technical writings and astronomy. The scientific spirit, awakened in the 6th century in Ionia, had run swiftly through the length and breadth of Hellas to incite in individuals a love of collecting facts and of systematizing them on a rational basis. Many literary products of this spirit served useful as well as theoretical purposes. Works on sculpture and architecture, music and literary criticism were, in part, handbooks for learners of the respective arts. From the time of Pythagoras, advances were made in arithmetic, geometry, and astronomy. His followers taught the rotundity of Earth, Sun, and Moon. From a more careful study of the heavens, the astronomer Meton of Athens devised a 19-year cycle for bringing the lunar and solar years into harmony. In this system, the solar year was estimated at 365 and 5/19 days, about a half hour short of the truth. Although he was permitted to set up his calendar on the Nix, it was not adopted by his own people till the next century, and it extended still more slowly to the rest of the Hellenes. Medical progress, Hippocrates, 460 to 377. From the time of Pythagoras, too, notable progress was made in medicine, so that not even the Egyptian physician could any longer compare with the Greek. Although cities were woefully backward in sewerage and general sanitation, it may be set down to their credit that they supported from the public purse physicians who treated the citizens free of charge. While the masses still believed in expelling diseases by charms and prayer, or by visits to the shrines of Asclepius, the medical profession of the Periclean age had eliminated magic and every form of superstition from theory and practice, and stood on the solid ground of scientific observation and experiment. Hippocrates of Kos, the most celebrated physician of the ancient world, was a young man in the beginning of his practice before the close of the age. In his family, the profession had been hereditary, as was generally true of trades or other fields of technical skill. In view of the fact that medical knowledge had accumulated at the temples of Asclepius, where the sick and the maimed sought divine healing, it is significant of the scientific spirit of Hippocrates that in all his writings he never prescribes a visit to such a shrine. Every illness, he declares, has a natural cause, and without natural causes, nothing ever happens. He lays great stress on hygiene, especially diet, on the principle that nature is the best physician, but he was ready to use drugs, or when necessary, cutting and cauterizing. Where drugs fail, steel will cure. Where steel fails, fire will cure. Where fire fails, there is no cure. It was his achievement to repel from his domain all assaults of sophists and speculative philosophers, and while maintaining and expanding the scientific method of his predecessors, to uphold for his profession the noblest ideals of devotion to duty and to right. Progress in philosophy. Heraclitus died 475. Not only special branches of knowledge were being cultivated, but great progress was taking place in the philosophic attitude towards the world as a whole and its problems. With Heraclitus of Ephesus, who flourished early in the century, philosophy began to concern itself with the motion, change, life of nature. Not being, he asserted, but becoming is the fundamental essence of things. Meditation on this subject led him to imagine a world-ruling reason, logos, which produces the ever-changing phenomena of the universe. This controlling principle can be apprehended only by a few sages like himself, who also possess a logos similar in kind to that of the universe, whereas the masses are doomed to eternal ignorance and folly. The self-assertive personality of this philosopher, added to the evident depth of his mental vision, has influenced the thought of the world even to the present day. While his obscure, riddling prophetic utterances, along with his doctrine of the divine and human logos, gave pronounced encouragement to mysticism. Continuation of the Eleatics, Empedocles, about 495 to 430. In spite of the repudiation of being by Heraclitus and his insistence on becoming as the sole reality, the successors of Xenophanes the Eleatic continued more strongly than ever to deny motion and change, and to claim for being alone a real existence. An attempt was made to harmonise these views by Empedocles of Acragas. With the Eleatics, he denied absolute origin and decay, but unlike them, he believed in the plurality of being. There are, he asserted, 4 elements, earth, water, air, and fire, of which all things are composed. The forces that combine and separate them are love and hate, the poetic antecedents of attraction and repulsion. In this way, he was able to use both being and becoming in his theory of the formation of the world. He paid less attention to the character of his elements than to the processes of nature. In accounting for plant and animal forms, he enunciated a principle crudely anticipative of the survival of the fittest. At the same time, he introduced into science the idea of elements, which has survived to our own age. Unlike all his predecessors, Empedocles zealously courted popularity. He was a politician, a leader of the democracy of his city, a prophet, and a physician of miraculous power. He asserted his ability to heal old age, to raise and calm the winds, produce rain and drought, and to recall the dead to life. Gorgeously arrayed in brilliant robes and adorned with flowers, he passed from city to city, everywhere venerated as a god. Finally, as his friends reported, he ascended living to heaven, whereas cynical gossip averred rather that he had leapt into the crater of Mount Etna. The atomists, Leucippus and Democritus, about 460 to 350. Every new philosopher, after learning what his predecessors had to teach, attempted to correct the faults of their suppositions or methods with a view to approaching nearer to the truth. Thus it was that Leucippus, seemingly a younger contemporary of Empedocles, began working out the problem of that thinker in a more scientific way. Seeing no reason why being should be limited to precisely 4 elements, he assumed instead its division into an indefinite number of minute, indivisible particles, termed atoms. By the side of being, which he interpreted as matter, he assumed the existence of void, empty space, in which the atoms moved. In place of the mythical love and hate, he substituted gravitation, a strictly physical force. With being, void, and gravitation, he proceeded to explain the formation of the world, the processes of nature, and even feeling and thought in a purely mechanical way. The atomic theory, afterward developed into a system by his famous pupil, Democritus, was generally denounced by the ancients as materialistic, hence as ethically demoralizing. Appreciating its value, however, the modern world has placed it in the foundation of science, and it still holds true, excepting that chemists have pushed the analysis of matter far beyond the atom. Anaxagoras, about 500 to 428. More in accord with the general ethical direction of Greek thought, hence more influential, was Anaxagoras, a contemporary of Leucippus. His lasting contribution to philosophy was to substitute for gravitation an infinite and omniscient intelligence which orders all things. He did not consciously think of it as a person or as a deity, but regarded it merely as a directing force. If not immaterial, it was at least a substance unmixed and in quality unique. The religious and ethical consequences of his theory, however, were left mainly to future thinkers to draw. Influence of the philosophers, their limitations. The influence of all philosophers was thus far limited to narrow circles of pupils. To the public, the thinker seemed an odd, unnatural being, who in his search for the undiscoverable and the unpractical neglected everything that the Greek held dear, a subject for ridicule in comedy, or for prosecution on the charge of atheism, of having substituted whirligig for Zeus. Those who, braving public opinion, became acquainted with the various systems of thought, were generally struck by their contradictions, the uncertain foundations on which they rested, and their utter uselessness in life. Thus far, in fact, Hellenic thinkers, while discovering the most fundamental principles of science and philosophy, had pursued the faulty method of generalization on the basis of too few facts. Little more could be accomplished without a careful and extensive study of nature. Rhetoric and the Sophists. Meanwhile, with the rise of democracy involving the theory of human equality, a demand was created for a technical education that would fit any man who wished for public life. Statesmanship, once based on inborn gifts of speech and political wisdom, had to be democratized. This demand called into being the art of rhetoric, whose aim was to equip any man, however humble his talent, for public speaking. Shortly after the establishment of democracy in Syracuse, 466, Corax of that city developed the first method of juridical oratory, and from his school was issued the earliest practical treatise on the subject. Rhetoric, however, concerned itself with nothing beyond the communication of thought and the persuasion to a belief or an action. It had to be supplemented by a working knowledge of government and society. Hence arose a class of men who professed to teach not only rhetoric, but all knowledge essential to the statesman. Such instructors in wisdom were termed sophists. They travelled from city to city, giving exhibitions of their knowledge and of their skill in argument, and imparting instruction to all who desired it and who were able to pay the required fee. Protagoras, about 485 to 410. The earliest of this class, and by far the most eminent, was Protagoras. Though vain of his ability, he seems to have possessed an admirable character and to have pursued high aims. "Young man," he is represented as saying to a prospective pupil, "if you associate with me, on the very first day you will return home a better man than you came, and better on the second day than on the first, and better every day than you were the day before." He will learn, the teacher continues, what he came to learn, and that is prudence in affairs private as well as public. He will learn to order his own house in the best manner, and he will be able to speak and act for the best in the affairs of the state. Theory of knowledge held by Protagoras. The speculations of philosophers had led many to doubt the possibility of knowledge. Abandoning all hope of discovering the one true essence of the universe, Protagoras boldly declared that man is the measure of all things. In other words, everything is precisely what it seems to the individual. In two respects, this declaration opened a new era. First, it directed attention to the mind and its relation to the outside world, thus paving the way to a mental philosophy or psychology. Secondly, by shifting the centre of attention from the world to man, it gave, along with many cooperating forces, a tremendous impetus to the growth of individualism, beginnings of political and social science. The same thinker had a theory to offer as to the basis of society and the state. The desire of self-preservation gathered mankind into cities. But when they were gathered together, having no art of government, they harmed one another, and were again in process of dispersion and destruction. Zeus feared that the entire race might be exterminated, and therefore sent Hermes to them, bearing reverence and justice, to be the ordering principles of cities and the bonds of friendship and conciliation. Hermes asked Zeus how he should impart justice and reverence among men. Should he distribute them as the arts are distributed, that is, to a favoured few only, one skilled individual having enough of medicine or of any other art for many unskilled ones? Shall this be the manner in which I am to distribute justice and reverence among men, or shall I give it to them all? To all, said Zeus. I should like them all to have a share, for cities cannot exist if only a few share in the virtues, as in the arts, and further make a law by my order that he who has no part in reverence and justice shall be put to death, for he is a plague to the state. Here was the beginning of a line of thought which led to the creation of sociology and political science. Furthermore, Protagoras and his contemporary sophists began the study of grammar, phonetics, and philology, all necessarily in a rudimentary way. Development of political science, Hippodamus. Political science was taken up at this time by other thinkers and carried much farther. It was directed along two principal lines. First, the criticism of existing constitutions, of which an example is mentioned above. Second, the creation of ideal constitutions. The first author of such a constitution was Hippodamus, the famous engineer who planned Piraeus and Thurii. There was little that was peculiar in his system, but the beginning he made was in time developed by more inventive thinkers. Nature versus convention, dissolution of the traditional. Other sophists of the age borrowed from Protagoras his theory of knowledge, and with varying motive and ability pursued the same methods. All laid stress on the distinction between nature, whose laws observed by all nations are morally binding, and convention, man-made customs and statutes for which they cherished no reverence. The effect of this principle was to dissolve tradition, including the religion and the moral usages of the fathers. In their view, the past was an age of ignorance and superstition. The present alone was worthy of consideration. The same principle tended equally to break down the barriers of social class and the boundaries of states. By nature, all men are brothers, and it is wrong for one to enslave another. Though dissolvents of the established political, social, and religious order, they were preparing the way to a worldwide humanism, to more friendly relations among states, to federations and empire. It is significant that one of the greater sophists, Gorgias, a Sicilian, seeing perhaps dimly the need of a universal language of culture, adopted for that purpose the Attic dialect. Part 2. History and the Drama. History, Herodotus, about 484 to 425. The spirit of scientific inquiry naturally involved an eagerness to know the past of the human race, and this desire created history. The first historian whose works have been preserved was Herodotus. We are unable, therefore, to say definitely how great an advance he made beyond Hecataeus, his most distinguished predecessor. Born in the period of the conflict with Persia, Herodotus lived through the age of Pericles and the earlier years of the Peloponnesian War. His native place was Halicarnassus, a city of Dorian stock which had adopted the Ionian tongue and which lay on the borderland between Hellas and the Persian Empire. He travelled to Egypt, into Asia as far as Susa, to the countries about Pontus, to Italy, in brief, to most of the known world. Everywhere he gathered material which found its way into his work. Epic origin and dramatic influence. As the genealogists were the literary descendants of Hesiod, Herodotus was a son of Homer, and his history might well be described as a great prose epic, influenced to some extent by the contemporary drama. A brief preface explains the object of his work. This is a presentation of the inquiry, Historia, of Herodotus of Halicarnassus, to the end that time may not obliterate the great and marvellous deeds of Hellenes and barbarians, and especially that they may not forget the causes for which they waged war with one another. In his search for causes, he narrates from earliest times the notable achievements of all the peoples who were involved in the war, and used that conflict as the unifying element of his work. Treating thus of substantially the entire known world, his production may be described as a universal history, method of research. So far as we know, Herodotus was the first to apply the word history, in its original sense of inquiry, to this field of literature. It aptly describes his method of gathering information by personal inquiry of those who were supposed to know. Often unsatisfied with an individual source, he pursued his investigation among various authorities, thus introducing the comparative method of research. The object of his history, as he conceived it, required him to tell all he had thus heard. I am under obligation to tell what is reported, though I am not bound altogether to believe it, and let this saying hold good for every narrative in the history. We find him accordingly often expressing doubt as to what he hears, comparing the more with the less credible account, or reasoning about the reliability of his source. Although his work abounds in myths and fictions, and although he was often at the mercy of untrustworthy informants, he was far from credulous. Even the fictitious tales, whether myths or more recent inventions, are of greater value for illustrating the thought and life of the age than would have been a dry enumeration of facts, however well ascertained. From the point of view here mentioned, this feature of his work is a positive merit. Broad-mindedness. Another great quality of Herodotus is his broad-mindedness, to which his cosmopolitan birthplace and extensive travels contributed. He could understand that many foreign customs were at least as good as the Hellenic, that there were great and admirable characters among the barbarians, and that monarchy as well as democracy has its good features. A comparison of Egyptian with Hellenic tradition taught him the emptiness of the claim of certain Greeks to near descent from a god. In Hellenic tradition, the gods continued to connect themselves with the human race by marriage and parentage to 9, 8, or even 6 centuries before the historian's time, whereas Egyptian chronology removed such phenomena 15,000 years into the past. This comparative study of religion convinced Herodotus that his countrymen entertained many false notions as to their own gods and as to the beginnings of the human race. Regarding the existence of the gods, however, and their providential dealings with men, the historian betrays no scepticism. With other enlightened men of his age, he believes in a divine providence who rules the world and in a kindly spirit watching over men, revealing his will through omens, dreams, and oracles. The popular opinion that God is envious of human happiness and therefore always sends evil to counterbalance good luck, he puts in the mouths of others, but does not himself express. Like Aeschylus, he seems to believe that the downfall of the great, for example of Xerxes, is in punishment for insolence which unusual prosperity often induces. Summary: the father of history. In religion, therefore, though casting off much that is extraneous, he holds firmly to the enlightened orthodoxy of the time, while in moral character and purpose he stands on a level with the best men of his century. From the point of view of strict historical science, while advancing beyond Hecatarchus, he is still crude and imperfect. whereas his broad sympathy and kindly interest in everything human, his high religious and moral principles, his inexhaustible fund of anecdotes illustrative of customs and character, his charming style and genial personality have entitled him to his place as the father of history, and have given his literary production a universal and eternal interest. Sophocles, 496 to 404. The religious and moral ideas of the age find their best expression in the great Attic dramatist Sophocles. Literature had not yet become a profession. As Aeschylus was a soldier, Sophocles filled public offices. Such labours, however, did not ruffle the serenity or disturb the comfort of an easy life. The problems he deals with are less gigantic than those of Aeschylus, and his solutions are as a rule more pacific. There are, however, many points of contact. Like Aeschylus, he believes in the omniscience and almighty power of God. Joined with this belief is the conviction that he is just and merciful. Zeus himself in all that he doeth hath mercy for a sharer of his throne. He is a providence to whom man may confidently leave his troubles. Courage, my daughter, courage! Great still in heaven is Zeus, who sees and governs all. Leave thy bitter quarrel to him. As guardians of right, the powers above are punishers of misdeeds, slow but sure in their pursuit of the unrighteous. The gods of country and of kin. Especially near and dear are the local spirits, gods of the land, to whom the returning wanderer first lifts his hands. Near are the gods of one's race, of one blood with the worshipper, they who founded the family or gens, and are most concerned for its preservation. Communication between gods and men, scepticism. Great and good, and interested in the welfare of man, the heavenly powers have found means of communicating their will to him through visions, oracles, and the mouths of seers. It is natural, however, that the scientific inquiring spirit of the Periclean age, involving rationalism and religious doubt, should reflect itself in the troubled life of the Sophoclean dramas. Oedipus, though by nature essentially religious, doubts the prophetic art of Tiresias and seems to prove his point by irrefutable argument. His wife Jocasta rejects even the oracle of Apollo, and despising all moral law, advise a random, heedless life. More excusable is the long-suffering Philoctetes. No evil thing has been known to perish. No, the gods take tender care of such, and have a strange joy in turning back from Hades all things villainous and knavish, while they are forever sending the just and the good out of life. How am I to deem of these things, or wherein shall I praise them, when praising the ways of the gods I find that the gods are evil? But in the end, all these doubts and complaints are overwhelmed by the catastrophe of the drama. Prophetic truth and divine providence are fully vindicated. Only at the close of the Trachiniae, Hylas, standing over the body of his father Heracles, who, having toiled through life for the good of mankind and innocent of wrong, died a death of unspeakable agony, pronounces on the gods a judgment that the audience carried uncontroverted to their homes. Mark the great cruelty of the gods in the deeds that are being done. They have children and are hailed as fathers, and yet they can look upon such sufferings. No man foresees the future, but the present is fraught with mourning for us, and with shame for the powers above, and verily with anguish beyond compare for him who endures this doom. Burial and its rites. Among the religious rites most sacred are those attending burial. It is a great comfort to the dying man to know that his body is not cast forth a prey to dogs and birds. A law which the gods have established requires kinsmen to bury their dead with all due ceremony. For burying her brother in obedience to this order of heaven, Antigone was condemned to interment alive. I will bury him, well for me to die in doing that. I shall rest, a loved one, with him whom I have loved, sinless in my crime. For I owe a longer allegiance to the dead than to the living. In that world I shall abide forever. It was the duty of the kin to wash and deck the body, to lay it on the funeral pyre, to place the ashes in the urn for depositing in the tomb. Thereafter it was fitting at intervals to pour offerings on the mound, and encircle it with garlands of flowers, and place thereon locks of hair freshly cut from the head. No enemy of the dead should join in these ceremonies. Future life. References to future life are vague. Yet one who, like Oedipus, has innocently suffered, may hope there for recompense. Many were the sorrows that came to him without cause, but in requital a just God shall lift him up. For him the nether adamant was riven in love, that he might pass on without pain to the world of the dead. Sufferers in this life preferred to think of death as sleep, a perfect rest from pain. Those who had passed on, however, were not without feeling and thought. The vexing or punishing of their foes gave them pleasure, and they had praise for kinsfolk who showed piety to the dead. When duly invoked, the soul came in kindness from the world below to aid a helpless kinswoman against a powerful enemy. Ties of kin and marriage. Strongest of all ties is that of blood, to move men to compassion and succour. Piety to kin is a higher law than allegiance to the state, even as eternity surpasses the span of earthly life. The ideal marriage is founded on love like that of Antigone and Haemon, a bond whose breaking ruptures life itself. Love is the greatest of conquerors, of destroyers. It is a power enthroned in sway beside the eternal laws. The wife. The change from girlhood to wedded life involves the assumption of grave cares and responsibilities. Yes, the tender plant grows in those sheltered regions of its own, and the sun god's heat vexes it not, nor rain nor any wind. But it rejoices in its sweet untroubled being till such time as the girl is called a wife, and finds her portion of anxious thoughts in the night, brooding on danger to husband or to children. Her all-absorbing affection brooks no rival in her husband's favour. Fierce jealousy, awakened by the slightest cause, drives her to love charms, perchance to crime. But the good wife is her husband's solace and his discreet counsellor. She warns him to avoid danger and excessive pride or anger, and urges upon him a moderate, conciliatory temper. Such wives were Jocasta, and even more Tecmessa. It is natural for the husband to honour his wife above his fellow citizens and to respect her prudence, but the plot demands that as the catastrophe draws near, the hero, his spirit aflame with misguided passion, should brutally override her dearest wishes in the mad onrush to his doom. Overcome by grief, she slays herself. Her death is the mortal stab in a heart already wounded with insufferable woes. "Alas!" exclaims Creon when he hears the awful news of his wife's suicide. "I was already as dead, and thou hast smitten me anew. What is this new message that thou bringest me? Woe, woe is me, of a wife's doom of slaughter heaped on slaughter." Not every marriage is desirable. The evil wife, sharer of the home, is a joy that soon grows cold, for no wound could strike deeper than a false friend, like the hardened murderess Clytemnestra, who treacherously slew her husband, and keeps the day of his death with dance and song, and month by month sacrifices sheep to the gods who have wrought her deliverance. Woman's condition has declined. The condition of woman has sunk somewhat below the level of the preceding generation. It is true that girls are represented as walking freely out of doors with no one to attend, and grown women to take an active part in the councils of family and state. Yet these activities belong to the theatrical tradition. Though not wholly a direct reflection of the life of the age, at least they do not offend its taste. Hence they call for no apology from the poet. The decline is seen mainly in the increasing emphasis on the inferiority of women to men in strength and efficiency, and on the desirability of their remaining at home and of observing silence. Thus the case is put to Electra by her gentler sister. Seest thou not? Thou art a woman, not a man, and no match for thy adversaries in strength. Elsewhere the same thought is echoed. Nay, we must remember that we were born women who should not strive with men. King Creon thinks it dastardly to yield to woman's will or persuasion. Contemptible is the victory won with woman's aid. Furthermore, that a girl should walk in public unprotected is decried as fraught with peril. Far better to remain indoors than range at large. Yet even this seclusion is made their reproach by one of their sex. Nay, by ever-virgin Artemis, exclaims Electra, I will never stoop to fear women, stay-at-homes, vain burdens of the ground. Akin to this sentiment is the proverb, silence graces woman, no less widely entertained for being uttered by a madman. Notwithstanding adverse sentiments and repressive customs, actual women, only in a less degree than the characters of the stage, retain their share of speech, their participation in religious festivals, and while losing ground in society beyond the home, make compensatory gains in influence within the family circle. The love of kin. The bond of love and of comradeship is notably strong between daughter and father. The saddest thought of blind Oedipus in contemplating exile is that of leaving his daughters. My two girls, poor hapless ones, who never knew my table spread apart, or lacked their father's presence, but ever in all things shared my daily bread. I pray thee, care for them. The same union of love and duty, however, runs through the family, constraining the members to forgiveness of anger and of even greater vexations. Thus Antigone reminds her father of his duty toward an erring son. Thou art his sire, so that even if he were to wrong thee with the most impious of foul wrongs, father, it is not lawful for thee to wrong him again. A most essential element of such a family is respect for parents. Obedience to a father is the best of laws. The duty of toiling for a parent in need is perfectly fulfilled for her exiled father by Antigone. From the time her tender age was past, and she came to a woman's strength, she hath ever been the old man's guide in weary wanderings, oft roaming hungry and barefoot through the wild wood, oft sore vexed by rains and scorching heat, but regarding not the comforts of home, if so her father should have tendance. The warping of family affection, human limitations. These ideal relations among kinsmen may be fearfully warped by sin. The doctrine of the hereditary curse, its causes, operation, and results, is essentially the same as that of Aeschylus. The inner force that impels man to crime is insolence, a disposition to flout divine law. With all his splendid powers of mind, man's chief lesson, therefore, is to learn his human limitations. He must not think himself a god in power, or kill fair hope by fretting over transitory ills. Remember that the son of Cronos himself, the all-disposing king, hath not appointed a painless lot for mortals. Sorrow and joy come round to all as the bear moves in his circling path. Let the prosperous and the powerful keep in mind the instability of their condition. There is no estate of mortal life that I would ever praise or blame as settled. Fortune raises, and fortune humbles the lucky or unlucky from day to day, and no one can prophesy to men concerning these things that are appointed. What is ordained we can by no means escape. Dreadful is the mysterious power of fate. There is no deliverance from it by wealth or by war, by fenced city or by dark sea-beaten ships. Therefore, while our eyes wait to see the destined final day, we must call no one happy who is of mortal race, until he hath crossed life's border, free from pain. Ofttimes, indeed, the cup of life holds so much bitterness as to make us doubt the worth of living. Not to be born is, past all prizing, best. But when a man hath seen the light, this is next best by far, that with all speed he should go thither whence he hath come. Sufferings are providential. For when he hath seen youth go by with its light follies, what troublous affliction is strange to his lot? What suffering is not therein? Envy, factions, strife, battles and slaughters, and last of all, age claims him for her own. Age dispraised, infirm, unsociable, unfriended, with which all woe of woe abides. But sufferings come in the providence of God, in the working out of destiny. He implants in man wisdom, the supreme part of happiness, and reverence toward the powers above. Great words of prideful men are ever punished with great blows, which in old age teach the chastened to be wise. Moreover, the afflictions of fellow men afford an opportunity for service. Man's noblest task is to help others by his best means and powers. Citizen and State. Man not only lives his individual and family life, but forms part of the state. Our country is the ship that bears us safe, and only in her well-being can the citizens find prosperity. It behooves them then to prize the fatherland above all other ties, for its security depends upon the citizen. When he honours the laws of the land, and that justice which he hath sworn by the gods to uphold, proudly stands his city. No city hath he who, for his rashness, dwells with sin, not only in self-interest, but through gratitude for nurture and protection, does the citizen owe the state a kindly loyalty. Civic virtue. His training in civic obligation begins in the family. He who does his duty in his own household will be found righteous in the state as well. In opposition to the rising spirit of fault-finding with government and magistrates, there is enjoined a strict obedience to authority. Never can laws have prosperous course in a city where dread hath no place. But where there is license to insult and to act at will, doubt not that such a state, though favouring gales have sped her, some day at last sinks into the depths. It is urged with reason that, right or wrong, the legitimate authority should be obeyed. The competent should rule. In public life, there is need of able men to lead. The small without the great can ill be trusted to man the walls. Lowly, leagued with great, will prosper best, great served by less. But foolish men cannot learn these truths. Before their mighty leader they cower still and dumb. Behind his back they rail against him, and chatter like flocking birds. Here we seem to discover the incipient ochlocracy, bridled but restive under the strong rule of Pericles. Though favouring the rule of the ablest, Sophocles is no friend of tyranny. His ideal government is that of a magistrate, whatever his title, chosen by the people on the ground of ability and of proved loyalty to the state. No god indeed, but the first of men, both in life's common chances and when mortals have to do with more than man, in whose presence even plain folk may enjoy free speech. Such a magistrate is a man of large sympathy as well as of prudence, who cares for his fellow citizens as a father for his children, whose pride is in their well-being, whose heart goes out to them in distress. Well wot I that ye suffer all, yet sufferers as ye are, there is not one of you whose sufferings are as mine. Your pain comes on each one of you for himself alone, and for no other. But my soul mourns at once for the city, and for myself, and for you. Such a ruler, by precept and example, leads the citizens on the way to virtue, bearing for their general character a great load of responsibility. For a city, as an army, hangs wholly on its leaders, and when men do lawless deeds, it is the counsel of their leaders that corrupts them. Interstate relations, war and peace. Particularly in their relations with each other, governments have need of prudent guidance for averting useless wars, since full many states lightly enter on offence, even though their neighbour lives aright. It is equally a duty to refrain from usurping power over voluntary allies. Of war for the protection of the oppressed, the poet heartily approves. On such an occasion he can glory in the Athenian knighthood, in the flash of steel and the brazen clangor of battle, and can long for a bird's-eye view of the conflict. Oh, to be a dove with swift strength as the storm, that I might reach an airy cloud, with gaze lifted above the fray. In his eyes, however, war is less a cause of glory than a bringer of sorrow, for the slaughter of men, the ruin of cities, the enslavement and misery of captive women. War is essentially an evil, as it carries off the fittest, passing by the weakling and the coward. To be brief, I would tell thee this. War takes no evil man by choice, but good men always. Better, then, that all wars should cease. When, when will the number of the restless years be full? At what term will they cease, that bring on me the unending woe of a warrior's toils, throughout the wide land of Troy, for the sorrow and the shame of Hellas? Would that the man had passed into the depths of the sky, or to all receiving Hades, who taught the Hellenes to league themselves for war in hateful arms. Ah, those toils of his, from which so many toils have sprung. Yea, it was he who wrought the ruin of men. Lessons from Sophocles. Many are the lessons that the poet has for mankind, but the sum of all is this: love for our fellow men, thoughts meet for mortals, inviolate reverence for the Supreme Being, and wisdom, the chief part of happiness. They who have learned these lessons are loved of the powers above. Part 3. The personality of Pericles and his interpretation of Athenian character. Pericles in relation to his age. In our effort to penetrate into the mind and character of the Athenians, we are aided by a study of the man who not only brought his community to a summit of civilization never before reached by the human race, but also incorporated and expressed in his own personality the highest ideals of his age. Born of a union of two illustrious gentes, he inherited the inspiring traditions of both. His father's patriotic achievements in the war with Persia, the great constitutional work of his mother's kin, The thrilling events of his childhood and youth, attending the struggle for freedom and the founding of empire, were in him transmuted into force and nobility of character, directed to the political, intellectual, and moral elevation of his country. His education. Pericles enjoyed the best education possible in that age. Music, which included not only lessons on the lyre, but literature and other elementary studies, was taught him by Damon, who became his chief political adviser. The aristocratic youth practised singing and lyre playing, not chiefly with a view to entertaining himself or his friends in social gatherings, but for the moral cultivation of his feelings. The lyric song he learned, with its triple theme, God, blood, and fatherland, stirred in the singer and the hearers not individualistic but civic emotions. Among the teachers of his riper years was Zeno, the Eleatic philosopher, the creator of dialectic, pointed, systematic conversation directed to the refutation of error and to the establishment of truth. More influential was Anaxagoras of Clazomenae, mentioned above. These philosophers freed his mind from superstition by directing it to a search for natural causes. Inherent tendency, under philosophic cultivation, developed into a serenity of temper which no insult or abuse could ruffle. His oratory. To the same combination of natural character and instruction is due his lofty, dignified eloquence, which earned for him the name Olympian. Though he had no instruction in rhetoric, which was introduced into Athens too late for his service, he took great pains with his language, and before delivering a speech, he always prayed that nothing unbecoming might fall from his lips. His delivery was statuesque. Scarcely a gesture ruffled the folds of his mantle. No theatricality but the weight of his words, the majesty of his person, his deep earnestness, and the confidence of the people in his patriotism, wisdom, and incorruptibility carried conviction. His estate. In order to concentrate his whole energy upon public affairs, he gave over the management of his inherited estate to an able trusty slave, Evangelus, who sold all the produce in a lump and bought for the family the necessities of life as they were required. The method was far from economical, but Pericles was content with a mere subsistence from his estate without increase or diminution of its value. Such was the ideal of his social class. His family, Aspasia. Pericles' wife was a kinswoman, Telesippe, the mothers of his sons Xanthippus and Paralus. But as they could not live happily together, Pericles, at her request, found her another husband. Afterwards he was attracted to Aspasia, a highly accomplished woman from Miletus. As Athenian women had merely a domestic education and were now kept more strictly at home than they had been in the past, a class of non-Athenian women, termed companions, better educated and more attractive than the natives, usurped their place in the society of men. Under his own law of 451, Pericles could contract no more than an inferior marriage with Aspasia, which excluded the children from the citizenship. They had a son, Pericles, who was given the franchise by a special vote of the assembly. This union proved most happy, but the high-born dames of Athens, regarding Aspasia as a social outcast, at first refused to visit her, though in time they overcame this prejudice. Socrates and other brilliant men of the age gathered at her house to discuss questions of rhetoric, philosophy, and practical life with her, and brought their wives that they too might benefit by the conversation. The best interpreter of his age. No one could doubt the competence of this man of clear, penetrating vision to interpret the character and ideals of his people. This task he sets before himself in the funeral oration delivered over those who fell in the first year of the Great War with Peloponnesus, 431. As given by Thucydides, the essential ideas are those of the statesman, but the style is certainly that of the historian, who, in inserting the oration in his narrative after the close of the war, undoubtedly took some liberty even with the thought. However that may be, it forms one of the most precious documents in the history of civilization. Democracy in government and society. First, he explains the political constitution and the manner of life in which the Athenians rose to greatness. The government is called a democracy, for the administration is in the hands of the many, not of the few. But while the law secures equal justice to all alike, talent is also recognised, and when a citizen is in any way distinguished, he is preferred for the public service, not as a matter of privilege, but on grounds of excellence alone. Neither is poverty a bar, but a man may benefit his country, whatever be the obscurity of his condition. In social relations prevails a large measure of liberty. As we have given free play to all in our public life, so in our private intercourse we are not suspicious of one another, nor angry with our neighbour if he does what he likes. We put on no sour looks at him, which, though they leave no mark, are unpleasant. Open and friendly in our private intercourse, we cherish a spirit of reverence in our public acts. We are kept from wrong by respect for authority and the laws, particularly those for the protection of the oppressed. A happy environment. He gives a reason for the festivals more numerous and splendid than in any other Hellenic city. We have not forgotten to provide our spirits with many relaxations from toil. There are regular games and festivals throughout the year. Our home life is refined, and the delight we daily feel in all these blessings helps banish sadness. Happiness was not an end in itself, but a condition of collective efficiency. With all the drudgery of their training, the Lacedaemonians, he contends, are unequal in war to us, who, without laborious drill, win by light hearts and valour. Their ideals are purely military, ours are of a nobler type. Our city is equally admirable in peace and war, for we are lovers of the beautiful, yet simple in our tastes, and we cultivate the mind without loss of manliness. Wealth to us is not mere material for vainglory, but an opportunity for achievement. With us, to avow poverty is no disgrace. The true shame is in doing nothing to avoid it. On such principles the Athenians have attained a high degree of mentality and sane judgment. If few of us are originators, we are all sound judges of policy. In our opinion, the great impediment to action is not deliberation, but the want of knowledge gained by discussion preparatory to action. For we have the peculiar power of thinking before we act, and of acting too, whereas other men are courageous from ignorance, but hesitate on reflection. A great imperial and international policy, such as Pericles was following, had to rest not on narrow, ignorant selfishness, but on a kindly, liberal spirit. In doing good, we are unlike others, for we make our friends by conferring, not by receiving favours. We alone benefit our neighbours, not upon a calculation of interest, but in the confidence of freedom and in a frank and fearless spirit. On all these grounds, the citizens and the state afford a pattern for other Greeks. In a word, I claim that Athens is the school of Hellas, and that the individual Athenian, in his own person, clearly possesses the power of adapting himself to the most varied activities with the utmost versatility and grace. Civic education, music and the drama. To meet the varied requirements of the citizen in this intense democracy, in which more than in any other life was civic duty, a man had to be well educated, not in books but in public affairs. He began his training on a small scale in the deme, where local affairs were freely discussed in town meeting, and local officers gave a taste of communal management. Further experience he gained in one or more of the 1,000 administrative offices of the state and empire, and in the ecclesia and law courts. But practical education, in itself narrow and sordid, must be broadened and elevated by ideals. The Athenians needed the teachings and the inspiration of their great poets, and this instruction they received from the choral songs at festivals, and particularly from the drama presented in the theatre. More than 60 days distributed throughout the year were given to festivals, including dramatic exhibitions, to which must be added the holidays of the demes. The wealthy citizens provided the entertainments, spending on them many times the sum required by the state, and receiving their reward in the respect and the political support of the masses. Every year, too, from 1 to 2,000 boys and men appeared before the public in choruses for the dramatic and other exhibitions which required them. These choral services, as well as others, generally rotated among the qualified citizens, thus giving all, or nearly all, a training in music and some study of literature. Hence we may understand why it was that the Athenian public in the theatre could follow the great tragedies of Aeschylus and Sophocles, and could appreciate literary allusions and fine points in music which have been irrecoverably lost to the world. Intellectual and moral elevation. Not simply the artistic taste of the community, but the intellectual keenness and grasp of these men, who could follow the arguments of orators on complicated questions of foreign policy, as well as the great dramas of the age, were wonderful. From the entire Hellenic race, more highly endowed than any other, a happy combination of circumstances had selected the Athenian community and had lifted it equally high above the general Greek level. The moral plane of life, too, was nothing mean. This fact we discover in the extreme attention paid to manners and morals in education, from infancy through childhood and youth, by parents, nurse, governor, and teachers. Education and admonition commence in the first years of childhood and last to the very end of life. Mother and nurse and father and tutor are vying with one another about the improvement of the child as soon as ever he is able to understand what is being said to him. He cannot say or do anything without their setting forth to him that this is just and that is unjust. This is honourable, that is dishonourable. This is holy, that is unholy. Do this, and abstain from that. If he obeys, well and good. If not, he is straightened by threats and blows, like a piece of bent or warped wood. At a later stage they send him to teachers, and enjoin them to see to his manners even more than to his reading and music, and the teachers do as they are desired. When accordingly the boy has learned his letters and is beginning to understand what is written, as before he understood only what was spoken, they put into his hands the works of great poets, which he reads, sitting on a bench in school. In these works are contained many admonitions, and many tales, and praises, and eulogies of ancient famous men, which he is required to learn by heart, in order that he may imitate or emulate them and desire to become like them. Then again, the teachers of the lyre take similar care that their young pupil is temperate and gets into no mischief, and when they have taught him the use of the lyre, they introduce him to the poems of other excellent poets, who are lyric poets. These poems they set to music, and make their harmonies and rhythms quite familiar to the children's souls, in order that they may learn to be more gentle and harmonious and rhythmical, and so more fitted for speech and action. For the life of man in every part has need of harmony and rhythm. Then they send them to the master of gymnastics, in order that their bodies may better minister to the virtuous mind, and that they may not be compelled through bodily weakness to play the coward in war or on other such occasions. This is done by those who have the means, the rich. Their children begin to go to school soonest and leave off latest. Good order in the theatre. The same high moral standard we see in the perfect order at the theatres. There the people gathered, not to judge of the music, but to receive recreation and instruction, and no one dared make a noise expressing approval or the reverse. In early time, music was divided among us into certain kinds and manners. One sort consisted of prayers to the gods, which were called hymns, and there was another and opposite sort called lamentations, and another called paeans, and another, celebrating the birth of Dionysus, called, I believe, dithyrambs. They used further the actual word laws for another kind of song, and to this kind they added the term cytheroidic. All these and others were duly distinguished, nor were the performers allowed to confuse one style with another. Furthermore, the authority which determined and gave judgment and punished the disobedient was not expressed in a hiss, nor in the most unmusical shouts of the multitude, as in our own days, nor in applause and clapping of hands, but the directors of public instruction insisted that the spectators should listen in silence to the end, and boys and their tutors and the multitude in general were kept quiet by a hint from a stick. Blemishes and limitations. Morality is civic. Further evidence is the appeal of the dramatic poets to a remarkably high moral sense, and the lofty moral key in which the funeral oration of Pericles is pitched. Most of all, the moral quality shows itself in the sacrifice of the individual to the good of the community. All this does not signify that either private or public life was faultless. The blemishes of the civilization show themselves, for example, in the indecencies of comedy, in the cramping of the lives of native women, and the licence allowed to the companions of foreign birth, in the existence of slavery, however good may have been the condition of slaves, in the narrowness and exclusiveness of Athenian interests, as opposed to those of metics, dependent allies, Hellenes, and the world, a selfishness easily explicable by the conditions of the times, but none the less an imperfection. A part of the narrowness here mentioned, a part of the strength and weakness of the city-state, is the fact that her morality was essentially civic. The fundamental motive to right conduct, as Pericles himself asserts, is the good of the state. I would have you day by day fix your eyes upon the greatness of Athens till you become filled with the love of her, and when you are impressed by the spectacle of her glory, reflect that this empire she owes to men with the fighter's daring, the wise man's understanding of his duty, and the good man's self-discipline in its performance. To men who, if they failed in any ordeal, disdained to deprive the city of their services, but sacrificed their lives as the best offerings in her behalf. The patriotic devotion here required was too intense to be lasting. No long time after Pericles, the gradual disintegration of the city-states resulted in depriving the citizen of his moral basis, and compelled him to fight out anew the whole battle of conduct on other, very different ground. End of chapter 17 and end of the Age of Pericles.